spinner.
Leg stump finds a gap. Can he hit the stumps? Oh, I reckon he was out. That'll do.
Opportunity.
Oh, that is an absolutely sensational piece of fielding from Claire Kosky at the back.
Left indoor cricket, here he is.
And there it is! He's entered the stats straight away!
Fraser McGurk cuts and he's away with a boundary. Nice start to his domestic 50-over career.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Casey Stadium for Day 4 of the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup. I'm Cameron Walter, and with me, Paul Botterill, and we've got another fantastic day of international indoor cricket action coming up, beginning first with the Australian under-22 men against the New Zealand under-22 men. And Paul Botterill, firstly, good morning to you, and what a belter this will be.
Yes, good morning, Cam. Yeah, one of the games of the tournament for me. I think this might be the final of the tournament. These two sides look pretty well matched to me, and you know, the young fellas pretty keen to go at it pretty hard as well.
Absolutely, the Australian under-22 side undefeated, and that's certainly not that unusual. But given that they've been playing in and amongst the men's sides as well, that's quite a remarkable feat for these young men. They've knocked off a couple of quality men's sides, and here they are undefeated.
Yeah, look, it's a real achievement, Cam, and it's a really interesting table because on the points table, Australia have got a couple of wins ahead of New Zealand, but the Australian 22s haven't played the New Zealand or Australian men's sides. And, you know, you've got to expect that the two men's sides are a good chance of beating them. So this points table for the under-22 men's may even out and be very, very close, and this game may be really important as to who qualifies first and who qualifies second as they go through that. Having said that, I think Australia is better prepared to go through a long tournament playing good cricket every game. New Zealand's more likely to have a bad game at some point. They don't play the amount of good games in a week that Australia does. You know, so there's a lot on this game, and this who's going to qualify first, well up for grabs.
Absolutely. Why don't you take us through the two lineups?
Certainly. The Australia will be captained by Jonathan De Rosario, Riley Campbell, Jaden Teskey, Daniel Van Heest, Lachlan Campbell, Jake Langdon, Brooke Lawrence, Cameron Todd. Looking like a strong Australian side, and they'll go up against what looks to me like a close to full-strength New Zealand side. Jackson Hemingway, Ryan Jackson, Bailey Latter, Regan Craig, Matt Scooby, Marlon Amaral. They'll be captained by Micah Conroy today and Liam McCarthy.
The umpire for the match will be Andrew Potts from Australia, and why don't we just take a brief look at the coaching staff for these two sides, Paul?
Yeah.
A little bit of experience there. Tell us about that.
Well, Paul Anderson was Rob Boyston's assistant coach for New Zealand for several years. So these two coaches have worked closely together at international level and know each other very well. You know, obviously Rob back and embedded in the Australian system and doing a bloody good job over here, but you know, still has a lot of contacts in New Zealand. We're still all on, you know, really good terms with Rob, and I'm sure that Andy and Boysty are well in touch, and there'll be a little bit of extra needle in this. They'll both want bragging rights, to be honest. They'll both look forward to the chance to compete, and I expect the sides to be pretty up for this.
So a wealth of experience and familiarity between the two coaches here in this under-22 clash. Paul, you were talking about how critical it is to try and push for that first place. Of course, in the under-22 men's, first goes straight through to the World Cup final for the under-22 division. So lots on the line.
Yeah, I think so. Look, I think that neither of these sides at this point will be too concerned about finishing second and playing South Africa in a 2-3. It's just an extra game in a tournament with a lot of games on your legs. I'm not sure you need the extra game. They've had plenty of cricket by that stage, and yeah, I think that as much as anything else for this is just a little bit psychological now. The team that wins this game will take a little psychological edge going forward.
Without question. So the news here, Australia, the under-22s will be batting first. Jake Langdon and Lachlan Campbell at the crease for the home side. And it looks as if Matt Scobell will be opening the bowling for New Zealand. So get set, ladies and gentlemen. Live on KO Sports here in Australia and on YouTube around the world. Thanks for your company. We're about to get underway here. It's Australia up against New Zealand in the under-22 men's, the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup. Here we go. Full moving away. Stop ball to start. Campbell needs to get across. See him practicing that there.
Scooble quite brisk from the Wellington Indoor Sports Arena in Wellington, one of two arenas in New Zealand that play out of no longer have a home, they play at a visiting centre.
A little straighter, just over the top of off stump, maybe outside of it. Beaten again, it'll be third ball. So if you're new to indoor cricket, 2 consecutive dots, the third delivery, the score has to change if it's within the same batting partnership. One of those rules that just keeps the action moving. Creates an opportunity here for the fielding side. Here's Scoble.
Ball, front foot.
To no ball for the front foot. And Campbell gets something on it and they get through for the run as well. Front foot, no ball, and third ball, that's unforgivable.
Yeah, he'll be really disappointed in that, he'll be very, very disappointed in that. And at the same time, so far he's bowled a really good over. Passed the bat, I think probably 3 times, I think they put him off the leg. Bowling really nicely, just get his feet right.
Watchfully played by Langdon. We're talking about the experience of the coaching ranks for both these sides. I'll just look over to our left here, Paul. Sonny Chan, the assistant coach for the New Zealand 22s, former international. And it's pretty handy having him wandering around, offering his insights. Yeah,
an assistant coach to a World Cup winning junior side in South Africa several years ago as well. So been around a long time. Again, coaches at a lot of stuff from Matt Scoble's arena, Wellington Indoor Sports. He really, that club is him really. And looks to me like they've got roles pretty clearly split up here. I think we see Sonny very involved on New Zealand fields and Andy pretty involved on New Zealand bats. It seems to me like they've got those roles pretty clearly separated out. Sonny, a pretty intense fella while they're playing.
Final ball of the over. Good contact there. It'll be a single to finish. Not a bad over there from Scoble. Fairly well bowled. 6 runs from it though from Australia in a sign of the contest is going to shape up to be a good battle.
Yep, I think so. And I'm expecting it to be a bit more like a top nation men's game where there's going to be some dots and ones and some pressure and some pretty tough cricket, I'd have thought. Certainly this New Zealand bowling attack has got a bit about it.
I was talking to Ben Ridgway, who is one of the umpires here at the World Cup. Just prior to this match, he mentioned exactly that. There's a bit about the bowling attack. Lots of guys that can bowl quick.
Yeah, Jackson might be the quickest bowler here.
Liam McCarthy. Tucked around, backward of square. It was in the air for a while. Heard the New Zealand side shout for catch. It falls safe. It's 2 runs through cover point, not getting to hand for the New Zealand fielders.
Before they came away, New Zealand played a New Zealand Club Championship, and McCarthy played a massive part in getting his side home in the men's New Zealand Club Championship. A couple of massive late partnerships to get them home in semi-final and final. Really good young prospect for New Zealand. This boy could be a very special player over time.
Good contact there, big appeal from New Zealand, the ball going back to the keeper. Langdon up to the challenge, he's back in his crease quick as a flash. Good cricket all round, here's the replay. It's great second effort there in the front court, just got in the way of it, followed the ball, got it back to the keeper.
Direct hit might have got a different result too.
There's an appeal, seeking the umpire's agreement that the ball came off the foot, but not interested, umpire Potts. 1 ball remains and it will be third ball once again. Australia will have to change the score. Driven with authority into the back court by Langdon. Just over pitching a little there, McCarthy. And 8 runs from the over, a good finish there from Australia.
Yeah, after perhaps looking a bit shaky for the first few balls, the Australian pair has really settled in and starting to build quite a formidable partnership again. I think in this tournament, you're probably looking at 15 to 20 as par. Above 20, you're doing pretty well. Below 15, you're probably a little disappointed. And these guys well on the way.
So with that in mind, you're thinking that 80 or 90 runs is where they need to be?
Yeah, I think so. I think, again, maybe, I think either side batting first, scoring 8 would be pretty happy. I haven't seen a lot of the Australian juniors while I've been commenting on other games, Cam. Are they a batting-based side or a bowling? We've talked about the New Zealand attack. Where's Australia strongest?
Australia, very strong batting side without question. As we just see Harlan Amaral coming in. Oh, confusion. They get back. Strong batting side, but one of the characteristics that this side has displayed, this Australian 22 side so far, in the field and with the ball, is they don't go away. There's been a couple of games they've won it in the last over or two, so they really persist and they keep themselves in the game throughout the innings, and they've got lots of attacking options.
Amaral currently leading the stats for the division. Scored a really polished 40 to get New Zealand commanding position in the final partnership against South Africa in their previous game. Another good prospect, and again, just reasonably brisk with the ball.
It's third ball again, the third time this pair's been on it.
Look, one of the things we talked about South Africa again, that sometimes their third ball option just sort of wonder about. But New Zealand's third ball option at the moment seems to be full and straight, and it's not an option I've seen people use in the past. Now we're big enough to take his jewellery off.
Yeah.
Kids, eh?
Yeah, and fair enough. And for those at home, the reason for that rule is quite simple. There's a lot of players on the court in a confined space, plus the net. That any jewellery, necklace, whatever it is, gets caught in the net or another player, someone's going to get hurt. So back underway. Tucked around for a single, and so well spotted there by Andrew Potts. 2 balls remain.
I think for the umpires, it's good that they do spot that stuff, but really the big, as we go through this tournament, can they get the last partnership decisions right in tight games? That's what that's what players really want. They want it to come down to the playing ability. And
this is a risk, but comes with reward. Langdon responding, he wasn't sure, he didn't want to go, but Campbell called him through and they get away with that single.
Yeah, New Zealand a bit messy there. There'll be a few nerves, I think, on both sides, Cam. They both know that this is the side from their grade.
Another element of risk there, the flick from Conroy, well wide, and Campbell's home. A single finish, another positive over for Australia, 5 runs from it. They've found their way to 19 with an over to come in this opening partnership. There's this replay. Langdon got his back, he's called through, he didn't want to go, but he got on his bike, a direct hit, and I suspect his hesitation might have been vindicated.
Yeah, I think so. I've got to say the arm from the keeper could be a little bit stronger than that if it was. It may have been well found short. Not a really massive throw from there. So here comes Bailey Latter, the Palmerston North player, part of the Central District's men's squad that won the provincials in New Zealand this year. He'll bowl off spin. People looking to just get the ball to dip a little bit and bounce.
Yeah, interesting option in the 4th over the pair. They've faced 3 overs of pace so far and looking okay. Here's Latter. That's an excellent shot from Campbell.
They look okay there as well, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a sign of quality. Indoor cricket batting is getting big on the ball as it rises. Give yourself that opportunity to play early in your stroke, late on the ball, and a down-up shot into the back court for 3.
Yeah, Cam, I think that in all cricket, bounce is what undoes techniques, and if you're good against bounce, that's a really good, as I say, really good indication that technique is good.
Langdon follows up with the same. 2 runs. Squeeze through the gap, a chance, it's a direct hit, that'll be out. Something from nothing, the New Zealand field. We're just talking about how comfortable the Australian bats were looking. And that's what you need, a little bit of sharp fielding, a direct hit.
Wouldn't mind seeing that again as well, Cam. Ryan Jackson on the turn and throw.
It's through the gap. A perfect 3-line fielding, well and truly out.
Yeah, nice bit of work.
The key piece there for those watching at home is the 3-line fielder got well and truly into that front court. So the fact that ball was in the gap became completely irrelevant. It was straight into a fielder's hand. Oh, traffic. Trouble at the keeper's end. Gets there eventually. Now, interesting if the ball had gone to the keeper's end and Campbell had been run out, what would have happened? Now, for mine, I think that's just out because both of those fielders were involved in fielding the ball.
Look, it's one of the things, Cam, for mine, we've talked about this a few times, is that a penalty? Because if the fielders were fielding the ball, for mine, that is a penalty. And look, we're going to see, if we don't see the umpires, again, it's great to get the necklace.
Yes.
But if you don't control the game, we're going to see these games go a place we don't want them to go. And the cricket can become quite physical over time. And for mine, we've now seen 3 or 4 occasions where fielders fielding the ball a hit. We saw Victor Davies do it yesterday. In my mind, should have been penalised as well for New Zealand. You've got to, if you want to run on the side of these 3 people, you've got to find a way around it.
Correct. 2 runs to finish and 22 for the partnership. They did lose a wicket late there, but some positive batting has ensured they're above 20 here, and they'll be pretty comfortable with that start. You would think the Australian 22s. You take a look at some of the highlights here. This is the over from McCarthy and that wonderful drive.
They've played really well, haven't they? They look like 2 really good young bats. They have faced some bowling there. They've done enough, and New Zealand perhaps needed a couple of direct hits along the way. They've had a few opportunities. When they got a direct hit, they got a wicket, and that's more like the men's top-level games, isn't it, where you've got a hit to get your wickets.
Take a look. I suspect this will be the run out. There he is, right in that front court. He's an extra front court fielder, perfectly balanced, turns and throws down the sticks. That's textbook 3-line fielding.
Yeah, great example for young fielders. Took it in the perfect position. Once he had the ball in his hand, his feet were in the right position to throw. But he didn't have to take the ball and turn. He was already turned, through his action, gets him a quick release and down the top and comfortably out. Great bit of work on him in a game. It's been another high-quality game of the cricket. Looks like Amaral back with the ball for over 5.
We're live from Casey Stadium here on KO Sports, here in Australia and on YouTube around the world. It's the Indoor Cricket World Cup, the Australian and New Zealand under-22 side. And Van Hees and De Rosario at the crease, and here is Amaral, his second over. Starts with the leg side to the left-handed Van Hees.
New Zealand playing 2 off-spinners in this. Regan Kroger bowl off-spin as well. It's an interesting compliment to the pace they'll bring otherwise.
Right in at the legs there. Yorker length, jams it out. And a dot ball.
Jackson Hemingway fielding the ball there, mate. He's been on an incredible journey being this side. Lost a lot of weight. He has lost a lot of weight. Not that he was a standout player in the New Zealand men's provincials, was, in my view, close to New Zealand men's side. But has had a disappointing tournament here. He'll be looking just to be a bit more productive and score a few more runs. In my view, a very good young cricketer. I don't want to give the viewers at home a biased view. It's just when we talk about the New Zealand players, I know about New Zealand players because I coached against them, I saw them.
Yeah, no, it's valuable insight. Yeah.
I haven't seen an Australian player on this side play in 5 years, so I can't add much, I'm afraid, to that side of it, apart from when I look at the techniques and what I can see there. But I'm not trying to. I don't want to be unbiased when we talk about here. I don't want to be biased when we talk about here.
And it's another dot ball. So 2 leg sides in the over, 3 dots otherwise, and it's now 3rd ball. An opportunity here for New Zealand to strike early in this second partnership. Van Hees has faced the entire over. Has to see this out. And does so well to finish. Sees off 3rd ball, 6 runs from the over.
You know, I'm a big fan of what you bowled for the first 2 balls, you should bowl for the 3rd ball. But I think New Zealand now bowled 3 3rd balls full at the stumps. And, I'm not sure that's the best 3rd ball option in the world. I don't remember ever going to a coaching place and someone telling us, get you guys to bowl full at the stumps for 3rd ball. It's a bit of a surprise to me. It's at the pace they've got.
Well, yeah, I mean, the reason for that is it's obviously a lot easier to get some bat on it and get down the other end. And even if you miss it, you can kick it and run. So, yeah, I tend to agree.
The point of 3rd ball is that it puts them vulnerable to a run out, and we're trying to bowl them. We can try and bowl them any ball we want to try and bowl them.
McCarthy will bowl his second over. Full face, and that'll be out. Big early call of no, but De Rosario uncharacteristically was well and truly down, and New Zealand strikes. Can't give them opportunities like that. An easy wicket there for the Kiwi side. De Rosario went on contact. Now, I can't really blame him. You can see that Van Hees, after he played that shot, took 2 or 3 steps down. De Rosario responding to that movement the call came a little late.
I'm not sure the right guy's facing this ball this quietly, but Van Hees yet to face a ball. 8 balls in.
De Rosario yet to face a ball.
De Rosario yet to face a ball. We'll get to face one now, I'd imagine.
2 runs there to Van Hees.
Sorry to... Australian captain. I have seen him bat a couple of times in the time. He does look very compact, very solid.
Moving straight into the fielder. Both these players from Victoria here in Australia. Open men's side.
Open men's side for Victoria. Mate, there's some pretty good batting coaches around Victoria.
That is a quality shot from the Australian captain for 3.
Yeah. He does look to have a bit of time, doesn't he? I saw Brad Jones here a couple of days ago, and there's a guy that knows a bit about batting.
Former Australian player, Brad Jones.
Berger as well was here.
Excellent. Another former Australian player.
Another guy that can bat.
There certainly has been a little bit of a cavalcade of...
Slocum. Craig Slocum was here.
Right.
Yeah,
Slocum. Yeah, there has been
another guy that can bat.
a cavalcade of former Australian players in and around here at the World Cup. Final ball from McCarthy over. And another 3 from the Australian captain. I don't think he was that happy with the run out. And he's responded well to keep that as a positive over for the Australian 22s. 11 runs after 2 overs.
Yeah, look, that's great effort with an out and with a lot of balls being soaked up. They've still just taken off. And again, Hemingway, good bowler. These 2 sides are going to have some epic battles during this. I guess one of the things that is different in this grade, with 1 going straight through and 2 playing 3. These 2 sides are likely to play each other here and in the final. Whereas in the men's grade, with 1 and 2 playing a semi-final, the top 2 sides are likely to play themselves in the round robin, that semi and a final, so they get 3 cracks. So it's a different format. They get a little bit less of a look at each other.
Regan Craig is going to bowl over number 7, and the Australians on 11 for the partnership. 33 for the total. Well placed in these early stages of the innings. Here's Craig. Half a chance there. And he's his home. 2 runs. Full, driven, well fielded off his own bowling. Not a bad little effort. If that flick had gone closer to the stumps, it would have been tight, but in the end, Van Hees comfortably home.
Yeah, one of the things, if I was coaching New Zealand right now, I'd be trying to keep Van Hees on strike a little bit more. I don't think De Rosario enjoyed that early. I have not seen that into cricket previously, the reverse lap. It's not an international into cricket anyway. I've seen that in a bit of club stuff, but pretty clear he can play it.
Straight back to the receiver.
2 on the leg side and 1 on the off, so he's trying to get the ball to the side with one fielder. But he has allowed himself to put on 3rd ball.
The score has to change. Short in and at the hip. Rosario quite comfortably puts that away for 2.
I am starting to wonder if this New Zealand 22 side has got some 3rd ball options they're not prepared to show. But these options that we're seeing don't look. That might have been, that's a pretty good 3rd ball option there. The 3rd ball bowling, the plans don't seem to the standard of everything else they do to me,
Do you think that's a valid tactic? I mean, your point earlier, this will be the first and only time they'll play each other during the round games, and will potentially meet in the World Cup final. So it's a valid strategy to withhold some things in this game, do you think?
Look, I think that these 2 sides will have watched enough coverage of each other and seen enough of each other. They'll have some pretty comprehensive views. I don't think you want to go and not bowl your off-cutter, because they know you've got an off-cutter. They've known it for 2 weeks before they got here,
Yes, yeah.
But maybe a 3rd ball plan is a little bit different. Maybe they've got something they particularly think will work against the side. They're trying to tuck it away. It's possible. I'd have 1 or 2 things I imagine I'm trying to tuck away for later. Again, particularly as the South African side looks a bit like a development side, and you do think if you come second, you're still going to, and if Australia win this game, 3 games ahead of New Zealand, but that's a pretty big jump. That does seem to put them through. It's hard to see the side losing 3 games after this, even though they've got a couple of big games to go.
Ladder is the bowler, left alone by Van Hees. It's turned back inside that line. A fair delivery.
They only got the wicket in the first partnership.
Now finds the edge, and they take the catch. An important wicket late in this partnership for the Kiwis.
3rd wicket for New Zealand, 3rd wicket for Jackson.
Here it is on the replay. So a big turn there. And Van Hees trying to play against the spin.
Yeah.
3 balls remain. Kicked out there by De Rosario. Tough little battle now. New Zealand in front in the partnership, you would have to think.
Yeah, no doubt. And I don't think you'll see De Rosario particularly phased by that. He'll just hit another down at 2 or 3, giving opportunity. 3rd ball to finish it off. Bailey Ladder started the season as just a gimme rolling off-spin bowler. He's done a lot of work on just getting this to bite a bit more and bounce a bit more. And good reward. You know, you'll have to see players who work really hard at something to find some success for doing it. You know?
Comfortable finish there for De Rosario. Grabs 2. A competitive little partnership. That was 2 wickets for the New Zealand side and 15 runs for Australia. They've moved to 37. Still well balanced little contest. 37 on the board. They'll both feel like they're in it here, Paul.
Yeah, they really will. It'll be frustrating for De Rosario. I figure he might have faced maybe 8 or 9 balls in that partnership, and looked very positive while he did it. You know, so he'll feel that he wants to see a little bit more strike in a match, so he can continue to accumulate. And he has to go away and look a little bit about that. I think, particularly how to get off strike a little bit more often.
Well, it felt the same to me, but he actually faced 12. Faced exactly half.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm surprised at that.
And,
fair enough.
and in fact on 3rd ball twice as well. So soaked up a few dots. Cameron Todd and Jaden Teskey at the crease now for Australia. Micah Conroy is going to bowl the first over to them live from Casey Stadium.
You won't be surprised to hear he's quite nippy. They have a few of these guys who are certainly above medium pace. Well, that didn't look that quick to me. Interesting, I watched part of the New Zealand Juniors vs South Africa game yesterday, and I sat to the side. We watched it all from here. It's really hard from behind to get a real understanding of the speed. You watch it side on, and you just go, wow, it's quick.
Well, that was a little quicker, a little straighter, still moving away, and he's bowled him. A great start here for Micah Conroy. Let's take a look on the replay for that late shape right in the middle stump.
Yeah, that's tough movement. That has come from outside the leg side wide line.
It has. See, Todd moved right across
to the top of middle. That is a useful delivery.
Yeah, stick that one in the highlight reel, Micah Conroy.
Yeah. Look, Conroy bowling right arm round outswing at this. It does look as if Todd wants to stay inside the ball. And they may be looking to expose that to some degree. Again, I've only seen a couple of balls, but Todd does seem to want to stay inside the ball when he bats. Is that a Teskey batting?
It is. It's Jaden Teskey.
Any relation?
Yeah, it's Lyle and Katrina's son.
I don't think he can bat.
2 balls remain. He was part of the Queensland men's national champion side this year with his father.
Yeah, that'll be a great moment for Lyle. Eh? Great servant. He'll love that.
Absolutely. They knocked off the Australian Capital Territory in the last over. A big win for Queensland. The Nationals came back. -2 from that over. A great start for New Zealand. Conroy looked sharp. Good shape.
Jackson to bowl. They've held him back a long way with the new ball. Jackson and the Wellington Outdoor squad contracted first-class cricketer in New Zealand. And, you know, there's some talk that when he ventures back, he may be the quickest here. And
when you say the quickest here, are you saying the quickest in the 22 or the quickest in the building?
The quickest in the building.
All right.
Now, again, I think it's always very subjective. And I only get to watch him from behind. He's definitely sharp. And, you know, there's a lot of guys around that have got a yard.
Oh, yeah? Fair assessment, Paul. Through at reasonable pace.
One thing he's done throughout the tournament is bowled waist high. He's bowled one and out to cricket they call a first-class length. You know? And I'm interested to see if he keeps it here.
Yeah, that's express. He's going to be a tough customer to get away.
Yeah, look, I think you've got this partnership at the moment where Teskey just falls a little bit to the offside and you want to bring the ball back at him. And his partner wants to be inside the ball and you want to take the ball across him. So he's quite nice third ball. Oh,
that's a good response from Teskey. He had something to say about it too as he got down the other end.
I've got no doubt. Yeah.
Through the back net for 4.
Mate, is he the tallest in the family?
Yes. Again, Todd backing away, trying to give himself some room. And another ball goes over the top of the stumps.
Good contest this, you know. Teskey, great, right? Gets a couple of quick balls, struggles, bang, his ball 3.
4,
Jackson
got it to the back.
Straight back at it.
Called through, a good confident call, an early one and a safe single. Keep the score ticking over, 1 ball remains. We've got 2 fielders moving over on the legs of the left-hander. Oh, will they appeal for this? They do. So the theory being that it's come off the bat onto the shoe and gone way over there to point.
Have you ever seen an umpire give one of those, Ken?
No.
I'm not quite sure why they get quite so excited about them.
Here it is on the replay. Oh, they've got a case to make there, don't they?
Yeah, they do. But he's never going to give it. And, you know, Potts perhaps made a, you know, from what a question decision late in the game yesterday, but I don't think he's going to bluff it. I mean, he can't give that because how's an umpire see that at game speed? I mean, if that's a final and you're allowed to review it, which you're not because it's not a run out, that might be out. But, yeah.
Well, we will have video refs, video umpires for finals, but they'll only be ruling on runouts. We won't be seeing anyone review something like that. And look, on second viewing, I think that's hit the ground, then his shoe, and then popped over to point. Hemingway to bowl.
You would think if that's clear contact on his foot, we'd see some limping. That would have hurt.
Yeah, and it wouldn't have gone as far either.
Unlikely.
Driven into the back court for 5 runs. Cameron Todd has looked to give himself some room. He didn't need to on that occasion. Plenty of width, and he punished it.
Yeah, Hemingway's a guy who I thought played really well in provincials, had a pretty disappointing week here. He'll be back. He's a good cricketer. He won't be enjoying that start very much, but he's a good cricketer.
And another great shot there from Jaden Teskey. That Jackson over was sharp, created lots of pressure, but still 5 runs from it, a positive over for Australia. They'll be quite happy to neutralise that bowling.
Yeah, they faced Conroy and Jackson and they're away, and you know there's lots of men's sides that haven't been able to do that. So you know, again, that's a good quality contest. Another partnership looking around 20.
Yeah, the call was late. Teskey's a big lad, but not enough time to get down there in New Zealand. You give them an opportunity like that, they are going to pounce. Take a look at the replay. Just look here. There's the shot. It took a second to make the call as they had to determine whether it got outside of the reach of the fielder, and that was enough time to hold up. Teskey's not happy. And another wicket falls. Through the gap, a chance at the top. That is sharp fielding from Jackson there on the 3 line. Can bowl, G can field, can't he?
You can. New Zealand's got a policy with under 22 players. If the men's team can't say, I think I'll play them in my 8, they play 22s. So they don't bring 22 players to a World Cup with an intent to put them on the bench. They put them in the side and make them play, you know. And I think Jackson would have been right on the verge of that conversation. You know, would he have been in the starting 8? Clearly they decided that he wouldn't have been. But I think if they picked their strongest 12, if there wasn't a 22s, I think Jackson may well have made the side.
Yeah, look, I don't know that I'm a fan of that. I think if he's in the 12, he should be in the men's side.
New Zealand have done it for a long time, Cam. They really want him to play cricket here. And, you know, we're hoping he'll play a Junior World Cup final and become a better player for it. I think, you know, again, I can see the... I think about it, I don't think New Zealand has quite the endless depth that Australia has. And, you know, Toby Finlay, on the other hand, he got picked in the men's side because at that stage they felt he was a starting 8 player for them.
Yeah, looking at Jackson, if you're telling me that he was on the fringes of being in that men's side and he wasn't picked because he wouldn't have been in the 8, you can't tell me that he wouldn't have played games this week and pressed for a spot in that 8. Yeah,
I can tell you.
I understand the policy. It's just it wouldn't be mine.
I don't think the New Zealand coaches thought that was the case. I think Michael Conway would have been another one in that conversation.
And here he is again, his second over to this pair, mind you. Feel like New Zealand might feel they can get on top here. 12 runs on the board and 5 balls remaining for this partnership. Driven to the back for 7. Little half volley and Teskey puts it away.
It's just a feature of this tournament, isn't it? No matter what your partnership is. You bowl a half volley at these guys in today's world, they just give you everything. Oh.
Back live. It's
You know, in the past, people used to punch their 7s. These guys just bash their 7s.
absolutely. And that's the second back net, well, third back net shot of this pair. They've lost a couple of wickets. They're still on 19. Oh, great catch there from Jackson. The shot was up. He's everywhere, this Jackson. I always talk about the 3-line fielder being one of the toughest spots and the most important spots on the field. You've got to cover so much ground and so much area. That is perfect fielding, moving into that front court and at the batter. That's exactly what you want to see.
And we've seen him be great from up and we've seen him be great from down. You know, that was nice and low. We've seen him up high, reaching for the ball and turning and throwing and knocking the poles down. Look, again, good athlete. And this, one thing we are seeing, I think, in these grades all through, we're just seeing more natural, physical athletes, guys who are just, you know, capable of doing things physically that past players would have struggled with.
And that was the last ball. And a great set of 4 overs there for New Zealand. Australia losing 1, 2, 3 wickets throughout the partnership. Fortunately for them, a couple of back net shots has meant that that's not a too low. The partnership isn't too low. Still 14 on the board. 51 is the total. I think, though, New Zealand with their noses in front, Paul.
Look, pretty tight. We talked at the start about partnerships between 15 to 20 being par. We've seen 1, 2 runs above 20. We've seen a 15. We've seen 1, 1 below 15. But all in the park. And, you know, these two sides are, I think, to be honest, I think they're really enjoying having a crack at each other here, you know. Attack and counter-attack. And, again, they've lost 3 wickets and they're still prepared to be positive. And I really like that approach. I personally think we're starting to see the benefits of the rule changes in the last 10 years, Cam. 6-ball over cricket. But we're starting to see the impact of that on players, that are prepared to be more positive. The 3rd ball rule keeps the game rolling along. We're just getting some great spectacles into cricket these days.
So 51 on the board for Australia. Brock Lawrence and Riley Cameron at the crease for Australia. Lawrence certainly won't be shy here. I've told this story before on commentary. I'll do it again. The players from New South Wales, they were in the semi-final in the local nationals here for the 22s. They were in front on the last ball. The coach signalled no, just stay there, and he ran out and hit it 5.
I got to say, as a coach, great on the 5. I'm not that thrilled.
Nor was Will Badger.
Oh, Badger was coaching him, was he?
He was.
Oh, he would have hated it. Yeah.
So 2 fielders on the legs of Brock Lawrence. Driven and dropped.
Yeah, I think Scribble put a hand out.
Yeah.
Look at, might even just touched the end of the finger. Scribble's looking at it. just got a little deflection on it.
Yeah.
If that's the case, Loughton does well just to stay in and
Absolutely.
not bail out. You know?
Here it is. Just a little deflection that absolutely makes sense. Unlucky for New Zealand. A life for Australia.
It's one of the things where, you know, teams need to learn, right? That's on the black. And if it's on the black, it's backsticks.
Yeah.
You know, and, you know, for mine, he just needs to let that go and trust Loughton to do the job he's there for. Good hands, Bailey Loughton.
And another front foot, no ball.
You know, I'm not a detailed dude, but before World Cups, every World Cup I coached to, I send someone to the centre and measured the bowling run-up 2 or 3 months in front, mucked it at our training. So we trained on the exact length of the bowling run-ups that we were going to play on. And you get the impression here that we're seeing a few New Zealand players just hitting the front foot line, and which means it's probably 6 inches shorter than they used to. And, you know, this is part of the preparation they need to get right.
Well, with or without that preparation, I mean, it's not like they're coming in off 22 steps. It's literally 6 steps, you know. It's not that hard. And it's just a sign as well, I think, of bowlers just pushing a little too hard, pushing for that extra half yard. But it's just such an unforced error.
It really is. Jackson to bowl. Australia perhaps getting us back to even with that 10 run over, 60 after 13. Right him again.
This will be a good contest, Jackson and Lawrence.
He's not going to drive that for 5. Well, if he does, he's pretty special talent. It's one of the issues with the drop catch, isn't it? You probably want to get Lawrence early and put a bit of pressure on him.
It's a good angle of the bat. It is a single. It's a safe one. It's actually one of the things that impresses me about Lawrence is that he can absolutely blitz it, but he's not a slogger by any means. He's got a good cricket talent. Driven well by Cameron.
Another great shot. These two again, they look like good cricketers, you know. So this will be a good battle. You know, one of the dangers, you keep Jackson late because you have a plan, but it gives him a softer ball.
Yeah. It's up.
Oh,
it falls safe. Gets away with it, Lawrence. It's just through square leg there, little leg glance. 2 in the book.
It'd be interesting if we're going to see the reverse of this in the second innings. In this inning so far, right, New Zealand have gone Australia with a lot of bowling, and Australia have just come back and battered with good bats, right? And in the second innings, we might see a New Zealand side, Australian side, probably not going to have the same level of attack, and a New Zealand side that's not going to have the same quality throughout the batting lineup, you know? So it'll be different innings, might be a similar outcome, but it'll be a different structure of innings, I'd expect.
And well batted there for the Australian side. 6 runs from the over. They find their way to 16. And they've neutralised Ryan Jackson. Your point, he's bowled late with a softer ball.
He bowled an over at the South African last pair for this kid, because the South African last pair smashed the New Zealand men yesterday. Ryan Jackson bowled an over at that partnership yesterday and just bounced them out. And I think it was -10 or so. It was pretty fearsome stuff.
Yeah, so another reason they may be ruining the fact that he's not in the men's side. Jackson Hemingway will bowl the penultimate over of the innings. Tucked away behind square by Cameron.
Look, it's one of the things about New Zealand 12, you know. Lee Kelly picked the side that he wants. Sunil Sharma was a player who must have been very close. Ryan Jackson, another player that must have been very close. And it was a really decent depth conversation for them, I think. And again, you've got to say that, you know, first game of the tournament, they turned up and looked like he got it right. Perhaps in a couple of games since, it hasn't looked quite so clear. Hemingway.
Ball high.
It's a no ball for height.
you're not really willing to want to bowl at Hemingway's pace because it's going to cost a couple more as well. And I'm pleased to see it. I think there's been a few go through the video that haven't been called. It's nice to see an umpire being on the ball and calling that.
Straight back. And sent back. 2 balls remain. Chance at the top, but Lawrence is home.
Well, it's been really solid, hasn't he? After the early drop, he's just, paddled away. They haven't given anything to hit, and he hasn't tried to hit it, which is exactly what he should be doing.
Left alone and a leg side to finish the over.
It's going to be interesting, the Australian 22s, 142, 134, 102, 94, 97. Trending down. But perhaps a little, looking at this state, they might score a little below what they've scored in their previous games, but not a lot. And no one scored 100 against them. 93, 86, 99, 82, 84. I think we're still in for a rip of a game here. Looking like. It gives the impression here that, a big over either way is not impossible.
Advances and it'll, it's 7. I wasn't sure which hand was going to go up. Both of them did. That's what Lawrence can do.
Well, look at the replay on this. Could Ladder have caught us? He didn't think so.
Yeah, he left it. Maybe he could have gone. Gee, that's tight. Fair.
Yeah.
I've got no problem with that being given not out.
Yeah, me too. Again, me, I just think that we want to see umpires giving the benefit of the doubt to the batter, and if it's tight, it's not out. And we don't see batsmen that are in being given out. I think when batsmen that are out are given in, they're given out. That's for mine. That's a cardinal sin from umpires.
Driven again, a deflection. Talked a little bit about Lawrence, and he's punished one to the back net. Also, really impressed with Riley Cameron.
Yeah,
Looks rock solid. The Australian nationals here played for the Western Australian men's side. He's come through their system, through the junior system for it's given out. He's got an edge on that. He knows it too.
That is, they've been really good, but he's just chased a wide down the left side and nicked out on it. He'll be very disappointed in that outcome,
Here it is on the replay. Well wide, could have left it. And he's just tacked something he shouldn't have, and a little shake of the head, he knows.
Yeah, hands off the bat and apology to his partner, but well before it's caught, Let's see what he does this ball.
Dropped, and he gets through for a single.
New Zealand needs to grab a couple of these chances.
Well, that was a gift, that was. Lawrence trying to make up for the wicket and find the back net again. Straight back and dropped. Last ball now.
Nice finish from Craig here. He's come back into it nicely. I think.
And that's, you're right, it is a nice finish. A dot ball, 31 for the partnership and 82 for the Australian side. That's pretty well a pass score here at the Indoor Cricket World Cup, the under-22 men's division, ladies and gentlemen. And we've said it a few times, Paul. As we might take a look at some highlights as we think about this innings. It's just been a great contest.
Great bit of work there, Ryan Jackson. I think the first 3 wickets for New Zealand, Ryan Jackson was the fielder. Took some really nice stuff.
And there's that slight hesitation that got them that run out.
Followed by the 7. I'm not sure if we're going to see those. There's another version of that. Teskey hits the 7 soon after this. That was a great shot from Teskey. Just picked it up off a length and bangs it.
Whack.
Yeah.
This was Lawrence, his version. You see, millimetre freeze frame, that's out, right?
Yeah,
but
I think it is.
Again, as we said with the first time we saw that replay, no problem with it being given not out.
In the break, I got a bit of a question for you about that stuff, Cam. Another I think that one's a little bit of a waste, you know.
Here's a drop catch.
He's got
Right back to the bowler.
Not hit
He
that
didn't have to
hard.
move at all. That's where it ended up after delivering the ball. And, well, that's a gift for Australia, and the difference between 80 plus and something in the 70s, folks. We're coming to you live from Casey Stadium in the state of Victoria, Australia. And in Melbourne being the capital, in Melbourne you can uncover places of significance to Aboriginal people and understand the locals who were and still are central to Aboriginal existence. When you land in Melbourne, Aboriginal experiences are numerous around the city centre. Art, culture, nature and history are all available in abundance in Melbourne, in the lands of the Kulin Nation. Across Victoria and in the heart of the city, you can experience the spiritual beliefs and unique traditions of Australia's first people. Visit their culturally significant sites, view renowned areas and become part of their living history. There's cultural centres, national parks, wetlands, wildlife reserves, public and private art galleries and institutions, including the Koori Heritage Trust. There's something to inspire all people on the rich and complex history of Aboriginal Victorians. Not only a beautiful part of Australia, but one enriched with history, Paul, with the Indigenous people of Australia in the lands of the Kulin Nation.
The Melbourne people friendly too, mate. I spent a couple of days down in the city before I came out here. I was at a conference, and Melbourne people just lovely people, friendly, always offering a little bit of help here and there.
A great part of the world to visit, so particularly those of you watching on YouTube internationally, if you do make it to this part of the world, be sure to come and visit Victoria. And we do, of course, thank the Victorian State Government for their support of this event and indeed all cricket events here in Victoria. So 82 on the board for Australia in the under-22s clash against New Zealand. It's Indoor Cricket's World Cup live on KO Sports and on YouTube internationally.
Looks beautifully set up, Cam.
Bailey Ladder and Liam McCarthy at the crease. Brock Lorenz will bowl the first over.
New Zealand two chases where they had two occasions they haven't scored this many against Australia and New Zealand men's.
We're underway.
Three more.
And what a start for Latter. Bangs a 4, Paul.
Mate, Bailey is a good bat, and you know, if you asked him what he wants to do on a Saturday night, he wants to go to the centre and just have some throwdowns. He just loves batting.
Oh, straight through, Lorenz responds. A huge wicket early for the Australians. He won't have been happy to be sent to the back. Comes up with the goods for Australia. Here it is on the replay.
Oh,
There's
no.
top and middle.
Another inside quarter of the bat there. You know, he's clearly getting a little bit of something back in towards Hemingway here.
2 balls remain.
So McCarthy here.
Back down the court for a single. The final ball of the opening over of this run chase. Finishes with a leg side. He's not happy either with a call or with a ball, but certainly was a wide. And 2 runs from the over. Good start for Australia.
Yeah, mate, it's interesting in the cricket, isn't it? You know, one of the things you've got to bat, bowl and field, and that gives coaches, you know, they've got to work out what they want and how they're going to do it. Rob Boyston is always going to pick a batting side. Done it for as long as I've known. He loves 8 good bats. You know, Paul Anderson, always going to pick a couple of guys that could bowl and field. You know, they're going to bring those players through and make them really good at it. And now we see the battle. And you have an area of strength. If you want an area of strength in the cricket, you've got to be having an area where you're just not quite as strong. And I'm interested to see how these two play out.
Beaten off the first ball. Well bowled from Langdon.
So when I say not quite as strong, not weak. The bowling so far has been pretty good.
Punched through to the onside for 2 by McCarthy.
Ladder through the leg side for 3 there. Up on his toes, just waits on it, punches it through.
Jaden, just watch the checking of the striker there, please.
You do feel like the future of indoor cricket's pretty good when you watch this game, don't you, Cam?
Definitely. Short and wide and put away by McCarthy for 2. Yeah, I was talking about Riley Cameron coming through the junior system for WA. That's true of a lot of these players in their respective states. And likely, I'm talking about Australians now, likely we might see a number of these guys make their way through to the men's side at some point.
Yeah, you've got to presume at some stage, again, I was talking to Mr. Blaze the other day, that the home World Cup, some legends in the team, winning a home World Cup would be a pretty nice place to say, I've had 5 World Cups and that'll do, thanks very much, So you do expect to see some opportunity to turn up for other players coming into the Australian side at some point, and these guys look like they'll be well at home. There's Paul Anderson talking to the batsmen, so Sonny Chan down here talking to the bowlers. Paul Anderson up there talking to the batters. They seem to have really defined roles in the management of this team. Jimmy Kirk, the manager, holding it all together.
So 11 runs off that over a much better one it was for the New Zealand side, and they're back on song here in the contest for this first skin and looking for par, which is 20-something.
Yeah, they'll be both sides will feel they've a good chance of picking this skin up at this point, right?
Fascinating indoor cricket here at the World Cup. The under-22s. Here's Van Hees. Finds the edge. Past the mitts of Riley Cameron.
Quite late.
Yep. Comfortable 2 for Latta. Building nicely towards this skin. New Zealand, Australia, they'll need to take, well, at least 1 more wicket in this partnership, you would think. Driven, kept off the net, and in fact, it'll be a dot. Got a hand to it, did Langdon, knocked it into the side net, probably saved 1.
Yeah, look, Bailey Latta a little bit late to go then as well. If he'd got that in the hand, that might have been a bit, we might have seen them both at the same end there, I think. An interesting field from the Australia juniors there. To Rosario, a little bit straighter than normal at point, and creating a little area it's quite hard to get the ball through there between him and cover. A little further apart for them for McCarthy, but quite tight together for Latta.
So 6 runs from the over, another good one for New Zealand. They're on 19. They'll need 4 runs to win this first skin. And it looks as if it's going to be Cameron Todd. Gets them through quite quickly. There's another player from Western Australia. Another player that's come through the juniors. Took part in their men's side this year. Quite a strong player. And I like this option.
Western Australia perhaps not at the top of the cycle for men's cricket, but they have been a factory for developing world-class indoor cricketers. Boy, there's been some great players come out of there in the last 10 years. Hopes comes to mind.
Nick Grice, former Australian captain.
Oh my gosh, could he play?
One of the most exciting players to watch just about anywhere on the court, particularly in that front court, some of the stuff he could produce.
Those two got 50 in a state championship final.
Yeah.
That is going. But Todd
still
looks
hurts,
good
Paul, still hurts.
Yeah. I've lost one as well, Cam. Don't let's be clear.
Well, how about McCarthy, who's just punched that to the back net for 7, and you would think New Zealand are going to bank this first skin now and take box seat here early in this run chase.
I think it was McCarthy who hit Guy Coleman for 7 with the ball to go in the 15th over to set us up to win the semi-final at the New Zealand clubs. And I've watched Guy Coleman play cricket for a long time. I don't recall too many 7s off him. I'm surprised McCarthy's opening because he has closed really well.
Great player and a good bloke, Guy Coleman.
Yeah, mate, he's a guy that's really matured into it over time, I think.
And New Zealand now pushing past 30. 2 balls remain. Driven again to the backcourt for 5. It's a huge over for New Zealand. Taking control of this run chase just in the last 4 balls.
Tiski sending the line fielder back here. To the wrong player for mine too. All the Baylada's going to do is that. Maybe needs to go back to McCarthy rather. Interesting, the placement from McCarthy, exactly the same line. A foot in from the corner both times. Great placement.
And 18 runs off that final over. New Zealand banked that first skin and they are well and truly in control here in this run chase. We're coming to you live from Casey Stadium on KO Sports here in Australia and YouTube around the world. We hope you are enjoying the coverage and do encourage you to stick around throughout the day. Plenty more to come from Casey Stadium coming up next at 11 a.m. I should say, Australian Daylight Time. It's the United Arab Emirates up against India, which is a massive game in the context of the men's division. That's going to be such a cracking game, and on the line there is a place in the world group for the final. So that's going to be some exciting cricket in the first of an additional 5 games still to come here from Casey Stadium. So again, please do stay with us. Micah Conroy and Regan Craig at the crease now for New Zealand, with Lachlan Campbell has the ball in hand. 2 fielders on the leg side here. One at square leg, the other fairly straight there in the front court. Campbell gets us back underway.
That's why it's such a fantastic spectacle and such a great game, Cam. In the space of 4 balls, New Zealand are in control, and in the space of 4 balls, it can be back in balance.
Yeah.
You know, it only takes Australia here to get a couple of wickets, and all of a sudden, everything starts sticking. You get a little bit of a roll, and the game changes, and that's into cricket for us. Why it's such a brilliant spectacle.
Yeah, it was a great piece of fielding from Langdon, but he didn't need to let go of that, and his teammates needed to let him know there was no run on there. The way that he fielded that, he was unsided for both bats. They needed to tell him to hold on to that. At the same time, Lorenz probably needed to stay at the sticks.
Yep.
Finds the net. Great shot there from Conroy. Comfortable and safe. 2 balls remain. Watchfully played. One to come now. And pushes it down the legs to finish. Another good over for New Zealand. 7 runs from it. What that first pair has done, Paul, is taken an enormous amount of pressure off the next 3. You're right. Australia, a couple of wickets here. They're straight back into it. But as a consequence of that first partnership, New Zealand need to take less risks. They need to score less often. And that shot to the 3-line fielder Langdon there's probably a good example. They might have, if they were behind the 8 ball a little bit here, New Zealand might have run on that. But because there was some doubt in their mind, they don't need to. They've got plenty of runs on the board. They take that risk out of the game and create less opportunities for Australia to take those wickets that they do need to get back in the contest.
And the other thing they're going to do is they're going to draw bowlers. Australia now can't do anything but bowl. They've got to bowl some heat here. They've got to try and get some wickets. So that should make things, again, more comfortable later for them.
Here's Teskey. Dealt with well by Conroy. Another wonderful shot there on the onside for 2. Very little risk. This time on the offside through the bat of Craig. Another 2. Not only New Zealand on the march towards this total, but looking great to take this second skin. Little fuller
from Teskey there.
Yep.
Look, I do think here that Teskey, great bat, looks a bit up and down with the ball, and that Australia here do need to find next over, if they don't get a wicket here, they're going to have to go to somebody who can get them a wicket. Who can earn a wicket. With Teskey, you feel as if, you know, a batter might need to make a mistake here to get out, and that can happen. You know, a great bit of fielding can happen, but they'll need to bring someone on who's got something a little bit special. I've only seen Teskey bowl 5 balls. He might have something a little bit special tucked away, you know, but they need to make it hard for New Zealand here.
Well, Teskey's put them on 3rd ball here, just bowling a little fuller. An opportunity here for the Australian 22s.
He'll get his 3rd ball option right, I reckon.
And in on the legs and tucked away behind square.
It's over.
Brings the over to an end. It is another good one for New Zealand. 14 on the board, halfway through the partnership. I'm with you, Bots. Australia need to attack and attack hard.
We saw South Africa lose a game to, I can't remember who it was, but they've lost a few. Might have been Australia actually. And they bowled their best bowler when the game was over by 20 runs. And you're just like, and he still nearly won it for you. You got them back in it, right?
Yeah.
And you're just like, come on, mate, you know, get them in the game while the game's on. And you know, there's no point in hanging on here trying to win the last skin. You've got to try and win this game, and that means you've got to come and bring what you've got with the ball here. And if you bowl out and it doesn't work well, you know, that's what you've got to take.
Thanks, Riley.
Riley Cameron, the bowler, starts short and wide, put away for 2.
2.
Craig and Conroy batting.
Fuller just outside off stump.
1.
Conroy can't find the net, but a safe single. Same area. Good movement from the Australian field there that puts them down in the mine, and it will be a dot.
He's bowling good areas, and you can see the fielder there trying to go up and trying to help him out, you know. Just pick up one nice out, put a bit of pressure on, get the skin back in the game. I always remember, you know, back in the day, fielding teams would always say one more, you know, we just need 1 here, we need 1 here. And now we'll say, we just need 2 here, guys. Come on, guys. 2 will change this game.
Yeah.
And you get the feeling that 2 will change this game.
Direction.
Changes his approach.
It's been a good over. He's bowled some good areas, he's bowled good length the whole way through.
Nice ball, thanks, Riley.
He's given them a chance to get into it, you know. He'll look to finish nice and strong here.
Oh, yes, no, and a direct hit, and there it is. That's what Australia needed. You heard the call. It was a no, then a yes.
It's a really good over from Cameron. He's worked really hard to create that out. And direct hit, well, if you look at the replay, Craig looks short without a dive for mine.
Yeah, Van Heesen is here. He moves well, keeps it off the net.
Good length, changes hands.
That's a great piece of fielding, that is. He was off balance when he got rid of the ball because he had to bounce into the net. Came out of the net, threw it down in a direct hit, a tight call, but a huge wicket for the Australians. It brings them back into the contest for this final skin, and the captain, this final over for the second skin, the captain, De Rosario, is going to bowl over number 8.
It's a great bit of work because he was on that arm in the net, he couldn't throw from his left hand. You know, because his arm was against the net, he's got no way to get out and throw. So he just changed hands, threw it with his right, hits the poles off balance. That's a great bit of work. That's what does lift a fielding side. I like this as well, you know, I think nice over there and following up with the leg spin. I think it's a really good option. Do you know if he's got a wrong one?
Does.
No, we'll see that at some stage pretty soon, I think. He's got 2 leggies.
Chance at the top.
Yeah, look, it's one of those
Not
things.
in there.
He's looking over there and he is thinking, come on, buddy. That you pick that up and hit and that's out. And, you know, we need that right now.
He's too deep.
Yes,
Campbell is way too deep. So he's As we see more runs there. Campbell's starting very deep. I don't know if he's been asked to do that, but when he moves the 2 or 3 steps in that a three-line fielder does, he's only ending up on the line rather than right there in the front court. You contrast that with Jackson in the New Zealand innings. He was well and truly into the front court.
It was the toppy and maybe or the wrong end. It definitely came back a little bit, and maybe for the wrong end, maybe he knows, and maybe he held it a little bit because it's spinning back into the bat. But I'd still have him pushing in at this stage of the game. When you're hunting a wicket, there's a skin on the line. He gets that direct hit there, and all of a sudden there's some pressure on.
Another opportunity.
And that pressure stops New Zealand from being able to build away. They've then got to hold on to the skin and get in front and defend it out.
So 2 runs off the final delivery. New Zealand take another skin, and a partnership of 24-61 on the board in pursuit of Australia's 82. They're looking quite healthy here at the halfway stage of the innings. Australia will need to find something special to stay in the game here at the World Cup of Indoor Cricket. A long chat here with Rob Boyston, you see on our screens.
Yeah, he's certainly mellowed because they were able to get that close to him a few years ago. They'd have had to stand a couple of yards back for the volume coming at them. Look, interesting. I talked about when New Zealand was playing the Australian ladies that sometimes when it's not going your way, you've still got some stuff to learn. I think the Australians will have a look at that second partnership. I think there's some stuff we can do there. I think they'll look at that partnership and think, that was a bit slow to run out. He should have made that, and they'll be interested in picking that kind of stuff up and seeing what they can do with that. So I don't think all doom and gloom for them, and still a game to win here and a couple of skins to win. And again, they need to get on the attack as quick as they can.
Yeah, that run out, what was interesting about that for me as well is there was almost an identical delivery 2 or 3 balls earlier where they called no and stuck with that call. So we see this first delivery from, as it caught the glove, but it'll fall safe anyway. Scoble and Hemingway at the crease. And I think with that ball where they didn't run, they thought, maybe there was a run there. And almost identical outcome of the next, so they went no, then yes.
Look, it's one of the great rewards. Bowler bowled 6 good length deliveries in a row, and it created something. It created a little bit of indecision for him, and then it created a wicket for him. And it's not usual for 22 to be quite as consistent as that. I thought it was a really good over. I thought it was a really good reward for him. Looks like a cricketer to me.
Brock Lawrence continues. Scoble gets away with a single.
Hemingway.
Beg your pardon, I was looking at a delayed scorebook in front of me. It was Hemingway with a single. It's into the back court for 5.
You just don't need it when it's not going your way. Like, you don't need a little mishead to go to the back corner for 5. That's in the cricket. It can be a cruel mistress.
A wild throw. It will stay a dot. It's been another good over here for New Zealand. Rock and Brock Lawrence come up with his, going to move around the wicket to the left-hander. Full and at the body. Lucky to get away with that. They will start the second over on 3rd ball, but 7 runs from the over. They're well on their way here, the Kiwis. Tell you what, we've talked a little bit about Sonny Chan, the assistant coach for this side. Yeah, he's up here helping out, giving instructions, whatever, but he's watching every single thing the Australian bowlers are doing, how they're holding the ball, what changes with their approach. If they a step wider, that means they're going to bowl this. Great intelligence from an experienced international player and coach.
World Cup winner for New Zealand in the Masters grade.
That's it. What a massive asset for New Zealand.
Yeah, and a Trans-Tasman winner as well. We don't have too many that have won both, and in the Masters grade in both. But Australia will feel like they need to finish that. That's ball 3. One thing I always believe, Cam, is that when the ball comes down off a net in front of the field, in the front half, that should be out.
Yeah.
If you can just dive forward, you're in a pretty good position to do something good. Sonny,
gee, that was tight. Sorry to cut you off there, Paul.
Give you the benefit of the doubt there, Jay.
That's okay, no worries at all.
To the ball, but be mindful.
Anyway, not particularly pleased with where Teskey got. A little apology from Teskey. I like that. I think with Australia and New Zealand games, not all countries are the same, Cam, but Australia and New Zealand traditionally play really hard cricket. but they're really clean. There's no one deliberately running lines to block, and you don't have to worry about that kind of. They're not throwing the ball at you. They're trying pretty hard to get you out. But you don't generally see players
Bottom edge there.
getting in the way. It's played in a pretty good spirit, pretty hard.
It'll be third ball now. A huge opportunity for Australia to stay in this game. Scoble hasn't looked that comfortable against Langdon. That's right on the stumps. Doesn't have to do a lot with that, but angle the bat and hit a wonderful shot for 2.
Yeah, you're right. Again, it's been a decent over, Cam, and they're trying to get back into the skin and into this game. They just need one here to get them on a roll.
Straight into the fielder and a dot ball to finish. A tight over there from Langdon. 4 runs from it. New Zealand still in charge.
2 overs without a wicket and 11 on the board. They're doing a nice job here of making it tough, and that's what you can do at this stage, right? You've got to make it tough. You've got to hang around. One of the things, for me, every ball you can keep that side behind you, you stay in the game. And this right now is about just making it as tough as you can for them to catch you. If you could grab this third skin, it'd be a real bonus. I might be bowling the keeper pretty soon. I think he bowled a really good over.
Riley Cameron.
Yeah.
Van Hees bowling this over, the 11th, and they'll be on third ball again. An opportunity here.
They're doing a nice job here of bowling straight and making them work.
Driven into the onside for 2. It was flat, but in the gap.
Yeah, be disappointed with that on third ball again. That's full leg stump doesn't appear to be. Well, it seems in this game it is a bit of an option for both sides. I'm a bit surprised, to be honest.
Heaps of room outside off for Hemingway to grab 2.
Bowlers changing direction. One.
And a comfortable single. They're ahead in the partnership now, the skin. And if this partnership can get up above the Australian total, that's going to give the last pair the freedom to chase that 31.
Yeah, look, I think
Driven.
one of the things they'll be looking for, you have little targets in the back of the mind. You've got 7 balls to go. I'll be looking for 10 here to get to 87 and put my side 1 wicket in front. Now, you don't have to get there, but you'd be aware that's a nice spot to come out if you can make it go your way. Van Hees bowling a couple of good deliveries, and then the old one is a little bit too full.
2 runs to close out the over. Another good one for New Zealand. 7 from it. And Australia need to find something here to stay in the game. They'll be desperate to not let New Zealand come out in front. And you called it, Paul. Bring out the keeper. Riley Cameron is going to bowl the last over to the pair.
Yeah, look, it's one of the things, you see different players in different circumstances. Cameron looks a guy in this situation for me who looks pretty calm. But he bowled a really good over, but he batted pretty well, kept nicely. If he can do the same thing, put 6 balls on a length and make the New Zealanders work hard, he might sneak Australia back into this skin. I've commentated cursed him a little bit, haven't I? A little bit fell first up.
Yeah, it scores a level. Still 4.5 overs to come. Box seat for New Zealand.
How many times did we see games in the last partnership yesterday swing massively?
Through for a single. Yeah, I think those games were
chasing sides.
Chasing, that needed big runs and
we haven't seen,
we're playing without anything to lose.
We haven't seen settings which sides lose from a lead in that situation, but pressure's a funny thing. It's only one side.
It's a direct hit, but
that can be put
home.
There's only one side that can be put under pressure in this game now. Australia just need to be as positive as they can, fight as hard as they can, and see if they can find 2 wickets and 3 balls and build some pressure on the New Zealand partnership. And I can promise you, as hard as Sonny Chan is watching everything these guys do, Rob Boyston and his team will be very well set up and doing exactly the same thing.
Well, another opportunity there. Well, I think the key for me is how Sonny Chan is right here. He's watching, grip, everything. You know?
Yeah.
It's he's not exactly being very covert about it either. Oh, what an absolute soft dismissal.
Yeah, look, I
Did
talked
not
about
need to do that.
get to 87, give your side he bangs out for 2, he's got the 87, he's not going to wicket up there up the sleeve. Instead, they're going to start behind in the last partnership. Mate, Sonny Chan is one of the most affable, friendly, relaxed guys I've ever met. And when his team is playing, he is just an intense, mean animal. He's got a bit of a Vince Bennett going on about him. He is fully into it. And, I think that Chan and Anderson are here for a job.
So 80 runs on the board for New Zealand in pursuit of Australia's 82. We just saw a soft dismissal off the last ball. Absolutely did not need to do that. And I think, for me, that's a sign of the age division. You just see a little bit of a rush of blood there, a little bit of inexperience. Anyone else probably would have locked that up, even left it alone, banged it for 2, and
could have just stood there and blocked it, you know.
That's right. But what it means is there's an opportunity here for Australia. If they can create any more unforced errors like that.
Not even an opportunity. It's one they've got to take now. Australia needs to wicket in the next 3 balls, and all of a sudden, the 2 batsmen will just feel a little bit more uncomfortable. And here's an opportunity for Australia to really get themselves. You get a wicket early here, and the wobbles are possible. And
Amaral and Jackson at the crease. Here's Cameron Todd. Starts well with 2. Todd was expensive in his first over.
Amaral and Jackson 1 and 2 in the stats for the division, coming off a really solid 40 against South Africa. But still, if you get them out early, you put some pressure on here. Got to say, that is a quality shot.
He's a pretty reasonable player, this Jackson. I am impressed.
I know, yeah. Yeah, look, it's and look, Todd to me.
Oh, it should be out. Is it? Surely, yes, it is. There's the wicket they needed. As I said, Todd was expensive in his first over. He's been banged for a couple of 2s, but he's fighting hard here for his country, and he's come up with a wicket exactly when they needed it. Here it is on the replay. Yeah, just little edge onto the leg, and as easy as it like for the Australians. 2 balls remain.
Now the window's open. Now they've got to see if they can finish it off. They've got to do something here. And look, I can't count the number of players we've seen go cross-bat from good length and miss it or nick it in this tournament. When all they can do is play straight and hit that. There's just no need to be playing. It stops and it bounces a little bit, and that is not the deck for that particular option for mine. And not just Amaral, we've seen it from a number of players. A few of the English guys did it particularly. Look, there's no doubt here. You know, New Zealand's still in front, but Australia just need to take a wicket and over, and keep the pressure on, and see if they can turn this back. They're going to go to Teskey.
Well, New Zealand have finished that first over in front, but by virtue of that wicket, Australia's still in the game.
And the skin looks unlikely for New Zealand now. 1 wicket, and the skin's probably, they have to bat pretty well from here to get the skin. And one thing that Paul Anderson would have said to them before he goes out to bat, he'd have said, your target is 25. I'm not interested in you chasing 82 to win. I'm interested in you going out there and batting normally and scoring your runs. The last thing you do is focus the last partnership at a target. You don't need that in your mind.
There's an opportunity, but just fell far enough away from Teskey to allow Jackson to get home for his single.
Teskey has a word and a smile as they walk past. It's tough out there, but they do have a bit of spirit about them, and Australia just needs one of those to go to hand, right?
Yeah. Well, that's not where he was trying to hit it, but it ended up in the back net for 7, and that's probably the first nail in the coffin here in this match.
Just a, it didn't go where he wanted it, but a way better option than the sweep shot he was trying to play earlier.
Well said. New Zealand on 91. 14 balls remain. Mountain to climb for Australia now.
Teskey bowling little off cutters now. Just a little bit full with them.
He goes again. And a huge over for New Zealand. And I tell you what, not only are they sealing the deal with a match, but they are in the hunt for this last skin, perhaps now with a little bit of licence, Paul.
Yeah, mate, that skin's back in play, and the game, you've got to say the game should be sealed from here. Even if they lost a couple of wickets, New Zealand should be able to control their running enough off this lead to get home. So they can just focus on the skin, and really it's only 10 off 2 overs from here, 10 or so off 2 overs from here to get themselves through to that skin. Now you're 10 off 2 overs. Last roll of the dice here from Australia. De Rosario, the leg spinner. Goodest bowler for mine, and could get them a wicket if we're going to get out in front, try and hit sevens. That's a nice ball and a nice reply from a guy that's hit a couple of sevens in a row.
It's out. It's up off the foot of the fielder. You don't see that often.
Wouldn't mind seeing that on replay. It looks out to me, but...
well, the umpire had a great look at it. He's in the perfect position. Here it is on the replay.
We're not going to see it from that angle.
Back live.
These are the little things that Australia will be noting, right? We're now seeing Emerald, who looked really good last over against the medium pace, just looking a little bit more tentative.
That's gone straight off his leg into the ground.
Has it?
Oh, yeah. There's no way that's out, but...
you don't normally see them given, and...
here it is on the replay again, just for the avoidance of doubt. Shin, ground, and up in the air.
Look, it's one of the things I thought we saw Potts make a disappointing decision late in the game yesterday, and while the game's not on the line like it was yesterday, he's had a really good game, and he needs to get through these games and finish these last partnerships as well as he does the rest of the match.
Well, in the context of the entire match, the wicket, doesn't mean a great deal.
That's
because, it's what it has done is put New Zealand under the pump for this last skin, and they'd otherwise be cruising towards it. But, that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. 1 over remains. They've got 6 balls and need 11 runs to tie the skin, and they'll win it if they do that. Here it is again. Yeah, you just see there, it's hit the ground and skipped right up.
Again, as you said earlier with one off the foot, unlikely to go that high off the foot. Grounds are hard and foots aren't hard, and you would expect it off the foot to lob out a little bit more than that rather than bounce quickly away.
Yeah.
Canberra to bowl the last. New Zealand needing to tie this skin to get 7 points from the game. They'll be looking for 10.
Yeah, 10 it is. I think I was saying 11. I must have looked before that last run went on. -1 off that 15th over from De Rosario. So now...
Good cricketer, De Rosario. Thought he batted really well.
Oh, that's going to help the New Zealand cause. Jackson again. It is with a quality shot.
I'll let the New Zealand selectors know that you ought to pick him in the men's side, Cam. You seem pretty keen.
Well, look, I don't know about that. See this delivery. And another 3. Look, the only point I make is that the policy is articulated by you in terms of if you're not in the 8, you're not in the men's squad. I'm not a fan of that. I think if you're in the squad, if you're good enough to be in 12, you should be picked in 12.
I think New Zealand really don't want to see a New Zealand junior side lose by 5 or 6 runs with a New Zealand junior on the bench for the men.
We're just going to have a small break here while there was contact with the head.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, my point is this. I think, fair enough, he'll be an asset to this junior side, but the...
Very quick
the
assessment.
This is a significant step below the men's level.
Yeah, agree.
It is. So, to me, I feel like a player, especially one of Jackson's calibre, is going to get more out of being in and around that men's group, get 1, 2, 3 games, maybe more, and than he would winning a World Cup in an under-22 division with 2 balls remaining, skin on the line. There it is.
There's 2, so they're going to need 1 off the last ball. I wonder if the batters are just aware here that they don't need 2. That 1 will do it. Andy's probably up there. Paul Anderson's up there, probably making it pretty clear to them what he wants, I'd expect.
So 1 ball remains. Final skin on the line. It's Campbell to Amaral. And a comfortable 2 to finish for New Zealand. A comprehensive victory in the end for them, 112 to 82, and all 4 of those skins go the way of the Kiwis. They will take heart from that victory, and lots of lessons to learn there for the Australian side. We will catch a few highlights in a moment, but how about that, Paul?
Yeah, look, I think it's one of the things, Australia defending champions, New Zealand probably psychologically need to win that. And like the men's game, I don't think the loss will do Australia any harm. Perhaps the size of the loss, for 7 points, that's a bit disconcerting for Australia, but they'll come back and bounce hard from this, and New Zealand will take a lot of confidence. Early wicket here, Bailey Ladd to the bowler, direct hit, Ryan Jackson all over this game early.
This is one that went into the back court. Confident batting from the Australians. Just a couple of wickets in the middle pairs that really peg back the Australian total. And this wicket here late in the innings, that hurts as well. That's the difference between 90 plus, isn't it? And Andy runs in the context of the game. Here was this great piece of fielding from Van Hees. He saw that switch to the right arm, as he said, direct hit throw.
That's highlight reel material for the tournament for mine. That's as good out as you're going to see. Yeah,
there it is from the keeper's angle. And that kept Australia in the game. But New Zealand just too good. This inside-out 7. That put the game beyond doubt, but it's probably already over by then. And another one into the back court here. And a couple of 7s. Well, that's going to make life difficult for the Australians, and it certainly did. They're in a comprehensive win, as I say, again, for New Zealand. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you have enjoyed this match. Don't forget, coming up next, from 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time here in Australia, it's the United Arab Emirates up against India. A critical game for both sides in the men's division. Should be some exciting cricket. We hope you can stay with us live on KO Sports here in Australia and on YouTube right around the world. But until then, for Paul Botterill and the rest of the broadcast team, I'm Cameron Walter. Thanks for watching. great piece of fielding.
Got him! Uribioti. One for the leg spinner.
Leg stump finds a gap. Can he hit the stumps? Oh, I reckon he was out. That'll do.
Oh, that is an absolutely sensational piece of fielding from Claire Koski at the back.
Left indoor cricket. Here he is.
And there it is! He's entered the stats straight away!
Fraser McGurk cuts and he's away with a boundary. Nice start to his domestic 50-over career.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Casey Stadium. We're live on KO Sports and YouTube around the world. It's the World Cup of indoor cricket for 2022. I'm Cameron Walter, and with me, Paul Botterill. It's day 4 here at the World Cup. Plenty of indoor cricket action to come, but right now, it's the United Arab Emirates up against India here in the men's division. Enthralling clash we have for you with lots on the line for both sides. Paul Botterill, it's just about to go 11 a.m. daylight time here in Australia. Good morning to you.
Good morning, mate. Cam, good to be with you.
We'll take a look at the two sides, starting with India. They're captained by Dhanush. Joining him is Davik, Vijay, Afroz, Suraj, Uriz, Namshid and Mohsin. And flicking over to the United Arab Emirates, their captain Akib. He's joined by Isaru, Nashwan, Prem, Vikrant, Jay, Prasath and Dilasara. And lots on the line in this game, as I said, Paul. We've got two sides that have been competing in the plate division when it comes to the World Cup standings back in 2017. And both of them, they're enjoying a reasonably strong tournament so far. And one that you would think would allow them to push up into the world group. India currently in 6th, UAE currently on 7th, but they're both just 2 points away from 4th place at this point.
Yeah, mate, I think in particular for India, we're going to find out a little bit today. They've had 2 losses. They've beaten Singapore and England. Singapore, everyone's going to beat at the moment. England, when they were pretty good. They've lost to Australia in '22. Yesterday, 2 guys on debut for India. Never played a game for them before, scored 39 in the last partnership and against Gunner for Australia. So they've got a bit more depth than I think they thought they had. We've seen some really good players, and now we're going to find out. I think India might push through on this one. They might be... we need to see them play more sides around the middle to see where they are. Here is one, and I'm expecting India to put in a really good performance.
Yeah, it will be a cracker, folks. Thanks for your company. It is quite early in the morning over there in India, just gone 5:30. So for those of you that have jumped up at an early hour of the morning, we do thank you and hope you enjoy the coverage as you watch India take on the United Arab Emirates. Live from Casey Stadium, and of course a little bit earlier over there in the UAE, 4 a.m. So even more impressive from you if you're up at this hour. All right. As you can see on your screen, India will be batting first. It's Davik and Dhanush at the crease for India. The UAE team still warming up with the ball. And it's going to be Isaru, number 17. Isaru Umesh from the UAE to get us underway. Lots on the line for these two sides. Day 4 here at the Indoor Cricket World Cup. It's India up against the United Arab Emirates. The umpire is Michael Guest. And here we go. Driven first ball into the back court for 3. It was flat, but it was in the gap.
This partnership, Davik averaging 8 a game, Dhanush averaging about 15. So they'll be looking for 20 from this partnership. A nice positive start. Gets the half volley and just bangs through the line.
Isaru continues. Good call and an early call. One of the things that's available to India here, if they're going to play through the line like that and flat, the fact that that front court, I was talking about this in the Emirates game yesterday, they're standing right up on that circle.
Yeah.
And not a lot of movement. So if you hit it through that gap, it's going to be runs.
Yeah, it's quite unusual from the cover, right? He's just standing up as if he's walking down the road. His hand's slightly out, but he just looks like he's watching. And clearly they have a strategy around it. It's different than what we're used to seeing, but it does. He doesn't. You don't look at him and think he's going to have a presence.
Let's see. Not sure what's happening here. A little discussion between three-line fielder and his captain. We'll wait for them. Finds the edge, it's backward of point. Not sure if that was a direct hit or perhaps the keeper took the bails off without the ball, but either way, it is a run. Let's have a look. Might have had the ball when he did it, but either way, the batter home. Great vision. And a wonderful shot there from Danush.
In the games that we've seen so far, Cam, we've seen India quite slow to start. This is quite a positive start for them. We'll see if we're going to see a better start from them here.
Great contact again, full face of the bat. Will be a single to close out the over, but a great start. 8 runs from it. What sort of score do you think India need here, Paul?
Look, I think throughout this tournament we've seen this sort of 70 to 80 area. India want 80 plus and UAE will want 70 and less to chase. I would have thought that seems to be the go in most of these games at this point. So a nice start from India, nice and positive. It's one of the things we're seeing, this new breed of cricketer who just plays every ball like they've been in the middle of a partnership. There's no settling in, there's no, I've just got out, I'll play a defensive shot. It's just, oh well, this needs to go here, and they get on with it. It's really refreshing, good to see, and great to watch, exciting.
Dilasara will bowl over number 2. Leg glance, it's flat but safe, a big dive. Oh, Given! I thought for sure he was home. He doesn't look happy with the call. This will be a very interesting replay, folks.
Took an age to give it out, Michael Guest. I like Michael Guest, I think he's a good umpire. One of those I like him, he doesn't give guys out that are in. And
here's the big dive. Is it a direct hit? No. Well,
he has there.
Yeah, he absolutely has. He's in by a good half a metre.
Actually, remind me between balls. I want to talk to you about that. What's going on with these decisions? I'm fascinated by it.
Is it through? It is. Through to the back net. Caught some side on the way, and Danush under some of that wicket with a 4.
Look, responds positively, but it's not an angry slog. It's just it's up and I'm going to bang it. I've actually used a bit of technical term than bang it, but it's up and I'm going to hit straight through it from him. Nice shot.
Now, I think with that run out, what you'll find is, I think the time that Michael Guest took to make the decision, he was considering whether the ball might have hit the stumps directly rather than the gather and take the bails. So if it had, it would have been out.
Yep.
So he's obviously made, I'd say that's what he's decided. But, if we slow it down and look at it, that wasn't the case.
Look, one of the things for me, Cam, when I coach into cricket at this level, guys that were out by foot to the naked eye, guys were in by foot to the naked eye, were out on replay. Now, we're seeing replays. Is it the same time as what they're seeing, or are they trying to guess the replay equivalent? So guys who are comfortably in are out on replay. That's what happens when a replay goes in. Has that changed with the camera technology, or are they trying to get decisions as if they were right by replay? Because if they are...
That was third ball there, and India cash in. Beats the bat. It was a no ball. They probably didn't need to run in the end. Tried to call it early, but another wicket falls. A big one for the UAE. Yeah, I understand what you're saying there, Paul. Take a look at this on the replay. I was actually having a conversation with one of the other umpires, Andrew Hall-Villiers, who was telling me there was a decision that we were looking at from a game that was broadcast that he gave not out and was out on freeze frame by a millimetre, and he was telling me he was comfortable with that because he doesn't feel that he should be giving batters out that are out by a millimetre on the replay.
Yes, agree.
Yeah, last ball.
But the part that I don't understand is why then are we seeing them giving guys out that are in?
Well, I think
must look
in that case, as we see India steal an extra run there and get 3 off the last ball, -3 from the over, though, those 2 wickets. I think in that particular case, again, that Michael Guest was trying to decide whether the ball had hit the stumps on the way through.
Yeah.
And if it had, then he
out.
was still short of the ground. Yeah, it's just that extra time to gather, and we'll see here on the replay. So if this comes through and hits the bails there, that's out. But the gather and then the bails, that's a different story. So there's a lot for the umpire to be looking at there. And I don't think that Michael Guest will be giving that out if he didn't think it had hit the stumps directly.
Cool. Look, UAE fighting back into this. Really good first over from India. Good second over from
Dilsara, and Shetty to bowl the third. And Davik starts well. Grabs Danush, as a matter of fact. Starts well with a 2 to follow up the 3 hit.
It's certainly been a partnership, but it's not like they're struggling and then getting out. They look very good and then get out.
Oh, it's through. Are they going to run? They do. The regather, he still would have been out. But 5 runs.
Some sore fingers on the back sticks here.
Oh, another opportunity there, the big dive. But I don't mind getting on the ground the Indians to get through. 2 balls remain in the over. They've fought back well. Driven into the back court. It catches the side net but angles away from the receiver. And 4 runs, more big runs for India.
Boy, the momentum is shifting super quick in this game, isn't it? First India, then Emirates, UAE.
Two balls to finish. 16 off the over. A huge over for Team India. They lost 2 wickets in the previous over and they've responded well. What a fight back.
Yeah, exciting game so far, isn't it? It is swinging. It is swinging very quickly. India continuing to show positive intent, hitting a lot of balls in the middle. And UAE taking the outfit turn up and stalling momentum and runs. So let's see if it continues like this right now. Momentum to India.
So 1 over remains now in the partnership. It will be Prasath Kumara. We're ready to get underway. Oh, wonderful shot. Excellent shot from Danush.
Just dominant, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can see why he's scoring 15 runs a game.
And well placed. You can see that there's 2 fielders on the leg side, only 1 there on the off, so bit of room. And they're changing that field now, but there was plenty of room there to the left of that fielder from where, or to the right from that shot you're looking at now, and he guided it into that gap. Pull shot chance, he needed a hit. Even with the gather, it's pretty tight.
Yeah,
Emirates were interested.
Have a look at that one as well, Cam. Pretty tight.
It's a good piece of fielding. He's right there in the front court. You love to see it. The throw, gather, Bales. Oh, that's out.
I'm okay with that one. Benefit of the doubt to the batter.
Yeah, agree.
I'm a fan of that. And again, in finals day, the replay will take care of all that stuff, right?
That's right. We would see a more vision of that. That'd likely be given out on referral. But to the naked eye, you can't really fault an umpire giving that not out, particularly on the gather.
Yes.
Very difficult to tell when the bails are gone. Last ball of the partnership. It's through for 2. And what an opening pair this has been for India. They lost 2 wickets in that second over and way back on 5 runs. They've responded with 16 and 10 to post a partnership of 31. Batting first here at the World Cup in their clash against the Emirates.
A lot of balls found in the middle of the bat. Here's some replays. A lot of balls found in the middle of the bat. They really have batted full of authority out here, look very comfortable. A couple of great wickets against them, but in between they've looked completely dominant for mine.
Yeah, and just think about those run-outs. That was third ball, so yeah, well bowled, and credit to Emirates for grabbing that one. The other one, their decision didn't go their way. So really only 1 wicket that Emirates took off them. As you say, everything else was actually quite dominant, and indoor cricket's such a confidence game. Those two will take that confidence into every game they play here with the bat, but what's more, it's given the entire India side confidence as we see Vijay and Afroz at the crease now with momentum on their side. It'll be the Emirates captain, Aqib Malik. He'll get us back underway. Vijay on strike. Squeeze just forward of square leg for 2.
Another pair that have scored plenty of runs. Afroz around 15 and Vijay around 14 a game on average. And he's done it against some pretty good sides. Many of the sides played Australia and Australia Juniors. So they'll be looking for another really positive partnership here.
Beaten outside off is Afroz. He's played flat again, but just the right angle to get through to the gap for 3. Two runs. Two balls remain. Driven, it's upish. Finds the side net again. 3 runs. Well, what a start it is. 13 runs from it. Big runs for India.
Yeah, if they're going to keep bowling as fillers out, they really need to have these line fielders hits. There's been 3 or 4 opportunities now where they picked the line fielder out and they've missed. And if they'd hit it, would have been short. So they're getting them into the game. But I think they're a little bit full, and we're ready to pull it back a little bit. If they're going to be that full, these line fielders need to hit some of these throws.
44 on the board. 5 overs in. World Cup indoor cricket action live from Casey Stadium. Thanks for being with us.
I had a coffee with Lee Kelly, the New Zealand coach, last night, and told him I thought India might finish 3rd in this. And certainly right now they look a good side again so far today. Plenty of more partnerships to come, more batsmen to come, early stages, but they do look like a good cricket side to me. That's a bit better, full but tight to the line of the batter. Doesn't give him any room to free his arms and to bounce the ball or to punch it through.
Dilsara continues. Oh, he finds the edge. VJ just hanging the bat out there, didn't get across. He can't believe it. And that's a tough catch as a keeper. But he snaffled it. Here it is on the replay. Lots of width. Just kept moving away. And, well, a great catch for the keeper. Followed up with a dot. 2 dots at the wicket in this over so far from Dilsara, building some pressure on this, what has to date been an impressive batting performance from India. What a shot in response. He was under some pressure there.
Oh yeah, great shot, and it's been a really good over. He's bowled, he's pulled his length into better areas. When he got wide, he went he got the edge, but that ball there just hit nicely timed into the roof net.
Just inside the line there, and a dot ball. Gee, it's been a good over.
Really has.
Just finishes with the leg side, aiming for that same area. He's not happy with the call. Hands on hips. It looked okay for mine. You've probably got a better view of that.
Yeah, mate. I thought it was a wide, and honestly, if you don't want to be called out there, don't bowl it out there. You know, maybe he just sneaked it inside, but if you flirt with the line, there's a good old saying in sport. Right, trying to put it in the umpire's hands. You put it in the umpire's hands, you get what you get. Looked wide to me. Did swing back. Still looks wide to me.
Yeah, that's definitely wide. It's a -1 from the over, though. An excellent over for the Emirates, fighting back here during this second partnership. Prem will bowl now, the 7th over. Exciting contest. Gee, that's well weighted.
Yeah, it is. Important over this, Cam. You know, India trying to get 5 or 6 here, get up around 20. UAE trying to get a wicket or 2 here and get them down to single figures.
You've made the call. You can see India finishing 3rd. They're going to be in a tight contest against Sri Lanka for that spot, I think, and a really exciting match later tonight.
Yeah, I don't think it's a formality by any means. I just think that...
yeah, that's good, aggressive running. They saw that, called it early, and off they went.
Yeah. They just look well drilled to me. They do a lot of things really well. Last over, they only scored off the bat once. It was a dominant 2. And they seem as soon as you give an opportunity, you know, they're good enough batsmen to score some runs. And they're looking for every opportunity. It is so tight between the major nations that it could easily, you know, anyone could get up. But I like the look of this Indian side.
Well played. Gave himself a little bit of room as he arose to play the ball through the point region for 2. Oh, a little half chance there. Big dive. It's again from VJ and he's home. 1 ball remains. Beaten. And through for a single. 10 runs from the over.
Really good response to the call. You know, the keeper drops it, the striker will not have known that, but got a call from the non-striker and just took off, and that's what you want. You want over the top, oops, yep, call on his way, and that's what works in running. If he'd hesitated there, we'll be talking about another wicket.
Yeah, and the best part about that for me is he got beaten and you saw his head whip around and look straight at that non-striker. So even if there wasn't a call, an audible call, the fact that he had the presence of mind to look straight at that non-striker, yep, there's a run on, bang, that's good indoor cricket.
Yeah.
Nice and evenly balanced, this partnership. Jay to bowl. Final over the partnership.
Takes a little bit of turn and bounce there.
And having bowled that first ball, he sent someone around a square leg, just backward square. And then gives them enough room to play it through point.
Really good option from the back. Gave himself a little bit of space. You know, just on the next side, give himself a little bit of space and just push the square on the off. India, who have been quite aggressive with the bat, appear to be quite patient against the slower bowler here.
False start. Oh, it's up. It should be taken, and it is. You just talked, Paul, about how patient they were to the spinner. That time got a little bit greedy. Threw the shot early, and it was lofted, and an easy catch at the back.
Yeah, Josh quite slow through the ear there, which got a little bit of bounce, makes it harder to hit through. It's a really good bit of bowling. Feel like it.
Looking down the barrel of another 30-run partnership there. Emirates have pegged them back with that wicket. One ball remains. A little bit quicker through the air, that one, and that's surely out. Two at one end. And that's a huge little turnaround off those last two deliveries.
Yep, look, this is the benefit of bowling some good length and straight in indoor cricket. You know, you can create all kinds of things, and just a couple of little mistakes. The two Indian batsmen having a not very happy chat with each other after it, and what looked like a likely 30 is now a little more moderate 17.
Yeah, they do remonstrate with one another quite often, Team India. But 48 on the board, still in a reasonable position here halfway through this innings. Batting first in a World Cup Test match here at the 2022 World Cup of Indoor Cricket.
Interesting, you know, these different dynamics come into play, right? If India continue to go quite well, when I was coaching New Zealand, they'd be the team I'd put my starting eight out against. I wouldn't want to put them out against Australia 22s, too late in the tournament for them, but I'm looking for one game to get made out and have a look, and that's the best of the rest for mine. And being the best of the rest can work against you in some way in these tournaments. There's interesting dynamics going on all the way through in these tournaments as different teams are trying to obtain different results, really.
Suraj and Uriz at the crease now for India. And Izaru will bowl his second over. Over number 9 for the innings. Back in action. Good start, a single.
Yeah. Nice hands. Gets it down, takes a bit of pace off as it can give himself a bit of time to get through.
Watchful, uninterested in a run. Rightly so. Got rid of it quickly, but the throw was wild. And a safe 2 in the end. Keeps it off the net. One thing I continue to notice about the Emirates field that I think will change with experience is how they are all still as the bowler is releasing the ball. And even in the run-up. You usually see all other teams, fielders are a little bit on the move, moving in at the batter. There's very little movement from this field. Now, there's two issues I have with that, but perhaps three. It means that the three-line fielders aren't getting into the front court. It means I'm not sure that they have the right momentum or balance as the ball's being played, and it means they're not getting in the eyes of the batter.
Yeah, look, I agree with all of that, and I'm with you. The one thing it does give them, it gives them a very still head at contact. And maybe that's, as a team, they've decided that's the most important thing.
An opportunity there, goes begging, last ball of the over, 5 runs from it. And I'm interested, Paul, because that's a valid approach. If that's a deliberate decision, there's certainly some validity to it, but that's not a decision that the more experienced teams have made. So do you think that that's... Yeah, my view of it is, with experience, they'll adopt a different approach. But maybe it's a lost art. Maybe you're right. Maybe being still and stationary there, other than the fact that three-line fielders aren't getting in the front court.
I think three-line fielders have got to move. One of the things I wonder about, where, as an example, maybe for point, being stationary mightn't be a bad option. For mine, cover leg side line fielders, I think they'll keep moving.
Yep.
But it's something we may see, again, talked about through the game.
Look, I totally agree with that as we see Nashwan's first delivery go for 2. A point fielder, I can understand that. Possibly even leg side sometimes, but certainly the three-line fielders in cover. I guess the most critical point is that they're balanced as the shot is played.
Yes. To
go in either direction.
Yeah, look, to be honest, slip fielders now to cricket stand still, but they don't need the lateral movement of indoor cricket.
Yes.
And I don't think still is a good option for lateral movement. So, Jonty Rhodes wasn't standing still when he was fielding at point in international cricket, right? And this is a game that requires dynamic movement. The other thing it does, the movement creates an atmosphere. I don't know how else to explain it. It creates a pressure. And you just feel it, they're like still. And they're creating no pressure on India, who are looking dominant.
Yeah.
And they're good cricket side. They're good cricketers. One thing about the UAE players, they're all individually good outdoor cricket players. They've got good techniques.
Driven to the back. It's a bump ball, so 5 runs. Confident, powerful shot from Uriz.
Great shot. These guys have all been coached by Matt Henderson from New Zealand. He coached them in a tournament. One of the most dynamic fielders in the history of New Zealand. A physical specialist.
That's live.
High performance trainer. There must have been some discussion about this.
Because it's consistent across the players. It's not one or two doing it. And I'm okay if that's a balance, stillness. The only thing that I really can't abide is the three-line fielders. It's for me, they really need to be getting into that front court and towards the batter.
Yeah, look, it's one of the things too, Cam. For me, just first look at it, right? If I was convinced I should do as a coach, I want my players low, so big muscles can drive them up quickly. I wouldn't want them standing up tall where they've got to try and collapse down to the ground.
Yes.
So it still doesn't quite work for me. I can see a reason for doing it, but it doesn't quite work for me. And maybe they're trying to conserve energy, be fresh on other sides at the business end of the tournament. Maybe, but they've lost 3 games. They can't be conserving energy for too much longer here. So it doesn't really work for me.
Here's Prashath. It's a dot ball to start. Well guided in the backcourt, but equally well fielded. Prem keeping it off the net and keeping it to the single.
Another Indian partnership gets into the 20s.
Driven again, straight to the fielder this time. A good response from the bats. They're back in their crease and a dot ball. Remember the second partnership were in the high 20s with 2 balls to go and lost 2 wickets, one of which was a gift. Or both were a gift now that I think about it. And this pair will want to learn from that just don't offer any opportunities for the Emirates. Oh, edge there. Well, heard a sound.
Oh, edge, yeah. Thick edge, and that's probably just a little bit too much bad enough for the keeper, you know. A little thinner, he might have held it.
Yeah,
interesting.
Yeah, bobbled out. It's back live, driven into the onside net there, flat.
Emirates keeping with 2 gloves.
Yeah.
Part-time keeper by the look of it. Going to take them off now.
I think a lot. Pretty sure India have been doing the same. There's that edge again. Just couldn't stick. Real tough keeping right up to the stumps when when the ball's doing that.
Yeah.
Vikrant Shetty will bowl over number 12.
See to the guy that we interviewed yesterday who tried to hit the big 7 to win the skin against New Zealand that just got caught in. Those runs at the end of the game proved pretty important.
Emirates taking 3 skins off New Zealand in that match and very nearly winning the game.
So instead of -5 there, might have given the skin up, but it might have been pretty important towards the end of that match. Lovely hands there. You just see him, he gets there and he just drops the bat on it softly, into the ground, up into the net slowly, gives him time to walk through. If he hits that harder, he puts himself under pressure when it comes back down. Lovely hands.
Comfortable too. Pushing towards another 30-run partnership here. Ominous total building here.
Came back to this front half court that we're talking about. How many outs have they taken in the front half?
0.
How many opportunities have they created in the front half?
Actually, they have taken one. They have
it was in, but it was back. It was given out. Yeah. How many outs have they created in the front half, right?
Yeah.
These are almost in the front half, and that's a nice bit of work. But in the front half, they're almost spectators with really good seats, you know.
And I think part of that is that some of the bowling's been too full and it's been driven.
Yes.
Did you see this delivery? It's gone through for 5. Another big shot and big runs for India. But a lot of the down-ups that have been played, they've got the freedom to do it because there isn't that dynamic movement there in the front court or presence. And again, they are quite close. So once it's through, it's through.
I think he made that.
That should have been out.
It should have been out.
It was almost another gift from India. And again, they remonstrate with one another.
But walk off with 36.
Yeah. Yeah, fair decision and a good effort. It was a late decision to go. He took forever to respond to his partner. But 11 runs off the opener, 36-run partnership. If you don't mind, folks, 84 on the board for India. They'll be feeling pretty good about where they are at the moment.
Cam, I reckon every indoor cricket player you speak to, if they're honest, most might talk about this, right? But there's a moment you're batting in a game of indoor cricket where you know that field is close and you know that field's on fire and you feel it. You feel the pressure, right? It's a little fear when you're batting and it's hard to get out of your mind. And the Emirates just don't apply any of that to you. Batting against them, it's probably batting outdoor. I'm going to hit this where I want to hit it, and you know.
Indeed. Namsheed and Mohsen at the crease. Keeb, the bowler, back underway. It's up, it falls safe.
Oh, two chances there, really. Yeah.
And for me, that's an example of a ball that should be taken by a 3-line fielder who's in the front court.
Yeah. Look, so Namsheed and
Mohsen. Sent back, and rightly so. It's going to be third ball straight away.
Mohsen playing his second game for India in this tournament, got 16 personal against Australia.
Yeah, 2 runs through cover, and you don't see this that often either. They've got a straightish sort of cover fielder and a square point fielder, so a massive gap there in the front court.
The cover fielder is basically obstructing the line to the line fielder.
That's right.
You know, it's that's not out either.
So if you're going to have your cover fielder that straight, your line fielder either needs to be square on the net,
Yeah,
or right to the edge of the pitch.
he's got to be somewhere, right? At the moment, again, just give him a seat, let him sit down. He's got nothing to do.
Again, almost through that gap. Good effort there from the point fielder to get across to it.
Now, it's just an outdoor cricket thing where they're saying, well, look, you know, where do we want them to hit it? We want them to hit it there. We'll give them a gap to see if they're prepared to take on that risk. But I can't see the risk. I can't see big outswing here or big leg cutters. So you want them to expose the outside edge.
Backing away to that one. You see a little bit of outdoor mentality again. I mean, in outdoor cricket, that's probably wide. But, yeah, certainly not in indoor cricket. But, yeah, talking about experience, I think in time, one of the things Emirates would benefit from as well is an experienced coach or assistant or whatever the case may be. It might even be one of the players who isn't on the court for this game who can see these things that we're seeing, go, oh, hang on, you're a little bit too straight here with your cross, or we're leaking runs in this area, we need to make an adjustment. Jay, the bowler.
It's one of the things that I'm going to have a talk with Matt Henderson, because he spent 3 weeks in the UAE running a high-performance program for them, and he's a good inter-cricket coach. You know, there's no question. He's not a mug. He knows what he's doing. And yet you're watching this and wondering what they did for 3 weeks. Maybe they batted and bowled, because they can bat and bowl.
That's a wonderful shot from Namsheed for 5. More runs through the back net for Team India. And Shetty, look how deep he is. Just to the left of your screen. He is almost level with the stumps. You just saw his foot sneak into the frame there. So he rules himself out of getting that anytime soon. And it's absolute no man's land. That drive before that went to the back net, that slog, he might have got a hand to it if he was closer in. But instead it just bounced straight over his head.
Yeah, look, clearly this is a bit of a plan to the off spinner, who is slow through the air. But again...
Yeah, I just don't know if it's a sound plan to try and get catches at sort of this.
Well, he's been yelled at, the bowler. He's been yelled at, but I think maybe the coach needs to take a little bit of responsibility around this field, because you want him to have somewhere to bowl. So he's flattened out here, and you know, I don't think that's the answer. There's 100 on the board against them. I'm not sure flattening out is the answer. But if he's going to bowl with some loop, then they've got to get the field right for that. And for mine, maybe leg lines holding and off lines pushing in.
Oh, little half chance there, goes begging. It'll be...
Direct hit might have been out there.
Yeah, it's the end of the over, 11 runs from it. I'll tell you what else, if you're going to hold those fielders back, or even if you want to keep them up at the 3 line, move your front court straighter. If you're worried about the drive, get them to be a little bit deeper and just stand right in the way.
Yeah, look, it's and it just seems to me he got hit, so they dropped the field back, and really, you're sending your bowler a pretty interesting message, right? I'm trying to send my bowlers the message that I have some faith in them and I have some belief in them and I pick them because they're good players.
Yeah.
Not someone's whack you, so we're just going to drop the whole field out.
That's right. Prem will bowl at his 3rd ball, so an opportunity here for the Emirates to strike back. Driven. Oh, did he get a touch?
I thought
He's
he did.
claiming. I thought he did too. I think you got to go with the bowler there, don't you?
Guest is saying I didn't see the deflection.
Let's try and listen in.
One scored. The ball was straight on. I'm not 100% touch it. One scored. That's it.
Oh, big touch.
Bowler's at the end of his run up, shaking his hand. Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely got a touch on that. Missed opportunity, and it's a single in the end.
Well, in reality, a taken opportunity.
Yeah, I think I can understand why it's not given out, but clearly the bowler was that confident. He's basically calling him a liar if you don't give that out.
Yeah. Great shot. But yeah, you know, the UAE get quite animated about it, and one thing I really like about Michael Guest is his ability to control the game.
Yeah.
He puts it, but the UAE get quite animated about it, but really, if they looked at some of the things they've done that have cost them 5 runs, there might be a far better service than worrying about the fact that Michael Guest made a mistake because he gave them one early as well.
True. And, yeah, as you say, he was comfortable with his decision, he reiterated, and that's it. Move on.
A little choice, right? And if UAE are watching here, there's some calling errors creeping into this. There's some opportunities around. They should be focused on getting somebody out here.
Oh, beats the bat.
That's a decent delivery.
And a single to finish the over, 6 runs from it. Emirates will feel aggrieved, missing out on that run out, a deflection off the bowler's finger, straight onto the stumps. Here it is, there's the drive. There it is. And again, see how confident he is. Look, full respect to Michael Guest. He's made a different decision and stuck to it. I just feel you got to go. You got to trust a bowler there.
Yeah, I think so. To be honest, he's a good umpire, but I think that deflection was hit pretty hard, going pretty quick. But I guess from behind it was pretty clear. Maybe from the front it wasn't. Another one there where the flick misses. Where's the receiver? Because he was well short when the ball went past the stumps. They're hitting it quite hard. Shetty, he's fitting it long off.
Yeah, I think that honestly, there's probably 20-30 runs here that India have scored on the basis of the field set alone.
Yeah, they're better with the confidence you bat with when there's no pressure on you, and there is no pressure. I mean, and let's be clear, let's go back to this part. These cricketers from the UAE are good cricketers.
Yes.
These are not just average cricketers, these are good cricketers.
And an element of the game is they're sharp fielders. They're just not in a position to affect that.
Yeah, look, it'll be really interesting, Cam. I know this is sort of off the, but both the arenas in the UAE have been sold since the pandemic. And the new owners are finding their feet. My understanding is they've created a unified organisation to run the sport over there. And maybe we'll see some payoff for the next 3 years when maybe we'll see a more unified approach, a side that perhaps has got a bit different coaching, I think, I don't want to have a crack at the coach because I don't know exactly what's going on, but I reckon you could put a senior international coach in charge of this side and they wouldn't go for more than 80 very often.
No, 2 runs to finish, a partnership of 29, an excellent performance from India. I think that Emirates, as I say, they've gifted them probably an extra partnership there. Yeah, look, and really a couple of bad decisions from India towards the end of the second partnership, or this was getting pretty monstrous. 113, it's still morning, it's still a little bit chilly in Melbourne. Maybe it'll be a bit hard for the Indians to really get into it, but you just feel like India really are well in control and should finish this off from here pretty comfortably. Yeah, as we take a look at some of these highlights, there's a couple of gifts there. That was late in the second partnership. Joe the offie, right? One, and this. Driven to the back. Just lots of room. You see how deep that fielder is there on the offside. Gives them the freedom to play and to bat how they want to bat. Another one turns it inside out. That one straight back. There's the big deflection off the hand, given not out. That stings when you're under the pump on the board, and a big total here. They're staring down the barrel here at Casey Stadium. We're coming to you from the state of Victoria here in Australia, the capital city of which is, of course, Melbourne. In the heart of Melbourne city lines the banks of the Yarra River, popular with exercise enthusiasts. For rowing, it's water, side running and cycle paths, city sporting precincts and stadiums. Lots of entertainment available here in the city of Melbourne as well. You can see on your screen here some of the fantastic facilities available. The museum, beautiful parks and gardens. Harry Potter and the Cursed Child are on at the theatre here in Melbourne, and a brilliant place to visit. Lots to do for arts and entertainment down along the Yarra River. A great place here in Victoria. Do encourage all of our visitors to come and visit. City of Melbourne and the state of Victoria here in Australia, hosts of the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup. Hope you can stay with us throughout day 4 action. Coming up next, it's Singapore and South Africa it's the under-22 South Africa side. No, excuse me, I'm a game ahead. It's Australia and South Africa in the under-22 women's division. And that will be an interesting match indeed. That's from 1 p.m. Australian Daylight Time. So do stay with us for that. And more indoor cricket action from the World Cup live from Casey Stadium. We're on KO Sports here in Australia and on YouTube right around the world. I'm Cameron Walter, and with me is Paul Botterill. We've talked a few times, Paul, about how quality a cricketer each of the Emirates players are. Batting no exception. Do you think they can rein in this 113?
But I think they've got to. They're at a point now where I think if they don't get up, they're starting to fade back into the plate section. And look, we saw them so promising in 2017. I know it's been 5 years, but they'll come here with high hopes, and they'll be desperate to bat well. And we know they can bat well. The question really for mine is just how well India can bowl in field. They've had an ability to bowl overs 5 and over 6. And overs 9 and over 10 was real strike bowlers and caused real trouble for every team they've played. So we'll see if they can do that again here. If they do with 113 on the board, it's going to be tough.
So the captain, Akib, is at the crease with Nashwan, and Danush will be the bowler for India. 113 on the board. Here is the run chase. Settle in, folks. World Cup indoor cricket action. Straight to the fielder, and instantly a difference. Afroz right there on the line moving in. And a dot ball. Oh, another little opportunity. It's a little 2 balls in, look a little bit more dynamic in the field, India.
Yeah, they look a bit more active, don't they? A little bit of noise, a little bit of talk out there, a little bit of motion. I think motion's really important. Players moving all over the place.
What a shot. Yeah. Not bad for your first shot of the innings for Nashwan.
Yep.
Two runs to the total. So important for the Emirates they get off to a good start here. Don't necessarily need to win the skin, but they've got to keep them in the game. It's a dot ball. Two balls remain. This first over of the run chase. Tucks it around behind square, does well. A little bit of ball watching. But he's home, 2 runs. Oh, it's a lofted shot. Finds the back net for 7. Nashwan getting max value. Probably wasn't quite there to hit. He just got to it and sends it into the back court. I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, if indeed the Emirates are going to chase this down or get somewhere close to it, we're going to see some exciting batting. And there it is. Interesting, the way it's not the classical shot, but he actually deliberately placed that there, didn't he?
Yeah, really did. And that's what we want to see from them. They've got to show some intent. These two players, Nashwell averaging about 8, his partner averaging about 14 a game in the tournament. So they're going to be looking for a good start here, and they need a good start here. And what we do want to see from them is exactly this, right? If you're bowling in the wrong spot, you've got to be punished. If you're chasing 113, you're not going to do it unless you're prepared to be positive. Great start from the Emirates. A lot more proactive with the bat than they have been in the field.
Here's your Rees, second over. Full and wide. Played and missed, or perhaps left alone. Unhappy with the call, but I think the angle, fair enough. Probably wasn't wide at the crease. Shaping away from the batter, but angled right in at those stumps. Third ball.
Certainly Yari's just changing it up here a little bit, isn't he? He looks just a little bit quicker. Bowls a couple of good areas.
That's all you got to do on third ball. Get some bat on it, get down the other end.
Clever cricket, right? For all the fact we look at them in the field and wonder why they're making their decisions, that's just a really good option. Cover it over, keep it away from the field, get to the other end, get away from third ball, let your partner get back on strike and gain the momentum again. Put the left-hander on strike.
Sent back. That's smart batting. It was right in the hands of Afros.
He's up on the line.
Shot. No ball off the pitch. Just releases some of this pressure. It's been a good over up until there. And top ball to finish. Well bowled, just one loose one. Only 3 runs from the over. A good fight back after going for 13 in the first. I got the feeling we're just going to see a exciting brand of cricket played here across the next 14 overs, Paul.
Yeah, Emirates have got to win this. There's no point in doing anything else. So they'll be going after not only the win, but every skin. It's quite noticeable for Cam when you get the nations that have played cricket for a long time. They've played in the days before the running game changed, and keepers' arms were crucial. And they've still got keepers with really big arms. India didn't play in that time, and the keeper's arm here, you could go another yard quite comfortably for what I've seen.
Mahasan to bowl over number 3. Nashwan on strike. Here we go again. It's a lovely shot for 2. There's half a chance at the top. The big dive would have been tight with a direct hit.
Oh, batsman's gone down. Something's going on there. Is it cramp? I hope it's just cramp. He grabbed his knee. I hope it's just cramp. I think it's just cramp. Doesn't look very comfortable.
Yes. It's one button.
Just a little score check there while the player gets some attention. Let's have a look here. It's a big dive. Oh, I hope that isn't his knee. I think it is. I don't know. Yeah, it happened during the dive. He looks okay there.
Oh, carrying a little bit. Just walks away and then just falls down.
And I tell you what, the worst thing about that for me is that someone else came in and adjusted his leg as if he was cramping. Now, that's fair enough if he actually is cramping, but if it's a knee problem, that's not going to help.
No, that is going to add to a little bit of uncomfort for him. And interesting, the physio working on the back of the knee.
Yeah.
Which, again, isn't very comfortable, but that's probably not where the major damage comes in the knee.
Well, as we wait, it looks like he'll be okay. Yeah, he's got a bit of a spring in his step. 113 on the board for India. Emirates staring down the barrel of a long run chase here. But looking okay at the moment. They're certainly still in the game. And I said earlier they probably don't need to win this first skin, but it is important that they get off to a good start. And if they do indeed win the skin, they will have done that.
Yeah, look, every ball that goes past you at the moment, and gets a little more itchy. Just looking for a wicket here. And
it hits the wire, comes down at a different angle. Either way, it's a single.
Cam, I've got some idea about that wire, which we'll have a chat about later. Talk through the Coastal Stadium people. I'm sure there's a temporary fix that can be done here that will make that a little bit less impactful.
Well, short of taking the wire out, I'm not sure what that is. They may continue. Can't get it away.
I won't take the viewers through my idea for Cam, but I'll take you through it later.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Hassan continues. And it's a no ball plus runs. A front foot no ball. Talking about them in the earlier game. In my view, unforgivable when you're coming in off a couple of steps. As every indoor cricket bowler does. And just gifted them an extra 2 there.
Yeah, disappointing.
Left alone. Inside the line, says the umpire. One to come. Oh, he beats him, a huge wicket. They're right in the hunt for this skin, the UAE. And India strike back straight through. Let's have a look at this on the replay. What did this do?
Just plays around it.
Yeah, he does.
Boy, Cam, how late is that backlift? That ball is... Look where the ball is before his bat goes back. Look at that. And then he just plays around it and loses stumps and puts India back in control for the skin, if not for the game. When we say in control, it doesn't mean they're going to get it. It just means that, you know, the other team's going to have to do something a little bit special to take some momentum away here for India to miss this skin. That's more than 2 a ball from here for them to get it.
Afroz will be the bowler for the 4th over, the final over to the partnership. Finds the edge. Oh, and what a screamer that is. It took 2 efforts. Got a fingertip on it. It popped up in the air and he kept going with the ball right down into the corner and takes a crucial grab for Team India. Here it is. This is a some catch. Just fingertips. Stays alive and dives right into that corner. What a second effort, Paul.
Great, mate. I've seen a lot of chances float around that corner and not be caught. First one really I've seen like that. A great effort.
Well, puts India well and truly in control of this skin. I thought prior to that ball, maybe Emirates could come up with something special to just bash their way to taking this first point. But India, box seat for the moment. Driven, it'll find the back net for 4. Well, they thought about an extra, but wisely decided against it.
The 4 ball they needed and 4 they got, and again the line fielder dropped back and then got beaten on the outside.
Instructions coming from Kizar, the injured Indian player.
Lots of sympathy for him, a great player and injured early in the tournament, but really I'm not sure he's adding too much, standing there barking stuff at the bowler.
He's still at it. You see the little nod from Afroz. That's in response to Kizar. He's still going. And still going. Gee, give him an earpiece and let him talk straight into his ear.
That didn't work so well for Hansy.
One ball to come.
Oh, nicely bowled. The offie, the cutter, and really 2 half chances there. Nearly the catch, and if he'd picked it up, possibly the run out of the top as well.
Absolutely. 2 runs, though, to finish. 23. Look, India well and truly in control here, but importantly for the Emirates, they're not out of the game at this point. They're still in it. They're still in it with a chance.
Yeah, look, it's one of the things that's happened in this game, right, is that wickets have come in lots of 2. And it's just changed. UAE, who looked as if they were really almost cruising to that first skin, all of a sudden stopped. Momentum stops, and now India will rebuild and have another go. A really solid first partnership from mine from the UAE, and it's nice to see them bat really well because we thought that the fielding was a little bit disappointing.
So 12 overs remain in the match. Emirates will need 91 runs with Shetty and Prem at the crease. Davik has the ball. Work to do for the Emirates. They're not out of it. It's a good start, short and wide. Comfortably guided into the offside net for 2.
So in the previous games we've seen different bowlers bowl 5 and 6 and really put a lot of pressure on Davik. Solid, but not quite the strike stuff we saw earlier on.
It's a little bit of a miss hit and a chance at the top. A direct hit would have generated some interest.
Every team needs a cricketer like Davik, you know, someone who you don't look at him and think there's an amazing cricketer, but he's a player who just never lets you down, hits 2s, bowls good areas. Not going to blow a side out, but just a good, solid cricketer. You build your teams around guys like this.
Two to come in the over. Sent back. Straight to the fielder. So dot ball.
Good cricket.
Driven. 3-line fielder just got a foot on that, I think. Stop it.
Wrong end, unfortunately, from as well. Went to the top and there was a chance to the keeper's end, I think.
Yeah, 6 runs from the over. Reasonable start there from the Emirates as they try to stay in the hunt here in pursuit of India's 113. You've heard us talk a few times about the ladder machinations and statistics and all that sort of stuff. You can see that for yourself, indoorcricketworldcup.com. Not only all the information from this tournament, but from tournaments past. Wealth of information there, indoorcricketworldcup.com.
It's done a really good nice job of putting that side together, Cam. Is it through Cricket Australia or is that one of the private guys?
It's the sports system, but I did that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Yeah, the sports system used for this tournament, SPA, WTZ, and more or less every indoor cricket tournament of note these days.
Yep.
Wonderful indoor cricket competition management system. And yeah, the WICF, credit to them, lots of results, all in the one place, allowed us to run this for the 2017 edition of the World Cup, some historic information in there as well. And tell you what I'd really like to do is see this delivery. I know someone somewhere's got all the score sheets from the 1995 World Cup, and it'd be brilliant to go and put those in.
Look, if they don't, somebody's got coverage of it and you can put one together, right?
Yeah.
Take a little while.
Yeah, it'd be a dream to have the complete statistical picture of not only the World Cups, but if we could do the same for every international series, get it all into that instance of sports.
No, people love talking about. We were talking to Joffa yesterday, and
Yeah, John Mark.
great effort, and people like talking about the greatest teams of all times and all the rest, and having some stats to back up your argument. Just keep those conversations going along really nicely.
Yeah, that's right.
Uh,
Final ball for Siraj, and it's a no ball.
change sides without signalling.
Yeah, I didn't catch that, but Michael Guest on the ball. See if they're going to ask him about that again. Yep, let's just tune in.
Mate, this is the rule. You have to bowl needs to signal when he's changing sides.
Can't argue with that. It's pretty black and white in the rule book, isn't it? And in fact, not only do you need to signal, you actually have to wait until the umpire acknowledges the signal. So that's a little bit of a gift, that no ball. So 9 runs from the over. Looking good for this skin, the Emirates.
9 runs off the over, and that ball was a 7-run turn because it hit the pole. So if it wasn't a no ball, that's -5. So a 7-run difference.
That's a let off. VJ to bowl.
India, India just getting a little bit messy here, and it's easy with a few runs on the board to do that, but the skins are well in play for UAE, and they need to just get back to playing good cricket.
Well, they're just keeping them in the game at the moment. Driven to the backcourt for 5.
Once again, the line fielder pushback gets in the way of the bowler.
Yeah.
He just needs to be on the line. He picks it up, he throws the stumps down, and it's -5 instead of 5. And yeah.
Oh.
And he catches that because that would have landed on his foot if he'd been standing in the right place.
Yeah, well, not only was he not standing in the right place, but he's gone back deep. He's just standing there sort of in no man's land and not moving in. Now, this is in contrast to the first few overs of the match. India were doing the right thing. And
swapped over sides now because that hasn't gone to plan, and the fielder who's replaced him is still standing way back.
And sent to the back for 7. Doesn't matter where you put your 3-line fielder with a shot like that.
Yeah, boy, UAE were always going to fight for this, and India, you could just sense they were getting a bit messy, and now they're paying the price. They're going to need to lift up from here.
I'll take a single off the last ball. I tell you what, I'm
really
not sure I understand, as we see 19 runs taken off that over. Huge over for Emirates. I don't really get the value of swapping your 3-line fielders. As you say, if they're just going to field in the same place anyway, what have you achieved other than destroy the confidence of the fielder you've moved?
Yeah, look, it's one of those things, the teams do like to put their best fielders in different circumstances, but there has to be a plan around that, not just some indiscriminate action in the middle of a game,
And what are they going to do if the ball starts getting hit on the offside? Swap him back? So, I question that decision.
Yeah, the different courts are different. I just don't like where this leg side line fielder is. I guess he's back because back six is on the offside, but the bowler's bowling right arm round, and he really is just in the way.
Mahasan to bowl the 8th over. Final over to the pair. They've bashed 19 off the previous over. They've banked the skin. They're in the hunt here, the Emirates.
Mahasan's going to make life more difficult for them.
His first over, he came up with a castle off the last ball, only went for 2.
I'm not sure about this decision, Cam. I get it, right. They've just been smashed. They're trying to stop it, but this skin's gone. The game's still okay, and Mahasan could come back later and make sure skin is put away. So
yeah,
you need someone who's not going to get smashed, but I'm not sure you need someone quite as much part of the...
What a piece of that, didn't he?
That's like baseball. He's trying to hit that seven rows back. It's strike one.
Yakety yak. Better decision this time. Little opportunity there, but they're safe.
See where the keeper is when the ball goes past the stumps? These are the things that Laltiski's really good at. He's low down behind there catching that. The Indian keeper's standing up, looking in the wrong direction, and he's never going to glove it. It was reasonably
And it means
close.
they have got to get a direct hit. But no option other than that.
Oh,
Good
great
piece
bit
of
of work.
fielding there.
Yeah.
Davik at the back.
Yeah.
Saves 5. Or
Solid
4.
cricketer for mine, David. And again, not a spectacular cricketer, but a solid cricketer.
Final ball of the partnership. Got a sent back. It'll be a dot ball to finish. But the damage already done. A 38-run partnership for the Emirates. They're banking that second skin and doing more than staying in the hunt, Paul.
Yeah, mate, absolutely. Right now, Emirates are on top in the chase. I think still really, in my view, they've still got to get 52 to win it in 2, so you wouldn't say that they're in control by any means. They're certainly in front of the chase. But I just think India there, it's a lot of cricket, it's a lot of time. There's a lot of, you prep for a game, you play the game, you warm down, go back, you debrief, you get half an hour, you have a shower, get changed, come back. A lot of cricket stuff goes on. And players aren't going to be able to be at their best the entire time. India, for me, sort of middle of that partnership, just seemed to lose focus a little bit, bowled a few wide, started to look untidy, and Emirates just came straight back and took momentum when they did that, and that can happen. Right now, the question for India is, do they have that leader out there? Say, hey guys, we're here to win this game. Let's get the ball back in the right areas. Let's get our field in the game. Let's do the basics really well for 2 overs here and get control of this match again.
Jay and Dilsar at the crease. Here's Namsheed. Fair delivery.
Very hard when you watch Namshi. It just looks like it goes a mile. Strike 2.
It'll be third ball early in this partnership and a big opportunity here for Team India. Went to hand, it'll be a single.
Another dot, one dot. This is what India need to start this partnership now, as they just start and see if they can put the screws back in the holes and see if they can get UAE under a level of control.
Oh, through the gap for 4. Just hit with authority, picked the right line, wide on that V, and big runs.
Yeah, just what UAE need, that ball. Oh.
Beaten to finish, 5 runs from the over. Paul, you're talking about whether India have a leader out there that can rally the troops. The captain, Girish, actually not playing the game now.
Injured at the moment and may not be back.
Yeah,
so they've lost one for the tournament who's a leader. They've lost their captain who's also now out for at least another day, I would have thought. So I'm not quite sure.
Danush taking over the captaincy in the absence of Girish.
Yeah, and look, they're just looking a little bit ragged to me. Danush in there trying to rally the troops right now and remind them that we need to get this stuff right.
Here's Uris. That's twice I've seen Afros do that, run and jump into the net when all he had to do was run and actually just get the ball. And he's let it hit the net twice for 2.
It's interesting. Danush and Uris aren't looking as penetrable as they have been in the last few games. Again, that also could have been a bit tighter than that. They've come in these overs and bowled and really troubled people. And today it's just not doing as much. They don't look as quick. This can be a little bit of fatigue. Matt Henderson always talks about the finals always 10% slower than the rest of the tournament. That one troubled him a little bit. I wonder if that's one of the things India's got at the moment. So Danush is keeping. I'm not sure he's a keeper. Watching his body position and what he's doing. Someone should have dived in and had a crack at catching that. That Nick has dropped back, come off the net, popped back out, and an experienced keeper possibly would have got that on the way back. Is one of these 200 players the standard keeper? So look at to mine.
Final ball for Uriz. You get through for another single, 7 runs from the over. 12 runs for the partnership so far. They're certainly well behind in the skin chase. They need, another 26 or
24.
25 to win the skin.
25, yep.
And also stay in the hunt, but they probably want 30 plus here to be comfortable.
Yeah, look, 40 to tie from here. 12 to go, they're going to want to leave that last partnership certainly under 30 and preferably under 25. But we're heading for another last over thriller, I have a feeling, Cam. These two sides and this tournament team just won't go away. UAE really, for mine, should have never been allowed back into this contest, and now they're back in it, they're not going anywhere. Davik to see if he can slow this momentum again.
It's a comfortable two, a lovely shot there from Jay.
Great to see that Indian fielder in the air, cover, trying to create a presence. If that goes to hand, he's going to biff those stumps down. He's going to get a wicket, and the striking batsman knows that.
Yeah, the big shout. They're asking for, I think the nick certainly came off the body, but was there a nick on the way through, Paul?
I thought not, but we'll have a look, eh? Oh, they think he might have hit a bit of glove. I don't think it did.
No.
I think they're hoping India's playing at home in a cricket test match here.
And yeah, there's no way an umpire standing 10 feet in the air and behind that is going to give that out.
No.
David continues, pushed through the onside for 2. Beaten outside off. I think a lot of these sides need to have a real good look at the wide rule. They always looking back at the umpire when it's sort of half a foot inside the edge of the pitch.
Bowlers, eh? Even when they're just batsmen having a bowl, people who are bowling are just crazy about this thing.
Yeah.
You know.
Driven straight to the fielder. And a good response there from Jay to get back in the crease. It will be third ball. Big moment in the game. Yeah. Emirates still in touch. Falling a little bit behind now with some tight bowling here from Davik. And a massive opportunity for India. Can they convert? Chance at the top. No, they cannot. They get away. Well, I shouldn't say get away with it. They get through it, the Emirates. 2 runs off that last ball. Another good over, 6 runs from it. But partnership is 18. That ordinarily, you wouldn't be too upset with that. But they're not in the hunt for this skin, you would think. Where do they need to be? At least, yeah, they'd love to be 90 at least at the end of this partnership.
Mate, if they get 6 here, they're 85. And they've scored 24, and it leaves the last partnership 24. So, you know, to be honest, I think 85, no, it doesn't leave them 28. Yeah, I think they probably want to be 85 at the minimum. It's one of the things here, you sort of feel that, barring some more pretty spectacular hitting, India's probably only a couple of wickets away from winning this game. They've got 5 overs, they probably need 2 wickets, and that probably starts to push it out, subject to some sensational hitting. Danush, big 7 in his last over. He'll be looking to come in and bowl really well here.
Straight to the fielder. The response is a good one. I've talked about this before, but I'll raise it again, that the yellow tape on Danush's wrist, when you're bowling with a yellow ball, I'm not sure that I'm a fan of that.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. One of the things that teams aren't doing here is bringing much up with umpires. The obstructions aren't being brought up by the teams. Everyone's just being good sports about letting it go. No one's bringing this up and saying, hey, is that okay? I mean, the worst the umpire's going to do is ask me to put the sweatband over it, right? It's
yeah, that's
it's
right.
not a big deal.
He's literally wearing one. He could pull that down.
Yeah.
It's done.
It's not the end of the world, but you wonder if a bit later in the tournament whether these things might grab a little bit more attention.
It's third ball now. Again, another huge opportunity for India. Oh, they get through. And the third ball option, falling at the sticks, means they can just hit him and they can scamper away.
Yeah, look, we've seen a lot of that today, haven't we? Guys just bowling third ball full at the stumps as if third ball's the time you're going to knock guys' poles over. The Sri Lanka and England sides coming in and starting to watch this before they prepare for their game. It's another absorbing contest. Been a really good over here.
Yeah, 2 balls remain. The match on the line. Oh, confusion. India can't cash in.
2 off the last to leave the last partnership, 30 to win it. That'll get them the skin as well for the last, so it really is set up for a bit of a thrilling finish here. Danush will to finish with a wicket.
Left alone. Jay again questioning the umpire, but I think that snuck inside the line. It's a fair delivery. And a wonderful over from Danush, the captain, keeps them to 3 in a partnership of 21. They'll need 32 to win off the final partnership, the United Arab Emirates. And India, if they can bowl a few more overs like that, they'll stay in control. An exciting finish coming up here from Casey Stadium, live on KO Sports and YouTube around the world. More indoor cricket action to come following this. It's Australia up against South Africa in the under-22 women's division from 1 p.m. Australian Daylight Time. So we hope you can stay with us not only for this incredible finish coming up here, but also that match and the ones that follow it, again live from Casey Stadium. I'm Cameron Walter, and with me, Paul Botterill. Paul, who is your money on?
My money is on India. Dots and ones are a really good thing for India from here. Look, the UAE will not die wondering. They will go after this, but they need 32 off 24 balls. Run rate's starting to get reasonably tough at this level of indoor cricket.
Prasath and Isaru at the crease for the Emirates. Big task ahead of them. They need 32 runs. Here's Afros. Starts short, put away.
Oh, that's tight as well on the no ball short, isn't it? Look, time for mine for umpire guest also perhaps just to have a little chat and say to guys, actually, I'm going to call this, and we're going to get on with the game. I don't need every wide call being queried.
Yeah, absolutely. Chance. The throw way too high.
Wrong end from mine too. That was a flick to the top, and that was out by a metre for mine. Early wickets and partnerships, they get in players' heads, and they're quite important. You don't want to miss this stuff early. You get that out and you put a player on the back foot, you miss it and you build his confidence. Line forward is back and holding for UAE.
You get the sense 1, possibly 2 wickets wins the game for India. For UAE, just 1 big over.
Yeah, I think maybe they probably need the back net twice. So India need 2 wickets. And maybe 1 wicket now because of the dots and the overs they've had, you know. So a wicket from here probably puts them firmly in control. UAE probably need a couple of back nets here to be really back in control of the chase. And it's only a couple of balls, a couple of good balls, a couple of bad balls.
Gentle push straight back to the receiver. If they're going to win this, they'll want to be hitting through the ball a little harder.
Yeah, look, I think sometimes teams, both line fielders here holding. Sometimes as if teams forget that a wicket would come in handy. And then having a line field up trying to get somebody out is pretty valuable. There's nothing here we've seen from this UAE pair which suggests that they're going downtown all day. Gets through there, gets us 3.
A great diving effort from Davik at the back. Saves 1, but it is 3 to finish. So a positive start, 8 runs from it. And, well, that's exactly what they need, 8 and over.
8 and over, that's exactly right.
We're talking about the need to hit the back net a couple of times. That over just proves they actually can get there without doing it. They had a couple of dot balls in there, even a single, and they still got their 8.
The little 3 last ball really helped, right? And yeah, I think that's fair. This will be a pretty important over. Namshi bowling here. He's bowled pretty well throughout from what I've seen. If they can get 8 off him, they'll be well on track. That's the thing, right? 8 and over, you get a wicket, and all of a sudden it's 10 and over.
Well, true, though India haven't taken a wicket since the 4th over.
Wow.
Here's Namshi, 14th over. This fascinating contest, India up against the Emirates, here at the World Cup of Indoor Cricket. Oh.
Whoa. How important could that have been? Again, I'm going to call this. I think they've got a part-time keeper out there. The arm's not great, the gloving's not great. He's in some pretty ordinary positions, and it's tough when your keeper gets hurt.
It's 3rd ball, back live. Just got something on a chance at the top. He's through. They get away with it, Emirates. But those dots, invaluable.
Yeah, 1 off 3 balls, and that run rate's pushing up.
I think the keeper might need some attention now. Not sure. Just trying to listen in to the umpire.
It's a minor injury.
Cameron, I know there's a lot of discussion about different things, but for mine, this minor injury rule on the time clock is also not the best rule in indoor cricket.
Single by way of the back net.
Are they, is he .1-1?
Yes.
So if they're going to get 8, one thing about it, right, when you've got the part-time keeper who can't catch the ball, it makes some of the stuff a little more appealing, right? So he's going to have a swing, and if he lifts his back foot, he's got a 50-50 chance of being okay.
Last ball of the over. Tucked away
off.
for 2.
Not 2, 4 off.
Yes, 4 off the over. So 20 to win off the last 2.
Up to 10s. 8 to 10s, and again.
And so,
But India
Prasaka's... Sorry, go on.
India is going to need to get one out from here to win it, I think. If they keep not getting one, eventually UAE will blast one through and they will steal this game. And ball will be getting older and softer. It'll be getting no easier. India, couple of opportunities in that over for mine.
And Prasatha's faced the majority of the strike. Isaru's only had 2 deliveries so far, both singles. Is that an edge? Well,
wow.
It's immaterial in the end. How is that not caught?
How is that not caught? In a game, you've got to get a wicket to win. The bowler thinks that's an edge. I wouldn't mind seeing that again if you get a chance to. Not an edge. Off the keeper's glove. Still a...
Back live. That should be out, and it is. That's what they needed. Isaru just trying to push it around. And, well, now they've got to go.
Yeah.
24 to win, 10 balls remaining. That's the first wicket to fall since the 4th over of the innings.
Good effort too from cover. That's not a bad catch at all. That's going quite quickly. He's got his hands up to parry it up and stayed composed to catch it.
Yeah, he's got a run there. It's not gloved.
He can pretty much run every ball at the moment. So I might as well take the keeper out and put him in the field, to be honest. Delia, the reserve to the reserve keeper.
Getting some height on the back now.
Boy, they are defending.
Yeah, they are. Oh, that'll be out. Oh, he's dropped it.
Oh, my God.
Unbelievable. That would have sealed the game. Instead, it's 3 runs.
Yeah, Afos has just explained that to him. How just what he wants to hear from his mate there, you know.
If you caught that, we would have won.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Look, the field pushing forward again now. They're clearly deciding that one of these batsmen is going to play in the front half, and they're going to try and get him out, which I really like. And one of them's going to try and go to the back net. They're going to see if the keeper with the gloves on. He caught the ball. It's the first thing he's caught since he's been keeping.
8 balls remain.
Oh, well bowled. Yeah, no, that's a useful delivery. Well bowled.
Still 20 runs away. Need to find that back net again. The Emirates.
7 balls. So they're now getting up around 3 a ball. And interesting, decided to defend both batters.
There's a go. Will it fall safe? No. It falls into the hands of Davik. And you would think that'd be all she wrote. -5 from the over. 2 wickets in it. Well bowled from Suraj.
Suraj puts his hand up for a high five and only half the team can reach us. He's a tall man, this Suraj.
There it is on the replay. He had to go. He just didn't get it straight enough. Davik makes no mistake.
Yeah, don't pick Davik out because he's a guy that doesn't make mistakes. The easy one, a bit of a dolly that was dropped, but Davik's not going to put one down. And again, a little wronging. Takes away the space.
Yeah.
What guys want when they're trying to hit is to be able to free hands. It is. It's like a pinball game up there as they try to move these fielders around front and back.
Yeah, 25 runs netted off the over. I'm not sure I'd be too worried about going for that many runs, but here they are. Here's VJ. Here's 2.
Just turns the strike over. Lots needed. And this one we know what's going to happen. This one he's going to try and put it downtown. Could bowl leg pole at him here. He's over the offside a long way.
And he did, but he got a cross, got something on it. 1 run.
I'm not sure why you'd bat there when you want to free your arms and hit it.
It's 2 runs. So they'll need 3 sevens in a row to win the game, the Emirates.
The Indian fielders on the back sticks continue to argue about where they should stand.
Oh, that makes life interesting, doesn't it?
And they run one as well.
Yeah, leg side plus the 1.
The reserve keeper keeping his 100% record on catching. The back sticks fielder still talking about where to stand.
17 to win off 3. Oh, will he be out? I think that will be out. Direct hit. Oh, India can't believe it. It's given 2.
I wouldn't mind seeing the replay of that. I'm a fan of this, right? I think it's out by about a foot, and if it's out by a foot, you can give it not out. Don't get penalised for having a chat with Michael Guest about it.
Yeah, gee. You wouldn't want to see that. 14 to win, so 2 sevens required. Oh, there's one of them. Is he? It's out. He's got him. UAE were nearly still in the game, but this time India effect a run out and ice the game late in the final over.
People talk about sport being a game of inches, but into cricket you can see it actually is. This goes for 7, they can win. It goes for 7, they can win. There it is, they can win. Fielder gets it, takes his time and goes, I'm going to hit here.
Bang. Well and truly out.
Yeah.
Well done, India.
There's the game gone.
Oh, dropped off the last ball. It's immaterial for anything other than statistics. And what a great contest, folks. India winning the match 113 to 96. But yet another World Cup fixture that went deep into the final over, Bots.
Yeah, mate. India rocket up to 4th on the points table based on that result. And again, a lot of equalisation to go in the points table as we go through teams playing different sides. But right now they look like a decent cricket side. And they're doing it with 2 of their best players not able to play. And and clearly without the specialist wicketkeeper playing, from what I can see.
Might take a look at some of the highlights here, Paul, as we close out this match.
Plenty of them, Cam.
Yeah, always something to offer all the time. Here's a look at the first innings. That's a shot through to the back net early on when India put on 113. Lots of good batting from them.
Here's the catch.
Yeah, that one was late in that second partnership when they were looking good for 30 as well. More back net action from Team India. And back into the second innings here. This was a great catch, this was.
Yeah.
Took that second effort. Even the first one was fingertips. Just stayed in it. Yeah, big 7. Shetty, gee, he hit a long ball. There he is again. Good batting from him. And Siraj, well, this is the over that probably won the game in the end. A couple of wickets there to put India in the box seat, and it felt like from there they never really left it. There's a simple catch there for Davik, and see this 7. Smart cricket here from Team India to ice the game. What a contest it has been here at the World Cup. Another enthralling finish, this time between India and the United Arab Emirates. Thanks so much for being with us throughout this. Don't go anywhere. Coming up next from 1 p.m. Australian Daylight Time, it is Australia up against South Africa in the under-22 women's, and we certainly do look forward to bringing you all of that action live from Casey Stadium on KO Sports here in Australia and YouTube around the world. But until then, for Paul Botterill and the rest of the broadcast team, I'm Cameron Walter. Thanks for watching. great piece of fielding.
Got him, Yobiote. One for the leg spinner.
Leg stump finds a gap. Can he hit the stumps? Oh, I reckon he was out level
That is an absolutely sensational piece of fielding from Claire Koski at the back.
That's indoor cricket. Here he is. And there it is! He's entered the stats straight away.
Fraser McGurk cuts and he's away with a boundary. Nice start to his domestic 50-over career. Certainly in line with their hopes.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Casey Stadium for the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup. We are live on KO Sports here in Australia and on YouTube around the world. I'm Cameron Walter, and with me is Gary Lowe, and we're getting set to take you through this incredible fixture between the Australian and South African under-22 women's sides. Australia, the competition front runners. South Africa have had a tough draw to date, but this will be a exciting game for them.
Yeah, it will be a ripper. Hello, Cameron, and hello to all of you wherever you're dialing in right around the world. Look, South Africa have had a really rough trot in terms of some very competitive teams. They've had to play the Australian Open women's team and then into the South African Open women's team. So coming up against the 22s, if you've been following the broadcast or the tournament thus far, there's a bit of cross-pollination between the 22s and the Open women's. They play against each other, but they're playing in their own ladders and getting their own competition points. So this will be a welcome match for South Africa to get back into the 22s and to see how they're faring against the Australian side, who at the moment are on top of the competition ladder on 21 points.
Well, why don't we take a look at the two lineups taking the court today?
Yeah, we'll start with Australia. They're currently on screen at the moment, and they're captained by Katrina Dixon. Then we have Harvey, Gann, Voss, Barnett, Humphries, Crawford, and Beasley, coached by Australian Indoor Cricket Hall of Famer Cindy Cross. The South African lineup, captained by Boshoff, Roots, Van Rooyen, Van Hawken, Venter, Barnard, Kamerman, and Hartman, and Hansi Oliveira is the coach of the South African side.
The umpire for this match will be Kieran Mascarenas from Singapore. And a big hello to everyone watching over there in South Africa. And obviously around Australia and the rest of the world as well. Settle in for another exciting fixture here at the Indoor Cricket World Cup. More action to come throughout the day as well. You'll probably see on your screen Australia will be batting first. I imagine they've won the toss. It's pretty unusual to win the toss and bowl. It's going to be Venter to get us underway. Beasley and Gann opening the batting for Australia. Here we go. Oh, it's a bit of a juggler. Yes, no, as a result from the batters. It is a dot in the end.
Yeah, Venter 3 or 4 touches before controlling the ball, keeping it off the net. No damage, no runs.
It's the first runs for Australia. Comfortable too. And a dot ball.
Chelsea Gann on strike. I mean, good tournament thus far.
And opens her account with a 2. Both Beasley and Gann having a look at the ball and then helping themselves to 2 runs through the offside.
Averaging just under 10 in innings is Gann. And that young lady there who's just played an extraordinary indoor cricket shot. She is the leading run scorer, almost the leading run scorer, but certainly highest in terms of averages 20.67 innings, scoring 62 runs from her 3 games, only outscored by Stacey Rockcliffe, was a game in hand.
Wonderful shot for 3 from Gann to close out the over. 9 runs from it. A great start for Australia. And Beasley averaging 20.67, if you don't mind. That's pretty handy.
It's pretty significant, isn't it? Stacey Rockcliffe, 66 runs from 4 games. And Beasley, almost the same amount, 62 runs, but a game less, so having batted for 4 less overs. Very healthy strike rate as well, 155, which is the best in the Australian outfit by a long shot.
All those statistics and more available at indoorcricketworldcup.com as we see Van Hawken gets us underway with a no ball. It was full and wide, and Gann doesn't miss out. She gets across and punches it into the back court. It's 4 runs. Looks a young side, the South Africans, doesn't it? This delivery.
Yeah, good shot there for 2 runs. It does look a young side, obviously both teams being under 22, but the majority of the Australian side on the higher end of that scale towards the 22, whereas this side towards the lower end. Good depth for future years.
Another great shot for Gann. It was almost a full toss there, but no attempt to slog it, just guided it in that offside net for 2. Driven flat, but in the gap. Another 2 runs for Beasley.
South Africa collecting 4 skins throughout the tournament. They'll be very keen to win a partnership here and come away with something from this game.
A dot ball to finish the over, 12 runs from it. Another good one for Australia. They look a good opening combination, Gann and Beasley.
Yeah, we know that they're averaging quite highly throughout the World Cup, and we'd expect them to put on a fair amount of runs on their way to 40 at the moment.
It's going to be the South African captain now, Zandri Boshoff. Over number 3.
And again, a wonderful indoor cricket shot there. No way for the field to get involved. Beasley all over that. Much warmer day here in Casey. Around this time the last couple of days, it's been sitting around the 12 or 14 degrees. A nice warm 20 degrees outside.
Straight back to the bowler. The dot ball. Great shot again from Gann. She's looked comfortable. And just having looked up the temperature, Gary Lowe removing the jacket.
Oh, it's getting warm in here, mate.
I know South Africa are a passionate indoor cricket nation. The Junior World Series, as we announced yesterday, relocated from South Africa to the UAE for next year, September, October next year. Zandri Boshoff continues, driven through the gap. Look, I know that some of the South African cohort are disappointed with that decision. They've lost the Junior World Series and an opportunity for some of their young indoor cricket stars to play at home. Certainly do understand. As Boshoff continues. And Gann helps herself to another 2. Certainly do understand that disappointment. That said, South Africa have hosted a few World Series before.
Yeah.
UAE certainly have not hosted a Junior World Series, and the WICF obviously has to take a global view of the game and what's best to try and develop it. And I think the South African administrators adhering to that and supporting that view, and I know that despite the initial disappointment, I think what that will represent for the South Africans that do get to go away is a fantastic trip over there to the UAE.
Yeah, most certainly. Van Rooyen coming in now, the 16 for South Africa. Tucked around the corner, one scored. Yeah, look, I think that's natural. I mean, everybody wants to have a World Cup in their home country, don't they? I mean, everybody does, regardless.
Well, we're doing it right now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we feel very blessed for the opportunity to be able to host all the nations coming to compete in the World Cup. 5 scored, getting through the defences there of the sweeper, Von Hawken. Nice shot. But quite right, the WICF, in collaboration with the other nations, have come to a decision that is in the best interests of international indoor cricket.
And if you didn't catch the announcement yesterday, the rationale there is that the UAE sort of being a more central destination will allow the event to access more teams, more entries. So more people playing as Ryan continues. It'll be, well, they probably could have run, but they don't worry in the end.
Yeah, they could have run and got a second almost as well.
Yeah. So that's part of the rationale there. 2 balls remain. A leg side, so we still have 2 to come. But I know what that does certainly do is introduce an expense to the South African sides that probably wouldn't have existed, given that they'd get to be at home. Expensive sport. An opportunity here. It was a late call, but in the end, the right one. Get away and move the score past the 40-run mark with 1 ball to come. So anyone listening over there in South Africa looking to support the sport of indoor cricket financially, they'll certainly welcome it. Pass ball. Driven into the back court. This has been a massive opening partnership for the Australians. Can you believe it? 46 runs. A dominant start to this under-22 women's clash. Australia helping themselves to 46 up against South Africa. The dream start, Gary.
Yeah, South Africa would have been looking to have come out with all guns blazing, and 46 doesn't completely snuff out all their confidence, but it certainly makes them highly cognizant of the power that this Australian outfit have.
Yeah, and when that follows up with Katrina Dixon and Tanae Crawford striding to the crease for the Australian side, life's pretty difficult, but for the South African side, they've just got to try and stay in this game. They've got to try and find a way to respond to this. And if they've got some of their go-to bowlers, or maybe just a tweak to the field, they know, having watched some of the games earlier and obviously that first 4 overs, how Australia go about building an innings. Maybe they can find a way to respond. Dixon and Crawford at the crease. Cummerman gets us back underway, starts full. Almost over pitching, well dug out there by Dixon. But see, I don't mind this. You want to get it up there, try and invite the drive.
Yeah.
Create some opportunities. Because again, nice foolish length, enough for Crawford to get it away for 2. Katrina Dixon playing in the Queensland ladies side this year at Nationals, Australian Nationals. Offhand into the net. Alongside her 2 sisters. Triple threat.
Yeah, they're a sporting family. Christmas Day cricket in the backyard would be pretty lethal there, I'd imagine. And Australia's an awfully big place. Largest island on planet Earth. Then we've got young lady on strike here, Dixon, coming from Wildcats Indoor Sports up in northern Queensland. And Tanae Crawford from the other side of the country, all the way on the other side over at Bouncer Indoor Sports Centre over in Western Australia. So the best of the best representing Australia in this squad, regardless of where they call home. It's quite a voyage from Bouncer Indoor Sports over to Wildcats.
Yeah, it certainly would be.
Quite a long walk.
Yeah, Crawford despite being from Bouncer, played for New South Wales in the recent Nationals. WA not fielding a ladies' side in the recent competition, so good to see that she got a game and got a Guernsey here in the Australian side, and no ball too high. And sometimes that's what it's about. If the state's not going to get a side in, or the province, depending on where you are in the world, that at least the individual gets an opportunity in a World Cup year.
Well, what a travesty if she wasn't able to play because Western Australia didn't have a side.
Yeah.
She's in the top 12 women under 22 in the country to be able to play indoor cricket in terms of skill set and ability. And if she didn't have that opportunity from New South Wales today, during the Nationals, she wouldn't be here.
Roots is the bowler. And again, Australia starting well. No ball off their first delivery it was, so already 7 runs from the over. South Africa staring down the barrel of a big total here from the Australians. That's a better delivery, moving away. Dixon got across, but it was not quite the length she thought it was. It was just back of that, and a dot ball. No ball off the pitch. Oh, a little bit of a shout for the catch. I'm not sure about that. It's 2 runs and another big over for the Australians. 11 runs from it. These two are on the march.
Yeah, flying along. Dixon 10, Crawford 12, 68 the total. They are flying. South Africa just need to get those little wins in place. Maybe their win is creating a third ball opportunity. Certainly it would be taking a wicket. Hartman, Tamsin. Tossing it up nicely. Lucky to get the 2 runs there, Dixon. There were a few South African players around. Unable to stop that ball from careering into the net. And that's the shot that Dixon was looking to do the ball prior. Tanae Crawford this time rocking back with time. Hitting the ball down at a great angle. Getting it high into the netting.
A dot ball. That was single is what I meant to say, Gary. As they keep the scoreboard ticking over.
You've done a lot of games in a few days, Cam.
I occasionally like to go back and look at some of the games, not necessarily from the tournament we're doing, but some historic games to have a look. Not to hear myself, but to enjoy the cricket again. To see Hartman bowl this delivery, and occasionally do pick up me describing singles as dots and wides as fair balls, and not even noticing at the time. So apologies in advance if I do that. One to come in the Hartman over. And another single. 8 runs from the over. A slightly better one for the South Africans, but really not troubling the bats at the moment. So for me, South Africa really staring down the barrel here, fine. But the way that this division works is 3 teams ultimately at the end of the day in the 22s. First is going to go straight through to the World Cup final.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not going to be South Africa. They're not going to finish first from where they are. What they need to be doing across the rest of this week and leading into the semi-final against whoever finishes second is determine how they're going to win that game and get into the final.
Yeah.
So it's an information gathering exercise as Barnard gets us back underway as much as anything else. They need to figure out how they can be competitive against a strong batting lineup like this. What is it they need to do? They don't really have the height in the field. What can they do differently that's going to buy them a wicket or create an opportunity that they're not doing now?
Good there. And further to that point, also within their own internal teams, what batting partnerships work best.
Yep.
In terms of bowling partnerships, we don't often talk about that. Who should be bowling in certain circumstances?
Yeah,
So,
who are
right.
you going to bowl immediately after a good over? Who are you going to bowl after a bad one? Who are you going to bowl first to a skin, last to a skin? Who are you going to bowl if they're aggressive at you? If they're compact? You know, all of these things. Barno continues. But in that process, Gary, I'd love to see a little bit of experimentation here. So, you know, maybe just do something a little unorthodox in the field, bring that front court nice and straight. Maybe put 2 on the leg. Just something to experiment and see what they can come up with. So if you have 2 fielders in that front court nice and straight, that shot probably doesn't get played. And even if it does, it might hit them. So instead of that being 4 runs, it's a deflection in the front court, goes back to the keeper, could be a run out. Last ball of the partnership. Sent back. Oh, they're thinking about stealing one. They nearly do. It brings the partnership to an end. Another 40-plus run partnership here for the Australians. They're on 86 and in absolute cruise control here in this World Cup clash. Up against South Africa, it's the under-22 ladies. We're live from Casey Stadium here in Victoria. I'm Cameron Walter, and with me Gary Lowe, and that is just a phenomenal start from the Australians.
Yeah, it is, and the pain continues because there's just no relief with this Australian side. The next 2 coming out now know how to score runs. Charlotte Voss.
And Eliza Barnett.
Yeah, Voss on 11 an average. Barnett 17. So again, looking at around that 30, generally speaking, they'd fancy their chances for another 40 here in this skin. South Africa obviously looking to avoid that circumstance.
Well, I've said it before, I'll say it again, as we see Kummerman about to bowl her second over. I'd love to see South Africa try something different here. Yeah, just even something totally outside of the box, like maybe 2 3-line fielders on the offside. You know what I mean? 2 on leg side, just something. Experiment.
You're a madman, Cameron Walter. You're an indoor cricket madman.
Two runs.
If they don't quite have the pace with the ball, and bats have just watch this delivery. Oh, a little opportunity. It was good response to go to the top, just not quite in position for it. You know, if the batters are hitting the ball where they want to hit it, then the conventional field's just not going to help. That's good. That's good fielding. I was just having a look at the 3-line fielders, the fact they're getting in there. They've got a lot of ground to cover, both up and down and side to side on the court. Comfortable 2. 1 ball remains. Must have just been inside that line.
Over.
And it's a dot ball to finish. And 6 runs from the over. Fairly comfortable start from these 2. You can see the South African girls in there getting in the groove. And that's one of the most important things as well, that irrespective of what's going on the scoreboard, that they are enjoying themselves here at the World Cup. Thanks to the tunes coming out here, thanks to the DJ Andrew, and Roots will bowl over number 10.
It's not really a bad delivery, just slightly fractionally short, but Voss puts it away. Roots is generally the wicketkeeper for South Africa. And that's hit for 1 now. My South African pronunciations aren't the best, and I apologise in advance, but her local centre is Gauteng North. It's more of a throaty Gauteng North, but I'm not good at it, and I don't want to offend anybody by trying. So I'll put my Australian slang into it. No disrespect for anybody, of course.
Just want to have a look at, we talked about this looking a youngish side here. Just looking at the ages of some of these players. Ashley Barnard, 13, playing in the under-22s. You got Chanel Venter, 14. It's the under-22 World Cup. Van Horgen, 16. Monique Morgan, I'm not sure, is in this match.
No, she's on the bench for this one.
But also 13. So an incredibly young side here on the world stage.
And we talked about the depth and the longevity of this squad. Realistically, a lot of these players could be playing for South Africa in the under-22s for the next 6 years.
Yeah, 2 or 3 World Cups. And look, we just see them get through for that single. It brings the over to an end, 5 runs from it. I really, really admire South African indoor cricket, for one, for picking this side, and these players and their parents for sending them.
Yeah.
That's a big effort to come away here. They know that this under-22s division was going to play in and amongst the women's division. So not only are these young ladies playing against 19, 20-year-olds, they're playing against adults with oodles of experience.
Yeah.
And as I say, it's an opportunity for them to come out and experiment, figure out what works for them, and turn them into stars of the future. Here's Boshoff, the captain.
They've got some commonalities, do Boshoff and Roots. Boshoff is a flight attendant, and Roots is a qualified flight attendant. Maybe that's how he got the cheap flights over here. Chance here.
Oh, it's a good bit of fielding and just needs to get that disposal right. Sort of stuck in the hand a little and didn't quite go where it needed to. Well bowled, South African skipper.
Well, this is a really good batting partnership from a South African perspective here. These two can score big runs, and so far only 13 after 2 and a bit overs.
Punch through the gap on the onside for 2. And that one a safe shot for 2 from Barnett. 1 ball remains. Oh, very nearly played on. That was a good over there from Boshoff. Created a couple of opportunities for a country. And what an opportunity it is for all of these players to be here on the world stage. Of course, the Australians at home, loving every minute of representing their country on their home turf. But for the South Africans, again, a young side. Big smiles on their face still, as you see out there. What an unreal opportunity for them to come away to Australia, all the way from South Africa, get amongst this great nation of ours and compete here on the world stage.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, Melbourne, it's one of the most livable cities on earth, isn't it? Sporting capital of the world.
Hartman, the bowler. They take 2 from her first delivery. It's a dot. One of the other things I'd like to see this young South African side do is just a little bit more presence from them in the field. You can see after the delivery they're certainly appreciative of what's occurred, but it disappears right into the lead up to the delivery. So that just takes a little bit of pressure off, makes it a bit easier to be out there and bat in the battle. Can't be too nice out there.
Not in the World Cup. Can be nice at the prize-giving ceremony, can't they? Been listening to some of our fellow New Zealanders.
I think There's a wonderful shot there from Barnett. It's called a prize giving in South Africa too.
Is it?
Yeah, yep.
So we're the odd ones out in Australia.
Well, I don't know that we're the odd ones out. I think England would call it a presentation too. Could be wrong. It's a ceremony. Why don't we settle on neutral terminology. Last ball. An opportunity there, a little underarm. Needed to be an overarm zing. And it's another good partnership there for Australia, but South Africa can take heart from that. They bought a lot more dot balls in there, and that's actually building some pressure. That's if they can string a few of those together. They did have 1/3 ball opportunity. They string a few more together, they're a chance here to take a wicket. Just like to see a little bit more oomph in their step in the field. Like that last ball, for example, the captain Boshoff gathered cleanly, little underarm throw back to the top. That really should be a stand and deliver. As we see Humphries and Harvey at the crease now for Australia. And South Africa really staring down the barrel here of a massive run chase. 110 on the board with 4 overs to come. Von Hagen. And Horgan. And a dot ball to start. Not a bad delivery.
No, not bad at all. And 24, the third batting partnership there. So South Africa will be mindful of that when they decide who's going to bat in the third. They might be able to steal that one possibly.
A little bit wayward there from Van Hawken.
Local centre at home is Eastern Province. I'm sure everyone back home's tuning in. It's the Lakeside's quarter, though it is a little bit early over in South Africa. 4:28 in Johannesburg at the moment.
Well, if you're watching us live, good from you. Thanks for your viewership. If you're watching us on replay, I certainly don't blame you. 4:30 in the morning. I didn't realise there was a 4:30 in the morning.
Yeah, there is, yeah. Yeah, there is.
2 runs, the first runs off the bat for Humphries. 2 balls remain. Plenty of width there for Harvey. Helps herself to 2 on the offside. Wasn't necessarily the most authoritative drive in the world. I thought she had to reach out for that one in the end. It wasn't coming as quick as she thought, but adjusted well and guided it into the gap, and more importantly, along the ground for 3. 11 runs from the over. Another good start for Australia. The umpire, Kieran Mascarenas from Singapore, doing a great job officiating here at the World Cup. Van Rooyen. Tucked around for 2.
Yeah, just fractionally short there by Callie Van Rooyen. Just only by a little bit. Harvey making no mistakes. Van Rooyen, she's got a bit of pace about her. It'd be good to see her get that line and length right on target. A little bit of atmosphere now on the front court from South Africa. Cameron Walton was talking about that just before. Good to see now.
Indeed. Throws that one up and high risk. And Harvey banks 5 from the South African vice captain. Comfortable 2 for Humphries. Last ball of the over now. Well, it's an opportunity here. It just falls out of reach of the keeper and the leg side fielder there. Another big over for Australia. 14 runs from it. Here's that 5. It's lofted, but right in the gap. Right into the back corner of the edge of the V there.
The 22 ladies now, the remainder of their games are all against 22s. No more games against the Open women's sides. They played Singapore, New Zealand, Australia and South Africa. That's it now for them. Only 22 games for both sides left for the rest of the tournament.
Here's Venter. Oh, finds the leading edge. Makes contact with the fielder and they can't grasp it. It's the first genuine chance we've seen in a while.
Yeah, it's Roots in the front court there, throwing out the hand, so close.
An opportunity at the top. Harvey had to put in the big dive to get through. Venter, of course, one of the young players we were talking about. 14. Here in the under-22s. Bowling well. It's a great York and length delivery. Humphries does well to keep it out. You're bowling like this at 14. Quality bowler by the time Venter is playing ladies. Yeah, another great length delivery and a good piece of fielding there on the 3 line too. Barnard, I think that is. Another young player, 13 years old. Third ball a chance. Throws it right up and just over pitching this time. She got the previous 2 deliveries spot on. That one, it's a little bit too full and Humphries helped herself. It's a no ball over the waist. And undoes some of the good work in that over. 8 runs from it. Yeah, probably didn't necessarily overpitch that too much. Humphries just ran at it, got right out there, and credit to her. She had a good look at the first 2 deliveries, knew what she had to do to get off third ball, and did so with 4 runs.
Yeah, she had her dancing shoes on and came down the pitch quite well. And just talking about the ability of some of these players as well from South Africa, it's also good from a mental resilience standpoint as well. As they do develop and get older and grow into the game, they would have known what it's like to have played in a competition like this. That's invaluable.
I just saw Venter come to the back of the crease with the bowler of this over. Barnard, arm around her shoulders, a big smile as they talk through the previous over and maybe this one. Always great character in South African sides. I've been around a few of these internationals, and I have to give all the credit in the world to the coaching and official staff for any South African underage side. I really do prepare them not only as athletes but as people, and I can already see just some signs of that as a spectator here, Gary, watching this game. Really impressed, and as I said, a credit to the coaching staff for South Africa, but obviously to the young individuals on the court. 3 balls to come. Beaten. Dragged her out of her crease. She had to fall over to stay in it. Another opportunity there, just couldn't glove it. Got a finger on it, but gives Humphries a life. She helps herself to 2. And the final ball of the innings now. Oh, leg side. Puts them past 150 and she'll have to bowl it again. took a little while to get rid of that. Indecision over which end to go to. And they're home and hosed as a consequence. A massive batting performance here for the Australians. 152 runs on the board without the loss of a single wicket. That is a dominant performance with the bat, and you tend to come to expect that from Australian sides, and this one is no exception. We might take a look at some of the highlights, Gary, and I'm afraid they're all batting highlights.
Yeah, they are. There was a lot of good shots played. South Africa in the front court had glimpses of perhaps a half opportunity to take a wicket, but unable to affect any. When they played the New Zealand 22s, New Zealand put on 140 against them, Australia putting on 152 today. In that game, South Africa went on to score around about the mid-60s, so they'd be hoping to do that again, maybe even better, certainly targeting that third batting partnership. And that was probably the closest that they got. Look at on hands and knees trying to get back into the crease.
Yeah, wonderful batting performance from Australia. You've heard us say a few times that we're coming to you from Melbourne in Victoria, Australia, and the heart of Melbourne city lines the banks of the Yarra River, popular with exercise enthusiasts for rowing. It's waterside, running and cycle paths in the city's sporting precincts and stadiums. You can get spectacular views of the city skyline if you stroll along the promenade. Federation Square, it's a must-see attraction for its daring modern design, and it's a popular gathering place for tourists and locals alike. The Yarra River is lined with bars and restaurants where locals come to eat and drink after work, and Crown Melbourne's fireballs mark the hour throughout the evenings along the river. Just such a beautiful part of the world, as you see there. Great vision of the Yarra River and the fireballs right outside the Crown Casino. And Victoria, the whole state, lots of parts of the state, and of course Melbourne, the city proper, wonderful destinations for any traveller, be it from overseas or elsewhere in Australia. And once again, our thanks to the Victorian State Government for their support of this event, and indeed all cricket events here in the state of Victoria. You said it before, Melbourne, Gary, the sporting capital of the world, and we'll see that later on in October. By this time it'll be November. The grand final of the T20 World Cup will be at the MCG, one of the best sporting stadiums in the world, and certainly for mine the best cricket stadium in the world. What a spectacle that will be. We see 152 on the board here for Australia. Kummerman and Hartman have the job of opening for South Africa up against the bowling of Charlotte Voss. And gee, I'd love to see South Africa just put on a positive batting performance here. Settle in, folks. Played a missed outside off. Dot ball to start. Same again. Just back of a length. Without much height for these South Africans, these deliveries get big on them quite quickly, don't they?
Yeah.
Third ball. Opportunity for Australia to strike early. A little bit straighter, and Hartman able to get bat on that and get her first run. Single to Kummerman for her first run. That's a great shot, that is. Hartman in a position early. A wonderful indoor cricket shot.
Yeah, the three scoring shots so far have been quite good. First couple just not getting the angle on it, but that one perfect.
Driven into the fielder. And it's a dot to finish, 4 runs from it. Fairly even start for both sides.
Yeah, Katrina Dixon, one of the only players on planet Earth to be belted with a cricket ball and then have a smile on her face.
Isn't that a nickname, Smiley or Smiles or something like that in the Queensland team because she always has a smile on her face.
Yeah, she's always up and about.
A great leader for this under-22 side. Important here for Australia if they do indeed end up winning the game and winning it by a fair margin, that they're still applying all of their skills. They're not going to have this easier time against the older New Zealand side. That it's fair to say it's likely we're going to see those two sides in the World Cup final, and Australia need to be ready. Here's Harvey. Wrist spin. Starts with a no ball off the pitch. Doesn't come out right all the time. Oh, just past the Australian captain there. Bit unusual to see spin so early in an innings.
Yeah, it is. Australia just tinkering with a few things here, and Harvey really tosses it up too. We talk about getting above the eye line. This is above the eye line and then some.
Well, surely that's a no ball. Full toss, she's played it here.
Guess we'll have to watch the replay and find out together, Cameron.
Well, yeah. Harvey's going to continue. Look, the spin certainly would be dipping late, and the play leaning forward playing that. But she's flirting with danger here, Harvey. I think there's a case to be made that that they're close to no balls, but then again, I suppose the batters don't mind a full toss that they can just comfortably take two from.
Now, and they might want to consider playing a straighter kind of bat to that and going the back net. A nice full toss on leg. Bit to do with it. Totally appreciate and respect they're taking the mature approach and going to two net. So that's great. Absolutely fantastic. But it is
Twos
there if
won't
they
win in
wanted
the
it.
game, though.
No. Yep.
False start.
Everybody back to your original positions. Go again. Maybe a little paddle down towards the back net could be an option here for Hartman.
Oh, that is sharp fielding from Katrina Dixon. That's not easy there in that leg side position. She judged it perfectly, got the ball in hand cleanly, and more importantly, how about the disposal? It was rapid, it was accurate. There she is at the top left of your screen, just behind the score. Bang, got it straight back to the keeper, and the first wicket falls. Good piece of fielding for Australia.
Yeah, it just happened so quickly, and that's a skill that's been practiced over and over and over and over again. Hundreds of hours, thousands of hours spent doing that exact thing. And then when it comes time for the game, it's just muscle memory. Doesn't even have to think about it. Beasley now.
Wow, is that bolted around her legs?
Well, it's highly unfortunate, that's for sure. We'll watch the replay here. Done a fantastic job to chop it on. I don't know how she's managed to do it.
No, I'm not quite sure either, but it's out. And all of a sudden, 2 wickets in 2 balls, Australia right on top.
Next side.
And a freebie for the South Africans.
Again, throughout the course of this week, we've talked about some of the other teams that come and watch their fellow countrymen and women playing. We've got the South African 22s over in the grandstand cheering on the 22 women. Good to see. Good camaraderie.
And the thing I like the most about that, not only is that, a bit of national pride and helping the country out, but It's a young South African side we talked about. They've had a rough trot, a pretty difficult start to the draw. It's always difficult to come back from that, and here they are supporting them. It's excellent to see as Beasley continues. Full driven, off hands, it'll be a dot. Third ball to close out the over.
And look, don't mind that shot. I don't mind that shot at all. It's there to hit. You can punch it through the field to the back net.
That's smart cricket.
And over.
Just guided it through that gap, had to run at it to do it. 2 runs to finish, but no runs from the over. Tell you what, I know they're only on 8. These two have actually batted quite well.
Yeah.
They took a sharp piece of fielding from Katrina Dixon to affect the first wicket. Then a really unlucky delivery after that saw Kammerman get bowled. Beyond that, it's been pretty good. They've safely seen off third ball twice. They've let balls go. They've found the side nets. It's been impressive.
Yeah. In other games, those 2 dismissals don't even come true.
And for the most part, the communication's been really good as well. That, that's not always a run there, but a good early call, and off they went.
Yep.
Humphreys is bowling.
They haven't really hit anything up in the air. There's been no catch opportunities.
Yeah, lots to like. Yeah, that's good contact there. Full face. Didn't quite get it in the gap. Maybe in future years should guide that down to the ground and hit it down up 3 instead. But again, see ball, hit ball. I like it. Tell you who I always enjoy watching on an indoor cricket court. That's Chelsea Gann, who, whether it's here or for Queensland, it always looks like she's having the time of her life. Just really does enjoy playing her cricket. And it's infectious. It really is. That's up. That's the first sort of up-ish shot we've seen. Fall safe. But yeah, every single thing she's doing, bowling, batting, fielding, just standing there holding the ball, giving it back to the bowler, looks like she's having a ball.
Yeah, she's the number 4 on screen there at the receiver's end.
It's a good shot, won't find the net. Single to Hartman.
And she's got a really interesting way that she approaches as the bowler comes in as well. It reminds me, I'm drawing a pretty long bow here, but it reminds me of Aaron Mills on a 3-line. He used to come in with his hands really low like that, like Gann does as she comes in.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. She's just outside the edge of the frame there, but yeah, well spotted.
Aaron Mills, for those who might be unfamiliar, is a fantastically old veteran of indoor cricket. I'm sure he won't mind me saying old. I mean, he hasn't played for a long time, but yeah, going back through the history books a bit there with that one.
So 15 runs for the opening partnership. Well off the pace in pursuit of 152, but as we were talking about there, I thought there's certainly lots to like about that opening pair for South Africa. A couple of unlucky wickets, but otherwise some reasonably solid batting, good shot selection. They left well, communicated well, and but for those 2 wickets, that would have been a 30-plus partnership.
Yeah.
So great to see. We see Zandri Boshoff and Minette Roots will bat second for South Africa. Be interesting to see if they can continue with that trend again. If they just don't lose wickets, they might push Australia even for this skin. You never know. One back net shot here will get them in the game. And they'll, no doubt, they'll be targeting that third skin as well. And you see there's
the 22s. Yeah. Good on you, fellas.
Loving life. He just looked over and saw us on the screen and immediately stopped. Here's Barnett. Full and wide, moving away from the South African captain. Left alone, fair delivery. Ooh. Squatter up, third ball. Oh, lofted drive. Element of risk to that, but the placement was right. Might see Boshoff go through a few deliveries here.
Yeah, the captain not afraid to have a go. Good to see it from Zandri Boshoff. One of the veterans of this side, if you can say it, at the age of 19, one of the older ones.
Barnett pushes that one down the leg side. Bit of an actress as well. Was in the Netflix movie about Indian ladies cricket. Oh, it's through the gap for Roots. She grabs 5. We're going to see some fireworks here, I think, folks. And I'm loving every minute of it. The movie, if anyone wants to check it out, it's called Shabash Mithi. Netflix. Going to have to go and check that out. Last ball. Oh, it's up and taken. Well, the brand of cricket these two want to play, it is going to be high risk, high reward. And still, even with that wicket, 5 runs from the over, so it's still a positive start. And I like what I'm seeing. I want to see them play some shots.
Yeah, I mean, if they come out and they played conservative, you'd expect them to hit a couple of 2s and a few dot balls and end up on 5 anyway. So I don't mind seeing that at all. You live by the sword, you die by it as well. Going for the runs.
It's like a couple of these members of the South African squad were in this Netflix movie. Yeah, it's very interesting. Dual career as an indoor cricket international and a movie star. Here's Gann.
Well, there aren't too many people that can pop that on their CV.
No shoulders warmed
up.
up.
About to say it, doing the calisthenics. Expect something pretty special out of this one.
Oh, that's uncharacteristic for Australia. They had all the time in the world to do that and couldn't do it. And yeah, look, see what I say again? She's just had a missed opportunity there. And she's still having the time of her life. I love it. Just so infectious. A little bit more spin than Roots was playing for there, and she was beaten. Trying to sweep that shot, and instead will be on third ball. Big opportunity here for Australia. Well, a dead ball. That's caught Charlotte Voss.
We just heard the umpire call for a medic.
Yeah, I hope she's okay. She's going to go get a drink. So let's have a look at this on the replay.
She seems okay. She goes over there to have a bit of water.
Yeah, cop that one flush. That's never fun. There in the front court, she has to be cleared by our medic here. Seems to have responded well. Doesn't seem too fazed by it. Now, what that does mean, because it did make contact with Charlotte Voss's head, it's an instant dead ball, Gary. So we will have that delivery again. The unfortunate news for South Africa is that it's still third ball.
Yeah, she's very close there on the 3 line. Right on it, as close as you can legally get to the batter. And she is wearing a protective mouth guard, which helped. Yeah, we do see a lot of players do that.
So still third ball. It's a little bit unfortunate there for Roots. She'd managed to get enough bat on the previous delivery to see off third ball.
Yeah, Charlotte Bosch is getting her revenge back as well after being hit in the beak. Takes her out for a catch. And as you can see on screen there, she's all right.
Final ball for Gann. Another attempted sweep shot. And well bowled, just throwing it right up there. Difficult to judge for these two. Probably needed to use their feet a little bit more to Gann. -2 from the over. And, well, that's one each over so far. Wouldn't be surprised if we just saw more spin, to be honest. I'd be bowling Harvey again to this pair, based on what I've just seen. Going to get to Tanae Crawford.
You can wear various protective equipment within indoor cricket. Some people wear knee pads underneath their pants, elbow pads, or skins as well.
Oh, that's a great shot from the South African skipper. Crawford pitches it right up there, and Boshoff's good enough. Sends into the back court for 5.
Mouth guards seem to be becoming more prevalent. I've seen someone with a face mask on before as well when they've had a bit of a bent beak earlier on in a tournament.
It'll be a single. Yeah, my understanding is you need approval to wear a face mask.
You do.
You've got to have a really good reason to do it. And the reason for that, and the reason we don't see people with helmets, is the components of that mask quite easily get caught in the net or on other people. Did you see this delivery? An opportunity at the top. Needed a direct hit. Unlike outdoor, it's close quarters here, so it's a little bit an element of danger for others if you're wearing that sort of equipment.
So I've only ever seen it twice, and one was for a pre-existing eye injury, and one was for a nose.
Oh, that was an edge. I've seen it a couple of times. There's a gentleman that wore a full-on outdoor helmet who'd had a jaw, like his jaw recently wired and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah, it was allowed. So he was able to play Super League back there in Canberra.
Pretty brave playing Super League in Canberra with that kind of a thing going on. Must be passionate about his club.
I probably only ever fielded against me, and I can't hit it very hard. He would have been right. I think the only 7 I've ever hit was off a leading edge.
Yeah, just sailed through the sky.
That's it. Gave me time to admire it. I think I nearly got run out still. 1 to come for Crawford. Short and adjusted well there by Boshoff. A great over there for the South Africans. 11 runs from it. 12 runs, I should say. And, great to see. Still playing their shots. Happy to send something into the backcourt if it's there to be hit. Be interesting to see what Australia do. I'm sticking with what I said. I'd be bowling Harvey now. It's going to be Dixon, though.
Now we see the South African 22s again, bopping and grooving.
Yeah, they're pointing to the camera. They know they're on. Yeah. Happy days, fellas. Hope you're enjoying your time here in Australia.
That's really great.
Here's Dixon, the final over the partnership. It's up, it's down, it's safe. And again, Boshoff, she's going to play her shots.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's fantastic. I endorse that kind of behaviour thoroughly.
It's been a few times for Roots that she's trying to play this across the line, both to pace and to spin. Yeah, I think she's got the game. I'd really like to see her use her feet here and try and alter the pitch of the ball. Get out. Not necessarily try and slog it, but playing the V.
Yeah.
Third ball now. Another opportunity for the Australians. This time to down up, pull, sweep, whatever you want to call it. Great contact and an effective 2. Well judged catch from Gann. They're tough to take off the top net sometimes, and again, isn't she loving it? But again, great to see from Boshoff. She's happy to chance her arm.
Yeah, and it kind of came off the top net a bit funny. It kind of skidded along.
Stayed, didn't it?
Yeah. It didn't kind of hit and then come down in the trajectory you would have first thought.
It was almost elastic. It's sort of stuck in it. So again, well judged from Gann, and 1 ball remains. Big swing and a miss. And that brings the partnership to an end. 13 runs from it. Another fantastic effort from Australia. Again, just a couple of wickets in there really hurting the South Africans. Otherwise, they played with a bit of freedom. Roots was struggling on some of that stuff, just trying to play across the line, but more good signs for Australia. And we see Venter and Van Rooyen now on the court for South Africa. Really interested to see how Venter goes. 14 years of age. And she's batting with the vice captain, which is great to see. Impart a little bit of experience and wisdom.
Yeah, Venter having the highest runs for this team. 71 from 5 matches with a run average of 14.2.
Yeah, sensational.
Also highest strike rate. So I like this because this is the skin that they can target being at 24. So that's certainly the way to go, I think you'll find. And
clear plan there, Gary.
Yeah, and these 2 players are the only 2 players in the South African squad with a positive contribution average at the end of a game. So contribution average is the runs that you make plus or minus the runs that you concede or take.
Whilst the bowler beats Venter on the first ball. Wouldn't you love to go back to the beginning of indoor cricket as a sport and find a way to measure your impact in the field so that could statistically be part of that contribution?
Yeah.
Oh, it's out. Too tidy from the Australians. They grab a wicket, and that'll help their cause in defending this skin.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting replay. It was a good bit of fielding in the front court. Non-striker try to get down there as quickly as they could.
Yeah, it's a tight one. Had to gather and take the bails off, so that always buys the batter a 1/10 of a second or 2 or 3. It's through the gap. 2 runs.
2 runs.
She saw Voss talking to herself as she was coming back to a mark. Just pitch it up. That she does, but with some width and enough to be driven by Venter for 2.
2 runs.
Van Rooyen
2 runs.
plays it on the leg side, finds the net for 2.
Yeah, nice little shot there from Van Rooyen. Just came back, rocked back nicely. Tucked it around the corner. Nice and controlled.
Just to see that over come to an end. I'm reading this right. Kaylee Van Rooyen is part of the South Africa under-19 World Cup squad for 2023 in outdoor cricket. That would have to be. Unless they've already picked their Junior World Series teams for 2023. We'll just do a bit of detective work and try and get the mail on that. It must be that they've picked a squad already for the 2023 Junior World Series. So interesting to see.
2 runs.
2 runs to start that over. Ella Harvey, the bowler. 2 runs to Van Rooyen.
Harvey at the top of her mark here, spinning the ball around. Dragging that one just short, bouncing twice. Not a no ball in indoor cricket. It's allowed to do that. Getting over top of that one nicely as well, Charlotte Voss. She's a tall bit of timber there at the front. Just going over top of her outstretched fingertips. 2 added to the total. This is the last delivery, the 10th over here. Harvey to continue. And gets the run up wrong.
Yeah, it looks like Van Rooyen is part of the under-19 outdoor girls set up there in South Africa. So, quite a talent.
Very much so.
Oh, there's a shout. Wow, she must have wandered around the crease a little bit there. I saw it lift to begin with, that back foot, but I'm not sure that it was in the air when the bails were whipped off.
No, I can only assume that she must be on the line. Because it certainly wasn't lifted when the bails were removed, that's for sure. On the line, yeah. The other reverse angle will show it. She's gonna try and have a little bit of that black AstroTurf underneath her foot. Let's see.
Yeah, fair enough. Good call.
Very good call.
And it's still all Australia at the moment. And this was the skin South Africa were trying to target. They're behind the 8 ball now, but still they only need, well, 10 and 11 and over. Finds the edge. And they run through for a single.
One run.
Eliza Barnett from the Wynnum Manly Seagulls. Up in Queensland.
One run.
Got to find a way to send 1 or 2 into the back court here. Not necessarily back net, but a couple of threes would be very handy right about now for South Africa to try and take this point from Australia. Oh, the big swing and a miss. Looks like there was an edge on it and confusion. We had both batters in the middle of the pitch there. Bit of ball watching. Barnett continues. Just getting a little bit of shape away, making life difficult for the South Africans. Two to come. Driven into the backcourt for 5. Over pitching, a little too straight, and Van Rooyen gets max value. And that's very handy. The skin's back in play here, Gary.
Well, that's what you asked for, Cameron. That's exactly what they've delivered. Barnett changing approach.
Another drive. This time some traffic stops it. It's a single to finish. 9 runs from the over. A positive one there for South Africa. And they'll need 12 runs off this last over here to pinch a point from the world champions.
Yeah, for fear of angering any Australians listening in, but I think South Africa thoroughly deserve a point out of this match. They've played well, they've toiled hard.
Yeah, certainly with the bat. I think there are some things to learn with the ball and in the field for them, no question. But that will come with experience and height.
Yeah.
But with the bat, I think I've said it a few times, I'll say again, there's lots to like. Interesting little contest here in this, the 12th over, the third partnership is on the line. Here's Gann. Oh, that should be out, surely. It will be. Had to find the net, and Venter can't believe it.
No, only just short of her ground too, and she was down there on the ground afterwards for a little while. A little bit disappointed. And it is out, and you can see her there, top of screen. Bugger, she says.
Yeah, it happens. Gann continues. Back live. It's up. Just falls out of the reach of Gann.
Still plenty of deliveries in hand here. I know they've got to chase a bit, but they can do it within 4. Not out of reach just yet.
Oh, it's a great shot. Venter, who's run out 2 balls ago, has responded following on the 3 from Van Rooyen. She's hit a 7 and they're back in the skin. 7 runs required from 3 deliveries. What sort of height do you think that passed through?
I think it was
a bit
okay.
unsighted.
Yeah, by the time the wicketkeeper's taken it, perhaps high, but of course it's only when it passes the crease.
Yeah. 2 to come now. They'll need to find the back. Found the side net, so they're still alive.
3 runs.
3 runs through the bat of Van Rooyen. And, well, they need 4.
Yeah, they don't want to tie this one.
Yeah.
Because obviously,
Little jackpot to the next skin.
getting 43 next one's a bit of a tall ask. So watch for a double run here.
Oh, she's done it! Venter sends it into the back court and hits 5, and the South Africans have taken a point off the Australians. Great batting from Venter. She was run out earlier in the over, and she's responded well with a 7 and a 5. Here it is on the replay. Balanced, great use of the feet. Probably playing a little away from her body, but that's just placement. You just see Tanae Crawford. Yep, fair enough. And what a finish. Exciting cricket. Great to see South Africa bank a point against the world champions as Van Horgen and Barnard take to the crease for South Africa. And nothing to lose. Can't win the game from here, but you might as well have a crack at this 43 or the 42.
Yeah, most certainly. Seems unlikely that they'll get 99 runs in this batting partnership. So go the 42, have a bit of fun. Because the thing is as well, in terms of their points difference, they're minus 360. So that's really not coming into it either.
Yeah.
So in every sense, have got nothing to lose in this. You may as well throw the kitchen sink at it.
We're coming to you live from Casey Stadium on KO Sports here in Australia and YouTube around the world. Do stay with us. Coming up next at 3 p.m. Australian Daylight Time, it's Singapore up against the South African under-22 side in the men's division. Here's Humphreys to get us back underway. And at 5 p.m. Australian Daylight, the UAE up against South Africa in the men's. And then to close out the day, the Australian under-22 and New Zealand under-22 women's sides. That'll be a classic game. Plenty of indoor cricket action still to come live from Casey Stadium. Hope you are enjoying the coverage. We're certainly enjoying every minute of this World Cup and bringing it to you via our broadcast partner, Sportscast Australia, doing a great job. Here's Humphreys again. Tough to get away.
That's third ball, ladies.
There'll be third ball, an opportunity here again for Australia. False start. So I needed a direct hit or Gann to still be at the sticks. He's backing up that three-line fielder. It's always a tough thing to do to instinctively not follow the ball and to get to those sticks. Through the gut for 2.
2 runs.
It's an edge to finish. And 5 runs from the over. Even start for both sides. Late in this run chase. Talking about those fixtures coming up. It'll be an interesting one later on today, 5 p.m. daylight, Gary, that Emirates up against South Africa. South Africa yet to win a game. Correction. They have, I think they won their first game this morning against one of the underage sides, but really in big trouble. Got a lot of work to do for them to get up and into the top 4. So they'll be really looking to put the Emirates away in that game. Here's Beasley.
Yeah, Emirates playing particularly well as well. Unlucky to not get a win against New Zealand. And it was South Africa with their first win against Singapore, and not super convincingly either. 98-77 was the outcome of that one. So, yeah, tough old slog for South Africa.
Yeah, there you go. I thought that win was one of the underage sides, but yeah, against Singapore.
Yeah, South Africa has been beaten by the Australian 22s and also pretty convincingly by the New Zealand 22s as well. So they've got some games, though. We're concentrating on this match in front of us at the moment, but that South African side's got UAE next, South Africa 22, and then Sri Lanka. So a couple of games they might be able to win. Beasley here, though.
Beats Barnard outside off.
And that's what's great about this World Cup. It's a carnival with all bunch of different divisions and ages, and there's so much going on, lots to take in. If you love your indoor cricket, you're in the right place.
Not sure if that caught the net in the end. Looks like it has. Little deflection, and Beasley couldn't keep it off. So 3 runs to Barnard. And 1 ball remains in the 14th over. Oh, good adjustment from Von Horgen. Single though, 6 from the over. Again, fairly even. But setting themselves up nicely maybe for a late charge at this skin. Another good over here, maybe 10 runs from it, they can have a bit of a crack.
Yeah, maybe they're just timing their run.
And if that little shot there of Gann jumping up and down and dancing in that huddle doesn't just reiterate my point, I don't know what does. What a character. Love it. Today Crawford to bowl over number 15. Back in action.
Well, that's almost come onto the stumps again. That would have been 2 miracle wickets that South Africa successfully chopped back onto the stumps.
No, an opportunity, a good piece of disposal there from Voss, but South Africa quick enough between the wickets. Return throw, nearly taking Crawford's head off. It got out of the way. Always got to be aware of where the ball is, don't you? Left alone, but just snuck inside that line. A fair delivery. And another dot. It's third ball. The score has to change. It's good little experience builder here for the South Africans. They'll face a lot of these in their indoor cricket career. They've got to find a way to get out of them. And well done there from Von Hagen. 2 runs to finish, 6 runs from the over. Third ball safely seen off. And probably a little bit too much to do now, particularly if you've got to face the Australian captain for them to grab this last skin.
Yeah, it could be a bit of a tricky ask for them, but they've played well here today, have South Africa and Australia. Well, they're number 1 for a reason. They've done a great job, and as has the umpire for today's match, I think. Done a wonderful job.
Yeah, Kieran Mascarenhas has been all over it. Well bowled, well batted, good cricket.
Yeah, it's a really good delivery, that. Dead on the stumps. Forcing the batter to play.
One run.
Tucked away for another 2. They should be very happy with the outcome of this match, South Africa. Not getting the win, but still a good score. I'll tell you a little bit why after Dixon bowls now.
And that's a no ball for height, plus the runs. Fair enough too.
Yeah, get it re-bowled. That'd be my advice. So, against the New Zealand 22s, they were only able to score the 62 runs against the Australian side, so far 78. So speaking to Cam Walters' point earlier on, yeah, maybe a little bit to do with the ball where they could tighten up and look at some other options. But from a batting perspective, pretty strong.
Yeah, you wouldn't be too disappointed with this at all.
No, 78, it's great.
2 left in the match. Opportunity there, but again, they're quick between the wickets. And Australia just a little hesitant.
I mean, 2 skins above 25.
Yes.
It's good. Very good.
Two to finish, close out the innings. And a strong batting performance there from South Africa. Obviously not enough to chase down Australia's imposing total of 152. A dominant win from them, and you expect nothing less. They're the number 1 in the world, the world champions, looking to defend their title here at the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup. We might catch a few of the highlights. And again, if you're an Australian fan, you'll like what you see. It's mainly Australian batting, you would think. And that said, that third skin for South Africa, they looked out of it at one point, hit the back net a couple of times, and managed to jag a point. Here's some of the Australian innings. Just a little misfield there, probably could have got to that. And that's just one of those examples of the things that, as the years go by, South Africa will begin to start to stop.
Yeah, throughout this highlights package, we'll see that wonderful 7. That was a sharp bit of fielding there by Dixon earlier on in the innings. But yeah, that third batting partnership, that's when we'll see some really handy South African highlights. Some great stroke play. Got them home, got that point. They deserved it. Here it is here, I think you might find, depending on which one of Gan's overs this is.
Yeah, 5 runs, bang.
There it is, straight out of the screws. Great shot, 5 runs. Came down and loved every second of it.
Well, there you have it, folks. The It's all done and dusted here in the under-22 women's match between Australia and South Africa. Australia winning the match by some 70 runs. Hope you can stay with us as we continue our live coverage from Casey Stadium of the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup, coming up at 3 p.m. Australian Daylight Time. It is the Singapore men's side up against the South Africa under-22 men's side. And then, of course, it'll be the United Arab Emirates and South Africa in the men from 5 p.m. Australian Daylight Time. And to close out day 4 here at the World Cup from 7 p.m. Daylight Time, Australia and New Zealand in the under-22 women's division. And that will be a cracking finish to day 4. Really hope you can stay with us. We're loving every minute and hope you are too. Until then, though, for Gary Lowe and the rest of the broadcast team, I'm Cameron Walter. Thanks for watching. great piece of fielding.
Got him! Yobioti. One for the leg spinner.
Leg stump finds a gap. Can he hit the stumps? Oh, I reckon he was out level moved.
Oh, that is an absolutely sensational piece of fielding from Claire Koski at the back.
Left indoor cricket, here he is.
There it is! He's entered the stats straight away!
Fraser McGurk cuts and he's away with a boundary. Nice start to his domestic 50-over career.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, wherever you're watching this broadcast right around the... Very warm welcome here to Casey Stadium here in the picturesque city of Melbourne in Australia. You're watching the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup. My name is Gary Lowe here with my commentary colleague Paul Bottrell. We're about to watch the Open Men's Singapore side take on the South African 22s. Paul Bottrell, interesting matchup today.
Two teams at this stage, bottom of their own divisions. They'll be desperate for a win here and to move forward. The Singapore side, none from 5, but better in the last couple of games. A couple of scores a little bit higher. I think they lost to South Africa A by about 100 to 70, which suggests that they should get pretty close to rolling over the top of the South Africa 22 side.
Excellent. We can see South Africa coming out on court now, and I understand that they have won the toss and have decided to bowl first, which is interesting.
Yeah, look, it is interesting. It's unusual in this tournament. Most sides that win a toss just go straight in and get on with batting. The feeling is that you can win a game either way if you bat first. If you don't score enough, you can bowl well enough. But really, if you don't bowl well enough, you probably can't win it.
No worries. And would you kindly take us through the team list for today's match?
Certainly, mate. The South Africans will be captained by Francis Uri, Gert Bassoon, Kian Swartz, Sheldon Tocknell, Tane Clot, Michael Brownhill, Christopher Bauer, and Marcel Cronje. And for Singapore, we'll have Carl, Sanjeeva, Sharan, Ankit, Taman, Karthik, Niraj, and Vasant. And call out to the Singapore coach, Jigar Patel, who can't be with them for this tour because of a late family matter. So hope things are going well for you back in Singapore, Jigar.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. We have been given guidance and instruction from Team Singapore coaching staff and management to refer to the Singaporean team by their first names. That's at their instruction, and of course as a commentary and broadcast team we're more than happy to oblige with that request. Well, as we've already heard, these two teams yet to open up the bank account when it comes to a win, so they will be very hungry indeed. South Africa under 22s. They'll fancy themselves against this Singapore side.
Yeah, it should be a goodie, shouldn't it?
Looks like it's going to be the captain starting things here for South Africa. Play called by the umpire. And we're underway. And a good bit of pace there, steaming through. Two on the leg side here for South Africa. Squares him up.
On third ball early here, a couple of great deliveries to start for South Africa. Carl just getting in line and pushing it away. He's going to have to get underway here.
Score must change. And again, it's a nasty delivery, just short of a length, and kicks up violently, but somehow managed to keep it out, this Carl for Singapore.
Carl played 3 games for Singapore, averaging 10 runs a game. We'll be looking to do that again here. Sharp fielding in the front there. Moving well to his left is Tocknell.
Getting both hands to the ball, turning sharply, throwing it towards the non-strikers and stumps, unable to affect the run out. Runs hard to come by, and over number 1 here. Got him, gone. Yorker right on the toes. The stumps go crashing back. The bails go flailing all over the place. South Africa draw first blood here today.
Yes, look, a good delivery there from Flory, just right in the right spot, and just a little bit too good on this occasion for Carl.
Last delivery here for 4A. And that one's paddled straight back down past the bowler. 4 runs scored. Team Singapore over to left of screen. You can see them. They're up and about. They're vocal. Singapore get back to positive numbers. 1 off the over. Good start for South Africa.
A really important partnership for Singapore here in the earlier games where they really struggled. They struggled to get away the last couple of games. They got into the 70s and they've done it off a better start. So they were looking to get 15, 16 off this partnership and give the rest of their team something to build away from.
This is going to be Cronje. He's had a pretty handy little carnival thus far. Still waiting for his first wicket though. Getting down and diving well, there's Carl. Making sure he makes good his ground. And that going well down the leg side. Cronje there, rubbing his hands on the synthetic AstroTurf and comes back to the back of court and rubs his hand along the netting, trying to remove some of that sweat. It's quite overcast conditions here in Melbourne today. Playing conditions quite good. Cronje right into the toes. Tocknell in the front court again.
Interesting decision by South Africa, Gary, to bowl a bowler second who hasn't taken a wicket in the tournament. Quite often teams are looking to get wickets early and create momentum. They must feel he's better than the numbers. He looks better than the numbers, to be fair.
Yeah, he is. Just a little bit of discipline throughout the tournament in terms of the wides and the no balls and the leg sides, and we've seen a couple of them this over. But a very handy bowler. I think he'll get his first wicket here today. Schwartz there at the back. He's been in the South African system for quite some time. And my apologies, of course, that's 4-8. Chance taken,
Where's
gone.
Wicket, mate?
Kita there, the number 6 for South Africa. Was never going to let that one out of his grasp. Paul Botch will talk us through it.
Oh, mate, it's up on the legs, chipped into the air and just comes through, grabs it in 2 hands, and we've got a first wicket of the tournament for a bowler. Oh, bit of conversation here.
What do you reckon it's about? No, it's okay. I'm not going to penalise you. Just take it out of the game. You're taking a catch, an easy catch, throw it away. Thanks.
Obviously the DJ getting his tunes going there, making it slightly difficult to hear the official, but you can see after the catch was taken, obviously something happened in there.
Yeah, probably a bit late for the replay on that. If we get a chance to see it later on, maybe we'll have a chance to see what he did after he caught the ball. I have a feeling he may have thrown it pretty close to a Singapore batsman. I doubt it was at a Singapore batsman that would have got a penalty, but he's probably just rolled it past him, and umpire here has just said, "No, that's enough, buddy."
Here he is here. This is Klita, the man who'd just taken the wicket. And that indoor cricket ball coming off the end of the pool cue.
Yeah. Full from Klita early.
Right arm around the wicket, bowling into the legs with 2 on the leg side. It's exactly where it goes. Bowling to his field. Singapore like it. And a wild stroke there is a full toss, well outside off stump, probably not the stroke to play.
Yeah, look, if he wants to hit it, he can hit it, but he's just throwing his hands out, head in the air, and nicked it around the corner. Sloggy.
That's Schwartz doing the clean-up. Schwartz, a front court specialist, does receive when the captain's bowling. And then when that's not happening, the captain's out the back. Shot, and it goes for 7. Came right out of the middle of the bat. As soon as he hit it, you knew it was going to be good. It sounded fantastic, echoing throughout the stadium here.
Far better bat arc there. Nice and straight, classic cricket shot, and over the lot for 7. So Lowy, in indoor cricket, you can get 1 more run than outdoor cricket. In outdoor cricket, you hit it over the boundary on the full, you get 6. In indoor cricket, if you hit the backnet on the full, you get 6 plus you run 1. You get an extra 1 for the one you run, right?
That's right. Indoor cricket is a little bit greedy. They want more value for their shots. They take bonus runs. Paddled back, defended out. Indoor cricket is also a bit greedy that when they get dismissed, they don't want to go back to the pavilion, so they stay out and bat for 4 overs regardless of what happens to them out on court. For every dismissal, 5 runs is taken from their score, so it's possible to go out there and come out with negative numbers. Whoever invented indoor cricket's a cruel, sick individual.
Not only possible, Lowy, I would suggest that every single one of us has done it at some stage in their life.
Brown ball now. Another one of the South African players yet to take a wicket in this World Cup campaign. He's only played the 2 games. Generally goes for about a run a ball on average.
Singaporeans will be just looking for that. If they could get 6 off this over, get out of here 14-15 for the opening partnership, they'll be pretty pleased. It's really nice to see the Singaporeans all of a sudden playing with hitting 7s and hitting towards the back end, playing with some confidence. Very tentative early and found it really hard to get into the games.
Another 2 runs attributed to the total.
Look, Brown ball under 21, nice and tall, Gary. When I see a goal like this, I always think, oh gosh, it'd be nice if he had a little bit of ability just to whack it into the deck and get some bounce. Probably that'll come as he fills out a little bit. Maybe finds another yard.
Throwing hands at it again. It's either feast or famine for Team Singapore at the moment.
Yeah, it's been a good contest, hasn't it? You know, neither bat nor ball has dominated so far. Both have had their moments, right?
Well, you can see South Africa, they are up and about for this one. Chance, and given out. It's only just got into the fingertips there. You can see it come right along the ground, a real worm burner.
Going to see a replay of this, be interesting to have a look at. Hands just under it, grabs it. Pretty excited too, right? And that turns the partnership in favour of South Africa at this point.
Hit and given. Too fast, too sharp, too good. South Africa, well drilled, well skilled.
I'm a big fan that benefit of the doubt goes to the batsman. Have a look at this one, eh? Hit strongly, line field, he gets over there quickly. Turns and throws. Oh, just out, I think. What do you reckon? You think just in, don't you?
No, I think it was a very close decision. And that's why we've got the best in the business up in the stand at the moment.
By the way, he is the best in the business at the moment, isn't he?
He is, umpire Ridgway. Very good official.
Yeah, I think every umpire gets some right and some wrong, but I think right now Ridgway is the best decision maker at this tournament.
Overcalled, and you can see what it means to South Africa. They really want to win this one.
Vasant and Niraj out for Singapore.
What can you tell us about these two batters?
Niraj, 4 games, averaging 6.7 a game. And just looking to get some stats on Vasant. There he is, 4 games, averaging 7 per game. So these two not averaging a lot compared to the first partnership, had pretty good numbers, 6 and 7 a game. And again, really Singapore here are looking for these guys to get 10 each and get them through to around 20 to launch the next partnership. Certainly, some of the better Singapore batters are still to come, and Karthik, their captain, and Saran, another good player, still to come. So they need this partnership to create a little foundation for those guys to come in and build off.
Well, it will be Sheldon Tocknell. Good call through there. Understanding that the ball's been hit into the ground and difficult for a fielder to get to it when the ball goes that high.
Good communication between the Singapore batsmen there as well. Talking about Waddy bowled.
Rocking back, good indoor cricket shot. Waited on it nicely. Full face of the bat. Played it right under the eyes. It's a confident start here from Niraj and Vasant. Schwartz get hands to the ball and then fumbles it.
Good shot too. Nice full face, nice contact. Nice competent start from Singapore so far. Tocknell looks a good bowler as well.
Again, the South African front court. They're working hard here today, very hard here today. It's Bauer down there.
Well, it's good to see a couple of teams that have had a bit of a tough week getting out here and playing with passion and wanting to represent their country and compete hard.
Flat bat swat. Akin to a tennis stroke almost.
Vasant pointing to the back and saying, I was trying to hit that back there.
Thank you.
Foolish delivery. No mix up here. Gone. Dear oh dear. Team Singapore getting it all wrong with the communication.
They'll be really disappointed with that. They've really tried to tidy it up. Here we go. We can see the delivery. Nice and full. Driven flat. The striker never really moves. But the non-striker doesn't look. Just keeps on going. Maybe one step from the striker side, I'm a bit of a dummy.
And a nice full toss like that. That's just where an angled bat into the ground up for 2. That's the easy shot to play, but unfortunately playing.
Look, it's part of Singapore, isn't it? They're trying to be more positive and they're trying to hit the ball to the back.
Yeah.
But that one there, yeah, you're right, you just have to hold the hands and take the 2 instead of getting out in front like that and hitting it flat.
Christopher Bauer, it shall be.
Well, I think if there was a line out, South Africa would win.
they're a tall bit of timber. Rocks back, 2 scored. Very athletic in the field is Klita.
You watch this South African under-22 side and you feel pretty good about the future of the sport, don't you? They haven't had a great event. They'll be disappointed, but at the same time, they do things pretty well. They're solid, you know. If this side's not winning too many games, the standard of the cricket in this tournament is pretty good.
Well, this is the world's best. There is no higher standard of indoor cricket on planet Earth than what you're currently witnessing right now. The best countries, men and women, have come together to compete for a World Cup. In 4 different divisions, men's, women's, and then we have the men's and women's 22 divisions.
In the tournament to date, South Africa have scored 93, 49, minus 19, 79 and 75, suggests that Singapore really need to get up around 80 here to be competitive. Oh, look at that. I know it's a wicket, but I don't mind that from Singapore. I want to see them be positive and back themselves. At the end of the day, it's taken a pretty nice catch. Obviously, be better if it hit a little bit to one side, a little bit higher, but I like the intent from them.
Again, the South African front court moving well, making sure that Singapore have to earn every run. There's nothing easy out here today.
Singapore just keep hitting. Plenty of positive intent. Well behind in the game, but staying positive and looking for the positive option first.
We thank you very much for joining us here today. If you've just come along, you're seeing the Open Men's Singapore side playing South Africa under-22s in the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup. We've had to wait a few years for it. It's finally here.
Geez, Lowy, I was young and you had here last time there was a World Cup, I reckon, mate. She's getting back there, isn't she? It's great to see, isn't it, mate? It is, and it's just good to see a variety of different nations. I mean, lots of sports can't put together 8, 9, 10 nations for world events. It's good to see the game widespread and played by a lot of different areas. Nice solid option there. Vasant again just needs to hold his hands and hit that into the ground and into the roof for 2 so they can come through. He's hitting it quite flat. He's hitting it forward a lot, which pulls the hands forward. Just needs when he hits it sideways to hold his hands back a little bit, hit the ball a little bit later. There's a lot of weird terms, don't we, Gary? Hold your hands.
Yeah.
He's actually holding hands. He just needs to drop them on the bat a little bit, drop them on the ball a little bit later than he is. Hit the ball a foot back from where he's hitting it and hit it down and up.
Yeah, just play it under those eyes a little bit more. Just wait a fraction of a second. Get that angle on the bat, leg side called. Basson. Foolish delivery, hit straight back, and that's going to be out. I think you'll find that it is. Yes, the bat in the air from Niraj just couldn't get back in time. Would have been interesting to see if he slid his bat, if he would have been home, but that's sharp from the South African captain.
Yeah, I think in the air and short possibly. Bit slow to turn, nice work. Oh no, yeah, well out.
Again, that's Schwartz looking for a diving catch into the far corner of the court here at Casey Stadium. World class Casey Stadium.
Huge venue for the cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, plenty of space, plenty of room to move. Leg side, 2 scored. You quite often find at indoor cricket centres that behind the courts, it's a bit narrow and you've got chairs and tables, and when teams are coming in and coming out, that it's a bit of a bottleneck and everyone gets a bit stuck. There is, I mean, you could park a jumbo jet behind the courts here at Casey Stadium. Heaps of space, lots of room for people to get in and out of the facility, and lots of room for spectators to come and watch.
Mate, the other thing I really like about it, Lowy, I'm not very keen on too much exercise. They give us a car park not far away, plenty of parking, mate. You can come out here, you can be in this building in a few seconds, right by the courts, and good grandstanding, some nice environment to watch into cricket. And Melbourne's sitting on a day that's warm enough to sit around and watch them into cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, it's wonderful. Of course, Paul Bottrell given a VIP car park right next to the door because of his commentary commitments.
Either that or we'll have to be here, so really no one else is parking at the arrive. One of the two, Gary.
So we have Schwartz now with a heavily taped up right hand, supporting his thumb. And that is a very stylish indoor cricket shot. Thank you very much, Niraj from Singapore.
Yeah, look, it's interesting to see, Singapore battling away, but you see enough from them to believe that they'll continue to grow and develop as a nation.
Straight-ish.
Interesting wristband stuff on the South Africans at the moment. It's the bowling with a green fluoro strapping on his right thumb, a yellow, 2 yellow wristbands on his left arm, and back sticks with a yellow wristband on his left arm. Interesting. I guess the South African colours. Indoor cricketers don't love yellow stuff being around the area the ball comes from. You can notice on the South African uniform, the yellow's on the back and not on the front of the uniform.
Straight, gets the ball, throws it back, and poor old wicketkeeper there, Basson.
Yeah, he's thinking he'd rather he didn't throw that. And he went to the wrong end too. Neeraj was backing up too far again and would have been taken out at the top with a little flick. We talked about the need for this partnership to build a foundation. Every time they seem to have a foundation and they lose a wicket, they need a 2 here just to set up this next partnership for Singapore. A dot's good enough.
Well, the batting partnership 13, the total score 18. How do you see things halfway through the first innings?
Oh, certainly, no question. I think South Africa on top. They've bowled and fielded really well. You know, they've been really disciplined, bowled in good areas, kept the field in the game throughout. Right now, I'd say I think South Africa in charge, but Captain Karthik comes out to bat for Singapore. 1 game a day on a calf injury at the moment, but is their best natural hitter. Singapore men's outdoor side, been in Singapore, played the first Masters World Cup for Singapore, ran the indoor competitions. He was the manager of them for a long time in Singapore, very experienced, and like to see him in a bit of form. Perhaps hit a few 1s and 2s in the first over, and then if he gets a half volley, he certainly knows how to hit that.
It'll be Brown Bull here to finish off his second over. And again, a very tall
call, getting a warm-up ball in.
Thanks. Now you know what he's doing. Players ready. Play, please.
All there. Beautiful shot by their captain, Karthik. 2 on the leg side employed here for South Africa. That's where it goes, leg side, getting down low to the ball. There's Cronje.
Karthik and Tamim both scoring around, averaging around 6 runs a game with the bat. Tamim's played the full 5, I think, and Karthik 6 with that calf injury. Again, Singapore needs a little bit more out of them than that, but well capable of it. Tamim just asking one of the South Africans to pursue lanes. Best time ever, but if he starts bouncing the ball and looking good when he gets a half volley one that's up, he will put it into orbit.
Tickled around the corner. Would have been interesting to see if that would have been called a leg side.
Yeah, I thought it might have been. Still 9 off the over. Nice start for the Singaporeans. They'll be pleased with that. What's your impressions of the South Africans, Gary?
Yeah, so far very good. Particularly impressed by their front court fielding, moving well. And as you come to expect from under 22s, a great abundance of enthusiasm and spirit.
Yeah, they've got a bit of energy, haven't they?
This will be the second over for Kalita.
Tamim crisp off his toes again, wasn't he?
Yeah, flicking it away.
Yeah,
just flicking it away nicely. Timing the ball very well. Schwartz at the front for South Africa, directing traffic. Blocking that one out. They've got the fielder Bauer. They're what you'd call in outdoor terms backward of square. Leading edge, they get away with it. Diving through to make his ground good is Tamim. Leg side called. And the run's beginning to come here for Singapore, you find.
Yeah, just a little bit of momentum coming in for the Singaporeans. Good closing partnership too, probably their most successful battle of the tournament batting last, Sharon. Just need to keep the momentum. Karthik through, but looks to the sky and just shortens up a little bit as he runs through. I wonder how that calf is going.
Flicked off the knees, getting through.
Another one to mean with that shot, right? He gets the full toss, and if he's going to flick that through, he just wants to hold his hands a little bit later and hit it down and up and create some speed so he doesn't, create some bounce so he doesn't have to run through quite as fast.
Yeah, and that's the difference between an Australian or a New Zealand Open men's side and a Singapore men's side. Just those little idiosyncrasies of the game that they tend to get right a little bit more. You want to try and remove that field from the equation as much as you can, and when you can hit it into the ground and up into the springs or up into the netting quite high, just completely removes the fielding side from an opportunity to enforce a run out.
I think it's one of the things in the bigger countries, they get to play against more people and they get exposed to different ways of playing, where in some of the smaller countries they don't play enough different people to learn some of this stuff in the same way. Bowron, to mean that time gets it down and up and walks through. On the pull shot, to mean applause from the Singapore side, perhaps liking the fact that he's bounced the ball there.
Chance here if he can hit. He can't. Moved well to get to the ball, did Tocknell.
I'm ready to see Karthik here. They're going really well, but he's got to make a decision. Are we going to keep hitting ones and twos and trying to go for 10 over? Am I going to come down at this guy and see if I can hit one home? And it'll be interesting to see what his decision is. I know what his decision would have been a few years ago, where he definitely would have. I think I can see that on replay. The South Africans claiming a catch. Umpire Ridgway saying that it bounced. Were we able to get a quick look on that before next ball?
Oh, that one's could have possibly hit the wicketkeeper there. Now, we'll see what we can do. Paul Bottrell putting our broadcast partners under immense pressure, demanding. Oh, no, that wasn't the one.
This is third ball. Did that hit the keeper in the head?
Yeah, I think it did, but he seems okay, and the official hasn't noted that. Third ball navigated through.
Look at that from Tamim. Just drops his hands like we've been talking about, into the ground, up to the high on the net, and wanders quietly through.
Look, I think the last one might have caught him on the beak slightly, but I don't think it was anything too significant. This tournament enforcing HIA or head injury assessment protocols, as we see in many sports.
Yeah, look, it's one of those things, Gary, that, I think we saw the dead ball of the Cats reflected on the first time. I'm not a big fan of that, but having proper checks on guys for head injuries, it is part of the modern day game. We do want it done, and to make sure everybody is okay. At the end of the day, there's concussion stats that are coming out around the world from impacts. It's not like in the cricket you get impacted every day like you do in rugby, but you still want to keep an eye on it. Certainly, I was concussed out of sport as a teenager. I'd give it up at about 18, 19. And one of my best friends at school, into cricket, got hit in the back of the head 3 or 4 times and was done. Couldn't play anymore.
Yeah.
So we do want these things to be out monitored and watched, and awareness around it, right? It's the first time Karthik's looked in the least bit troubled.
Extra run.
Calls his mate through to dives too. The Singapore's team lifts on the dive. Teams love it when you commit for them, don't they? Your teammates just love seeing you put yourself on the belly and help them out, It's brilliant stuff.
That's only just missed by a whisker, and again, cheeky little Singapore stealing another one. That's 2 runs that they've nicked.
Yeah, look, and it's certainly helping to keep the third ball probabilities down and keep it ticking. But I think this has been a match-up for Singapore as well. Not going to come on for Karthik.
Unable to hit the 2 net.
Not sure Tamim's quite as comfortable with the bounce that Tochnell gets. What do we got? A dead ball here for...
Umpire just checking on the welfare of the player. Everything seems to be in order. Tochnell's going to continue with 3 to come in the over. Again, sharp touch. Oh no, mix up. The striker, he stayed in his ground, but the non-striker's taken off.
I'll be really disappointed with that. And yeah, it's the second one we've seen. So we just had a little communication error. And you don't really want to take your eyes off your partner if you can avoid it.
Exactly right. That is the key. And you can see that the strikers hit the ball and there was no communication whatsoever with non-striker. They didn't look at each other.
When you're playing indoor, Gary, hitting it square is a problem, particularly on the offside. The ball just comes straight out square and sits in front of fielders to finish you off. And I think there's often not a run when you hit the ball dead set square in indoor cricket.
Last delivery of this batting partnership. They're on 26. If they can stay here, it's a good total. 21 isn't. Dismissal would be diabolical for them. Beautiful stuff. 2 runs, 28 the total for this batting partnership. 46 overall. A good set of 4 for Team Singapore.
Yeah, Tamim really grew into the partnership, didn't he? Starts off hitting it quite flat, sort of hard hands out in front, and just slowly you start to see him hold his hands and soft hands and bouncing the ball and making some time for his batting partner. And really, only a calling error there stopping them from getting a 30 partnership would have been a hell of a highlight for the 2 Singaporean batsmen.
So members of the United Arab Emirates in the grandstand.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of suggestion inside that camp that they should watch some other teams field. Me and Cam and I did the last game for them, and they were very, very stationary. And if they're watching the South Africans field at the moment, they'll be getting a little bit more of an idea about motion and how important it is in the fielding side in indoor cricket. You do feel as if UAE, as Cam calls them, the plate nations, have got the best cricketers, but they don't seem to quite have the fielding sorted out.
The 2 batters here for Singapore?
Sharan and Ankit. Sharan plays, sort of inter-zone cricket in Queensland. So he's a solid player. Tops the stats for Singapore with the bat. Vice captain for the tour. Averaging around 10 a game.
Schwartz in, Sharan. A firm strike of the ball. No runs scored. Take some time to adjust the hat. Have a bounce at the toes. He's ready to go. And again, firmly hit. This time into the 3 net. Gee, that would have been awfully close.
That would have been awfully close to being up by a fairway, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Foray, right over top of it, the number 1 for South Africa. Ankit leg side shot, big appeal. Gee, they've gone up South Africa again. That ball not getting much higher than knee high, and it's very easy, even for a tall man like Cronje, to get down low and try and slap that back to the wicketkeeper.
Schwartz bowling really well to his field here. 3 deliveries, he's got 2 on the leg and all 3 have been hit through the leg side.
No ball called, plus an additional 4, which is 6, plus an extra run is 7 off that 1 delivery.
Oh, looking, bowler looks broken. On the way back, his hand in his head, a little bit of a limp. Very disappointed.
Wow, big delivery there for Singapore. And again, misfield. Schwartz not being supported in the field.
He's bowled 5 balls to his field and has every right. I mean, they've hit them into some gaps, but has every right to feel a little bit aggravated with this. Clearly playing with a pretty banged up thumb by the amount of tape that's on that hand. And yeah, looking for one of his fielders to help him out here, just to grab the ball and do something good with it. Gets on the wrong side that time. That's the under 22, isn't it? They're not going to, they're not quite as consistent, but a far better over than those numbers.
Look, Schwartz has ended up going for 20 from his 2, but he was a far better bowler than what those numbers might suggest. And just a couple of deliveries there. Well, realistically, a good part of 10 runs that the team didn't support him with. So Singapore move along to 61 and beginning to build a competitive total here.
I read out those South African batting scores at the start and said they'd need to get 80. So it's South Africa, a lot of scores. The minus against Australia, well, that happens when you're at under 22 side. But a lot of scores in the 70s, one in the 90s, I think. And around 80 would be a pretty good effort for Singapore, who have left out Abhinav, possibly their best player. And I do wonder if he's carrying some kind of knock as they work into this tournament.
So to be Basson. Pretty good line and length right on the top of off there, but Sharan gives himself some space.
Plays with a lovely full face. You can see that he's played a bit of inter cricket in Australia, can't you? That's a really nice bat arc, middle of the bat, exposes his stumps, but just believes his technique's good enough, he's going to hit it.
2 on the leg side for South Africa. And it's hit through the offside. Expertly done. 4 to the total. Not really running through to make his ground good was Ankit there. Just kind of dawdling and enjoying the show.
Yeah. Having a chat with the coach, probably saying, I told you I could back it if I want to. Well, Jigger Patel couldn't make it in tour with Singapore. Rashid Khan, the WICF delegate and the head of Singapore indoor cricket, is looking after the team as best he can in Jigger Patel's absence.
Again, just one scored. We've seen a couple of them throughout today where they haven't quite got the angle right, but still moving the scoreboard along, rotating that strike. Two to come. Get another one to the total. Ankit
doesn't look that mobile, does he?
No, he's not. And he's coming up a bit short as he gets to that line. He needs to be careful because the South African front court have got cannons for arms and they will throw that cricket ball back at a great rate of knots. Last delivery. Again, a straightish shot by Sharan. He's hungry for runs. He seems to be eyeing off that back net, that back court, looking for maximum value, overcalled.
22 off the first 2 overs of the partnership and looking for another 12 here, I think, to get them through to 80. And if they get there, we should be in for a really entertaining match here, Gary.
So it'll be Cronje, 2 overs to go in this innings.
Got his first wicket in the tournament in his first over, didn't he, Gary?
I believe you.
Okay.
That's why you're here, because you're the expert.
Might have got that one wrong by the sound of it, Gary.
Oh, my goodness, Paul Bottrell. What did you think of that one? Third ball opportunity here. Talk us through it.
Bowls a goodie. Puts him on third ball. Just got a leg cutter, I think. Just nipped away. Got a little bit of bounce. To be honest, no one wants to face that. Can he be a very useful third ball option if he can bowl that again?
Third ball opportunity, and it is executed to perfection. It doesn't get any better than that. The umpire will ask them to come back, Ankit to go back on strike. That is champagne indoor cricket.
Just a bit of an experience there. Ankit needed to run and make that out completed at the far end to get himself off strike. He's struggling against Cronje. He should be at the non-strikers end, letting Sharan face this now.
Gandisa unable to pierce the field. Kalita
Pretty useful over here.
Very fast on the leg side. The official just letting them know that time's becoming a bit of an issue here. They need to complete their overs within 44 minutes.
Should be okay. They've got a minute and 45 to get ready to bowl the last over with 2 balls to go. Shouldn't be a problem for them, really. Wouldn't want to waste any time. Good time for Singapore to tie up a shoelace.
So that clock will stop at the commencement of the 16 over when the fielding team are in position. No runs scored, and there is 1 delivery to go with a minute 15. We'll watch that. Might delegate that to Paul Boxall to look after.
I've got it, mate. No, I've got it. I'll get some binoculars so I can see it clearly. 108 should be fine. Good over there, Gary. That's the best over we've seen from South Africa now for 7 or 8 overs. He's bowled good areas. He's got to move around a little bit late. And a lot of sides have struggled to get the ball moving around late. Now the stop clocks when they get the clock stops when they get set up. South Africa just have a minute here to get into the right positions. You know, they should be aware of it. I'm sure the coach will be telling us they've got to hurry. I'd say they've probably still got maybe 34 seconds to get into position.
Well, that's just world-class cricket all around. Good bit of bowling, great shot there by Sharan from Singapore, moving well to his left with Schwartz to clean it up.
Great fielding, wasn't it?
Yeah, very good. 68 the total. 5 deliveries remain left in the Singapore batting innings. Waits on it nicely. 1 scored. The South African captain opened the bowling, and he's going to finish the bowling, taking it upon himself to lead his team, not just with words but with actions.
I like that from a captain, you know, taking some responsibility at key moments, and this is an important over for this game.
Again, a straightish type shot by Sharan.
He was trying to punch it through, isn't he? Just needs to either, you know, sort of, for mine, just needs to go commit to that and hit it through, or just hold his hands and bounce it up and get the other end, you know. He's just really punching it out to a line field at the moment.
Again, can't quite get through. 3rd ball opportunity here. Danger time for Singapore. They don't want to relinquish runs now.
3rd ball, 2 to come. And Singapore, yep, big delivery as far as what the target might be, whether it might start with a 6 or a 7. I think he could have done that a couple of balls ago and just rotated the strike.
Looks as though Ankit wants to block this one out. Sharan saying, forget it, pal. We're going for the runs.
Whack it into the roof net, he's saying. Down and up.
Oh, don't get out now, for heaven's sake.
Well, no roof net from him. Oh, yes, that would have been tight as well. I think he might have been home on that occasion. Certainly ran a bit more freely that time, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He gets through. 74 the total. That's good for Singapore. We'll watch some highlights very shortly. But that's pretty beautiful stuff from Singapore. You'd think that they'd be happy with 74?
Yeah, look, I think possibly at the start of the innings they'd like a bit more, but I think from 18 after 8, they'll be thrilled at 74. You know, to finish up 28-28, I think they'll be very pleased with that.
Just throw the ball out for me. Thanks.
As we look at Team Singapore here, getting ready to do the transition of the innings, we'll look at some of the highlights from that first innings, and it was a good bit of fielding from South Africa in the front court. I thought they were pretty good here today.
Lovely catch that, wasn't it?
Yeah, they were very sharp. Singapore weren't afraid to go the back either. From time to time came a bit unstuck, but it was just beautiful cricket all around, an entertaining first innings. And don't go anywhere because there's plenty more to come And of course, what I want to be able to do is share with you all at home some pictures and some footage I took of the Yarra Valley. Now, this is all stuff I took on my drone. I've got my own personal drone that I took with me here to Melbourne. There it is. Look at that. That's me. That's my drone footage here. This is the Yarra Valley, folks. One of Australia's premier wine-growing regions, the Yarra Valley.
I see you travel with a model for these photos.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. And I know exactly where to go to see the animals too. I don't muck around. Look, exquisite food and wine. It's only an hour from Melbourne as well. You get to taste Victoria's top drops on a journey through Yarra Valley's picturesque vine-filled vistas and discover premium cool climate wines such as Chardonnay, Pinot Noir, Shiraz and Cab Sav. You can take early morning balloon flights. Yeah, what else can you do out there? You can encounter a platypus. Any platypuses over in New Zealand?
No, I've never seen a platypus.
You've never seen a platypus?
I might go and have a look in. Was that Ridgeway Hill Winery?
Yep. You can get out to there. You can get out to lots of places out there at the Yarra Valley. Well, we've got a saying here in Australia: if you haven't seen a platypus, you haven't lived.
Well, I'm coming back for the 2020 World Cup final. We'll go and find a platypus.
Oh, mate, they're unreal. The Yarra Valley, get out there when you can. I've certainly allocated some time after the tournament to head out there.
Jeez, mate, came down 10 days early. You start your work.
Mate.
Having a solid break around the event.
Look, the Indoor Cricket World Cup's very important to me, as it is to many indoor cricket lovers right around the world. None more so than Ankit from Singapore.
Opened the no break, and he's straight back at it. Close to the coach.
Everyone waits. Ankit's ready. Away we go. Straight back down. Karthik does the janitorial work at the back. No run scored, and we're off in this innings here. The run chase for South Africa, 75 for victory. And they're away. It's Basson on strike. Cronje getting things rolling. Zip open at the back. Sharan will come through. Fixes up the netting to make sure nothing can get through. And away we roll again. Stop start here at the commencement of the second innings. Straight back there. Nothing getting through. Basson just gestures to the non-striker that there's a bit of fizz and a bit of rip coming through. Two on the leg side for Singapore. The claps go up. Singapore making some noise.
I'm a bit surprised by this field, Gary. I think if you're going to have two on the leg side into cricket, you need to be able to shape the ball back in with where people bat. And, you don't, I think you're going to struggle to get a hit through the leg side if you're bowling, dead set straight with two on the leg. Players moved over to the offside now for two on the off. And gets a defensive shot.
And that is over. 6 coming from it. And a big hello to wherever you are right around the world. Now it's coming up to 7 o'clock local time in South Africa. Singapore, it's a little bit more nicer, coming up to 1 o'clock local time. So thanks for joining us. 5.6 million people in Singapore. I'm sure there's probably about 5.4 million of them tuning in.
It's been my second home for the last 10 years. Spent a lot of time in that place. Wonderful place, Singapore. Some good people up there. It's good to see the cricket thriving in that environment. Calder bowl.
And a very watchful and tentative South African batting partnership. Third ball opportunity.
Quite a brave decision here to go to the spinner early from Singapore. It's a brand new ball. It's going to swing and bounce a little bit. They decide they're going to go to the spinner. Gets him to third ball.
Uses the feet. Charges down the pitch. Cronje wanting to negate any of the spin, making sure he gets it before it can move. Carl at the top of his mark, makes him wait slightly. Here he goes. Really putting some rip on it. The ball called good by umpire Ridgway, gesturing there that it might have taken some of the pantaloons. Again, good footwork, but unable to get to the ball. Hitting the ground as he came through with his bat. Ball ricocheting off his legs into the corner for one. Singapore on the hunt for their first wicket. Sharan in the front court on the leg side, lifting his team. Tucked around the corner, good chase down by Vasant. Last delivery of the Carl over. 11 the total here for South Africa. And after a bit of chat between striker and non-striker, they get through for one. 12 the total. Paul Bottrell.
Yeah, I like the last couple of deliveries from Carl. Gave it a little bit of air, just tossed it up and got a little bit of turn and rolled into the corner. Didn't have his two on the leg side in front of the square, which suggests to me he's trying to get guys to drive into that area or push into that area, where they did tend to get a bit leg side and deflect them into the corner. But it's a nice positive start. And game first skin well in hand for South Africa at this stage, but game itself, I think South Africa are looking for 419s to win this. They're on top of it. It's still a good contest.
Getting that one wrong. Too short, too wide. Leg side called.
Running it on the angle and just pushing it down with the angle.
That one cuts him in two, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's a useful nut, isn't it?
Just fix your eyes on the front court here from Singapore. You'll see two different styles. You've got Tamim, who's what I call second guard, and you've got Sharan, first guard. Sharan comes in with the ball. The other fielder does not. Do you like to see the field at least come in slightly, even in the front court, just to be on the balls of your feet, ready to go, well balanced.
Agree completely, Gary.
Sharan has two goes picking up the ball, gets it on the third. Working hard. Where's the first wicket coming from? Building nicely here, South Africa. Well measured cricket.
Vasant quite quick through his over. Just needs to settle here and work out what the line is he's going to bowl. Needs to get this so it's going to swing back over middle and leg. It does swing quite late.
You can see the vision on your television screens or your laptops, your tablets, your telephones, whatever you're watching the broadcast on, and that ball really tailing off at the end there, just like Paul Bottrell was articulating. Fair bit of shape, just needs to control it. Sanjeewa. What kind of tournament has he had with the ball thus far?
Sanjeewa's been reasonably solid as Karthik just works around his average is minus 1.5 per game, so going okay. Only played a couple of games, but yeah, bowled pretty well.
Straight back to the receiver, Karthik, no run.
And imagine that if he can bowl stump to stump, he's going to be a little bit skitty.
Karthik and Sanjeewa having a bit of a discussion at the back here about best strategy. In he comes now. That's only missed the stumps by a fractured inside edge, tailing away. 2 to the total. skin well in hand here. They only needed to get 6 to win it. They're currently at 23, so they're trying to set up a good foundation for success for the remaining 3 batting partnerships.
Oh, I think that was tough. That was tough. Ridgway, the best caller in the game for mine. I think he gets these things right the majority of the time. But looked well inside to me. Any thoughts, Gary?
It was an interesting call. And this time South Africa do a Singapore, steal one.
Just a little bit messy here from Singapore now. I just need to finish this off nice and compact and keep themselves in the game.
And leg side call. This is becoming a costly little over.
That one there's no controversy about. That one was a definite wide.
Need to tighten things up here.
Nice dot. Did exactly what you called for, Gary. Just got to get out of here now without too much more damage. You know, we don't want to concede 35 when you've got 74 on the board.
Okay, well that's one of the extra re-bowls where they've gotten 2. Let's see what other damage the extra re-ball delivery will do. I mean, if you can take a wicket here, beautiful. I mean, it's -3 for the 2 extras. Let's find out together.
He does too.
Well, the extra re-bowls actually end up helping Singapore to a certain degree. And that's a pretty good outcome for an over that was looking to get pretty nasty and out of hand, but that's a good bit of fielding in the front court.
Yeah, it really is. Nice effort from him. Quite athletic. It's, I really like it as a coach. I love it when people manufacture outs. You know, guys getting bowled, get bowled, but when you're a fielding side and you create something and finish it off, it's great in the cricket. Got to hit it flat on the leg side. The fielder dives to his right, throws the stumps down.
Well, we've got Bauer and Brownbill coming out now. And Singapore have an opportunity here to take advantage of these 2 to a certain degree. Two of the lowest strike rates. Brownbill 21.74, Bauer 28.
How's the strike rate calculated?
How many runs they get per deliveries faced?
Oh, nice.
So if Brownbill faced 100 deliveries, you'd expect him to get 21.74 runs?
Well, that, yeah.
Meaning lots of dots.
Yeah. Boy, they are a tall, rangy batting partnership, aren't they?
Yeah, the bat looks like a toothpick.
Yeah. Oh, missed. Saved.
Well, these 2 haven't bothered to look at the stats. No one's told them what they're meant to be doing because they're out there scoring runs. Bowler changing direction. Again, really going for the back court here, just short of the 3 line. And of course, those averages coming from some data drawn from the games they've played, and we'll talk about some of the teams that South Africa 22s have played. They've been very good. Again, flashing away with the hands. So this South Africa 22 side has played Australian Open men's, New Zealand Open men's, Sri Lanka Open men's. So obviously those averages are coming from that, not an average of what they might actually score against this team, Singapore. Well, that's interesting. That's very interesting.
Ridgway clear, he's back. Just not the greatest throw. Down into the left, keeper picks it up. gets into the stumps but not quick enough to affect the dismissal.
Good bit of play. Last ball. And he's thrown the kitchen sink at a chance if he hits. And I tell you what, he was caught napping there, Bauer. He knows it too. He didn't slide the bat as he came across the non-striker's crease and just plonked it down. That would have been an embarrassing dismissal. And coaching staff over there having a robust discussion with both of them.
Here we got number 3 again.
Carl to bowl. South Africa halfway there.
Yeah, nice bit of fielding by the non-striker on that occasion, getting in the way. Brown Bull trying to avoid.
You guys okay?
I feel like something's going to happen pretty soon. There's a few chances around. The South Africans are swinging pretty hard. I think we're either going to see some big runs or a couple of wickets come pretty quickly here.
South Africa. Let that one go. They're ahead, you'd find, at the moment. 42 the total. They're on their way. Where's this wicket coming from? Where is a wicket coming from for Singapore? Not there. We'll have to wait longer.
Carthy trying to lift his team up. Saran trying to lift his team up. But really to do that, they need Carl to get it between the lines.
A very straight leg side field in the front court. So they're employing some tactics, trying to bring back this South African total that's well on its way at the moment.
Yeah, you just feel they've got to bowl a bit more to it, right? The field's being moved around and they're trying different things, but then they're not really getting the ball where they want to get the ball to make that field effective. That can change in a matter of a few balls, right? Singapore really looking for a wicket region and over return with a couple of wickets in it.
Well, there's certainly no lack of enthusiasm in the field.
Going to bowl Vasanti and swing it across the lefty.
There it is, the first wicket. Finally, the breakthrough they've been looking for. Singapore.
Really good bowling change there. Realising that Vasant swings it quite late and into the righty, but that would go straight across the lefty, and he just walked straight past it.
All right, here we go. You often find a second wicket around the first one. How soon will we have to wait? Gee, I tell you what, it could have been just then.
Yeah. Interesting bowler, just sort of rolls in and rolls his arm over. It doesn't look like he's putting much into it, but does get the ball to swing late.
Vasant toiling hard for his team, toiling hard for his country. Two on the leg side. A deepish.
A little bit closer here with the ball swinging in. Is he going to walk in a little bit? Doesn't look like it.
No, it's Niraj there, the three-line fielder or the leg side sweeper, depending on what terminology you like to use. He's particularly deep.
Yeah, I don't like this. But, they've got to get wickets to win it, right? So they need to stay reasonably positive. If they get hit through, they get hit through. And it is swinging late.
Well, I'm not exactly sure how that has missed the stumps. That has missed by a fraction. I don't think it did, but it almost looked like it went through the stumps. I'm sure it just missed them, but it was that close. Last delivery. He'd love a wicket here. And it's a no ball off the pitch. 49 the total. They need more wickets here to Singapore.
Early wicket in the over, really could have done perhaps just a little bit more. Wanted to get the lefty back on strike, I think, to keep bowling him if he could. Just needed to let the righty take a one and get to the top here and get back to the guy who got out early, because he looks hard to play as a left-hander, doesn't he? Swings late on a length. Interesting, they're bowling a lot of players twice in the first two partnerships, aren't they?
What do you make of that?
Well, I make that they think that they've got some guys that can bowl late who'll get the ball to bounce a little bit and bite a little bit. So maybe Karthik's going to bowl offers instead of medium pace. Certainly Sharan bowls offies, or cutters as you like, if you like. And I think that they've decided they're going to bowl the swing dudes early. Although
chance, this will be out if he catches. Yes, it's given out. What an unbelievable wicket here at the Indoor Cricket World Cup. You don't see that every day. What an unbelievable dismissal off the bat of the non-striker. Wow.
Sanjeewa in the game.
Sometimes you just need a little bit of luck. Skin back in play now if they can take another wicket or two.
Oh, and that's the second one that's just fizzed past the stumps.
Singapore in this all of a sudden. Tails up, energy lifts. Chances for wickets in abundance. Here he goes. Sharan chases hard off the net. 2 deliveries remain. Must take 2 wickets and 2 balls to win the skin, but I think you'll find their focus is on the game at the moment.
Yeah, they'd like one here.
A lot of movement in the field, chopping, changing, getting set.
Well, what about this? I wouldn't mind seeing him try and turn it past the bat as well.
Through the field, oh, and that's only a whisker from being run out of the non-strikers and from another deflection. This time goes for 5 runs, 10-run turnaround there. They could have easily been on 40. Instead, they're on 50. Pop that down in your notebook as a game changer.
I wouldn't say it's a solid, another great partnership for South Africa. 24 runs, certainly some wickets, some back nets, the whole lot, some spectacular catches, the whole lot in the partnership.
Yeah, the good news is for Singapore is that opportunities are presenting themselves. It can be a pretty long and lonely time out on an indoor cricket court when you don't have any chances. This is the replay of that crazy dismissal. And Team Singapore come in, they love it, why shouldn't they?
Yeah, Karthik clearly knew the rule. As soon as it was caught, goes to the umpire appealing, Ridgway, give the decision.
Now, an interesting little period here for a couple of reasons. First one's the skins. They're defending 2 skins at 28. They'd love to come away with some competition points, which they can do. And they've only got the 24 runs to play with in terms of winning this game. Tamim. Not sure he was able to keep it off the net. He couldn't. Getting through Stocknell for those additional runs. Klete is on strike at the moment. Wickets the order of the day here for Singapore. And got him, it's bowled him, it must have only just flicked the bail off. The narrowest of margins. Just a little tickle. And Singapore, hold on, they're fighting and fighting hard.
Yeah, good stuff from Tamim. They need to just keep getting a couple of wickets here.
Pressure beginning to build here for South Africa. It's an awkward little total for them to chase. It's quite often the awkward totals we see teams fall over.
Oh.
Tamim takes another one. It's game on here. It is absolute game on, folks. Singapore are fighting back in the biggest way. The World Cup delivers more exciting moments.
See it on the replay, just nips back through and takes over the stumps. Cleat looks dejected. Karthik, the Singapore field, looking excited. Lots of talking, lots of communication, lots of energy. Nothing brings energy like wickets. Like Gary, you start getting wickets, you feel good, you get some movement. All of a sudden your legs feel a bit better. To me, must see if he can knock his poles over once more.
Well, momentum has shifted here. The tide of energy is coming in, and it's all for Singapore.
So now needing 36 for the skin of 3 overs. That's 2 a ball from here. First thing, Singapore going to vice-captain Sharan to see if they can tie the skin up and keep themselves in this game.
Well, if Singapore can win from here, that'll be one of the greatest escapes in World Cup history. An historic moment if they could. And that is one heck of a delivery.
Yeah. A little wrong in to start with. Looked like the leggy, but just came back in at him.
Third ball opportunity presents itself.
Sends a fielder, second fielder to the leg side, which suggests he's going to bowl the wrong in the game, but is he going to bowl the leggy? This is where double bluff comes in. What's he going to bowl? Batter's going to have to guess. Man, can it be handy here, wouldn't it, Gary? Well, that's the leggy.
And Singapore march on in the battle against South Africa. They've sent in the tanks, they've sent in the artillery, and they are starting to be very, very destructive.
That turned and bounced from as well, didn't it?
We watch this replay.
Pitcher's leg goes outside off. That's a decent delivery.
And the wrong and not picked at all.
That nearly bounced back onto the stumps too for another wicket here. Sharan's got 2 left. I'd be tempted to bowl him here and bring him back 4th over this partnership because they seem to be really struggling to pick him.
And a nice little settling down up too. That'll be welcomed.
Yes, South African. Interesting, not a lot of reaction from the South Africans. I might have been to get on their feet and give a bit of applause there and encourage their player on, but I think tension is taking over. The two teams watch this game and it gets down to a real battle. Sharan. Just a foot too short. Very effective when he just drags people forward. To let people go back as a spinner in indoor cricket, they tend to be pretty dominant to you.
This is the last ball of a very, very good Sharan over here. -9 the batting partnership. 1 to come. He'd love another wicket. And all at sea, the South African batters not sure what to do. A very, very good over, keeping Singapore in the game. -1 coming from it. Wow. The key moments and the key memories from this World Cup aren't always on the last day. They're quite often during the group stages.
Interesting decision here. They're going to bowl narrow. They're probably right. I think I'd be bowling Karthik, the captain here. Experienced campaign. I don't know how his calf's affecting his bowling, but another 0 over here, and the pressure really starts to pile on South Africa. They've got Shireen to bring back for the last over, the partners if they want to. Personally, for me, Gary, I'd be trying to win the game in the next 2 overs for mine. Have this partnership go out in the 30s, and you're pretty much set up.
Niraj gets that one wrong. You don't want to gift away too many runs, not at this stage of the game. Not when it's poised like this. Karthik puts his arm around Niraj, gives him some guidance, and he comes again. Again, leg side. Someone needs to get in his ear and have a discussion with him. Tell him just to calm down, have a breath, take his time.
I think Karthik's turned back over and saying, see the things with the bails on them, just bowl straight at those, buddy. Looks useful, looks quite sharp. Just needs to get in the right area here.
Better delivery. Cutting back in. Lite coming down and having a chat to Niraj. Running all the way back down to the back of the court to say a few sweet nothings. 2 on the leg side. Singapore on the hunt for another wicket.
That'll do.
Well, dot balls will be handy. What do you think this batting partnership need to be on at the end of the 12 overs?
Mate, I think they want to be on 55, live their last partnership 20. I think that'll be the goal. Depends a little bit on who bowls. Just saw Karthik starting to warm up, which suggests to me he'll bowl the 12th as opposed to bringing Sharan back on. I'd be tempted to bring Sharan back on. I thought they struggled to pick him. He's got to get the length right though. Niraj.
2 net, chance, misses. Got down low. It was a pretty quick release. Nice bit of fielding there by Ankit. Just couldn't affect the run out.
Back to 50 South Africa. Boy, the momentum swings quickly, doesn't it? Couple of wides in there, then a bit of a battle, and all of a sudden it's 25 to win from South Africa in 5 overs at 5 and over.
Well, I think that it's probably time for Karthik to bowl.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting to see, you know, as he, this Karthik probably is the best bowler in the side. But is he able to bowl like that? We will find out. Didn't look that free, to be fair. Oh, no. No. I'm not sure Karthik's getting through that action very well.
He doesn't look the strongest.
Oh, yeah. Look effective, but no delivery stride there. You see his front foot go down, he just doesn't go over the top of it.
Well,
still, if he can bowl 6 deliveries in the right area here, that's interesting.
That's the one. He just needs to do 5 more. Here he goes. And again, he's on the money. That's a good delivery. 3rd ball opportunity will present itself. This is a big moment.
Not sure why he pulled his line fielders out here. He's not able to bowl at full pace, but he's able to bowl good areas. Straight over the top of middle, Karthik.
And that's a wonderful cricket shot there.
See, they're coming back down, seeing if anyone wants to swap shirts with them, I think. Just checking for prize giving. If anyone wants to swap for a South African shirt, likes to come back down and have a little chat with the guys who wanders by, doesn't he?
Yeah. He's a competitor, that's for sure. 2 short, 2 wide. The pressure being slowly relieved here, and the task for the last batting partnership getting easier and easier as each ball gets delivered. A wicket needed. Tucked around the corner, good communication there between striker and non-striker. Karthik slaps his hands together, looks to the heavens.
There's the 55 I was talking about, Gary. I think if they can get out here, South Africa will be very, very pleased. The last partnership from South Africa will really appreciate these last 2 overs, giving them a target that's a little bit more comfortable.
Wow. State of game. Singapore pick up a skin, which is well deserved. And it comes down to the last batting partnership here for South Africa to get him across the line. It's Furey, Schwartz.
What are the stats like? We know the bowlers, like you said, we're going to see Karthik, we're going to see Sharan.
Well, Foray averages 15 runs. He's scored 75 runs from his 5 games.
Yep.
Schwartz, 9.25, 37 runs from his 4 games. So they're averaging around the 24. If they can get to that 24, they'll win by 6.
Yeah, the South Africans have had a couple of very big last partnerships in this tournament. They got 60 against the Australian juniors in the last. They got 40 against, was it New Zealand in the last? They've put together some really big last partnerships, and one of these players lucky to have been involved. So for mine right now, South Africa possibly the favourite, but to me, if you can get it right.
Yeah, well, these two took 27 runs off a final 16th over in that Australian game, in the Australian 22s.
Oh, there you go.
27 off 1 over. Schwartz to face, Tamim to bowl. Big 4 overs to come. Leg side call. Tamim doesn't like it. Looks at the official, and they don't.
Yeah, I've yet to see one do that, actually. A little bit of a glare. Oh, sorry, it's a wide. Change my mind. That's a good ball. Change my mind. Oh.
Schwartz done all ends up. Straight through him. Absolutely straight through him. Tamim with a stare. He's got a glare in his eyes.
Yeah, he's not pleased with that wide call. If that's his response, I think Karthik will be going over there saying, you know, Stumper doesn't like you, buddy. Keep him a bit wild.
2, loose delivery. Everything needs to be on the money here for Singapore. They don't have the runs to play with. 76 for victory. Correction, 75 for victory. I don't want to make their job any harder than what it already is. 75 for victory. 60 the total so far.
I'm really interested here, Gary, tactically. When do you bowl Sharan? Bowled a great over, you know?
I think you're bowling next.
Tamim also bowled a great over in the first partnership. You bowl them 1 and 2, don't you? See if you can get some space between this target and those South Africans. Needing 14 to win now.
Yeah, they need to bowl him next, in my judgment. Oh, wonderful bit of feeling. Ankit there, coming forward, puts out the left mitt. You feel that Singapore need at least 2 wickets if they're going to be winning this one. They have to come from somewhere. Foray. Waits for Tamim to do up his shoelace.
Tamim going to look to try and just angle this across and hit that outside edge. Like that.
Squirted away into the corner. 1 scored over called. 63 the total as they build towards 75 for victory. Said it earlier on in the broadcast. If Singapore can win this one, it'll be one of the great escapes, one of the great World Cup victories.
Here he comes.
Well, that is a very, very good decision in my opinion.
Like that from 42. Ran past the bowler, said well bowled. I like a bit of that, you know. You've got to acknowledge other teams and other players do good things. Didn't get him out, just got the outside edge a little bit wider than he wanted to. Ran past, well bowled, mate. Nice little bit of that going on in the tournament.
Well, wherever this decision's come from to bowl Sharan now, I tip my cap to you. It is the right call. It is the prudent measure. Here he goes. He's due for at least a wicket, you think.
Crudely on a length for mine.
Hit straight back down the ground. Fortunate that it's careered right into the middle of that stump, because quite often you see them ricochet to the back of the net and they go through for 5. But right back down the ground. Tension building. Pressure on. Nerves on edge. Sharan tosses it up again. Goes all the way to the back, and just as described, it can sometimes occur, a deflection occurs and then it goes to the back. That's what can happen, and now the runs to play with become fewer and fewer.
Yeah, they needed 14 off 17. It was getting tight, but that deflection takes it away, and now they need 7.
Throws it out for 2 runs. 70 is the total, 75 for victory.
So here it is, Serene, 3 balls left, and he's got to get 2 wickets in the save, I think, to keep this contest alive.
Sharan tosses it up, false shot, chance if he hits. Doesn't affect the run out. Furey.
The Singapore ladies getting over there, trying to start a chant and support their men's team, get a bit of atmosphere.
Well, they're going to have to dig deep here.
The skin coming into the picture very quickly for South Africa as well.
And we stop play, so person can clean their hands. I'm not sure why we're stopping play.
Is it blood? Stopping the clock.
Is it?
We can't have blood on the ball. The clock stops, dead ball.
Time for talk. Karthik needs to get this team together now and talk about both sides. The batters need to get together and talk about how which they are, and the fielding team needs to get together and go, okay, we've got a break. How do we get home from here? We clearly need wickets. 14 balls to go. They need 3. We're not going to do it in dots.
So just cleaning up a cut on the hand or in the webbing.
It's mean. That's better. The Singapore side together now. The South African side's talking to. What's the plan, mate? What are we going to do here?
You can see on the left-hand side of the screen, all red jerseys.
2 balls remaining. And play, please.
Okay, 2 to come. Wickets needed, desperately.
That's well played.
He's picked it well too.
Yeah. Schwartzman looks down at his mate and goes, what's the issue here? Just bowling leggies. His mate perhaps not picking him quite through, not picking him quite so easily.
Thank you. You going around the wicket? No, he's over the wicket.
Scores tied, 74 apiece, 2 overs remain. And that's a chance. I know it's only a small chance, not even a half chance, maybe a 20% chance there for San in the corner. But they're the ones that need to go to hand. Those slaps need to hit in the middle of the palm and make their way back to the keeper.
You get to a point in the game where you just know you've got to convert everything else you get, and it just puts a lot of pressure on. Players to complete stuff. Niraj's going to bowl. Personally, if I was Karthik, the captain, I'd be taking the ball here. Bowled a couple of wides in his last over. Needs to get straight from the start here.
Always plenty of movement in the Singapore fielding. Shifting players, moving positions. Niraj. Leg side, he has not been particularly accurate today.
Yeah, you can't do that when you're 2 behind. He's got to make them play. He's got to force mistakes. If you get a wicket here, this ladies team's going to go nuts. They're going to lift the atmosphere. They're going to make this team feel good. And you never know what momentum can bring you. You've got to make them play to do that.
Now we're starting to enter into miracle territory here.
Yeah, once they get more than 1 ahead, it gets tough. But all you can do is keep looking for wickets, right?
Sharan in the front court, entreating his team to continue. Chance. They seem to have come off some feet, maybe even a bat. A lot involved. A wicket's not good enough. It's not going to get him home. They need more. Skin looking like it will also topple. You want to try and defend Skins of 28?
Yeah, you really do. And Singapore had that chance at the start of the third partnership where they got wickets and had some momentum and just let it off a little bit when they needed to keep pushing on. They'll look back and learn from that. Give them.
And that chance needs to be taken.
Yeah.
That is a golden opportunity squandered by Team Singapore. A shot at all 3 stumps, pretty much straight on. Sacrificed a little bit of accuracy for additional speed, and the chance goes begging. 3 wickets required for victory now in 7 deliveries.
Hell, I wish he did that last ball. So we're into the last over. South Africa 10 ahead. Not a great number, unfortunately, for Singapore. It means if they get a wicket, they can block out and go dot, dot, run, and really they should get home. You really want them 9 ahead. It forces a bit more from them.
Well, if they can take 2 wickets, I mean, gee, we're really getting into some things that are a bit unlikely, but they can take 2 wickets and 4 dot balls. Means it's a draw in every sense. Both teams walk away with 2 skins. So here we go. Well, there's wicket number 1.
Oh no. Wicketkeeper's got his hands in front. That was going to hit.
Well, that.
Can we have a look at that again if we have time, buddies? The wicketkeeper has literally got his hands in front of the stumps and stopped the direct hit. All he has to do is let that go, and it hits the stumps.
That's a shocker.
That's a hell. And he snatches. But this is experience, right? Experienced players never get their hands in front of the stumps, right? This is just a bit over keenness, over excitedness. All he had to do was let that go and bring his team back into the game.
Well, I'm almost glad that they scored runs there, because it doesn't mean there's as much pressure on the additional wickets, because if another wicket was taken, that would have been diabolical. So it seems so the game may be gone. The skin's still in play. And South Africa have navigated their way through some pretty tricky circumstances and have got to the end, it looks as though, to claim their first victory here in the World Cup.
Schwartz looks like a good player, doesn't he? Stayed calm through this, and they've scored 33. That's a really good effort.
And the score's not really going to reflect how close this game was. It's ballooned out in the end, and this batting partnership could end up on 40 plus.
So game and 3 skins tied up here by the South African unders. It's been a really polished performance from them, really. They came out early, they won the toss and they said, we're going to field. They bowled some attacking bowlers, they got some outs and they got themselves on top in this game and carried that through.
Well, wicket taken, and it's all academic in the end. 3 skins go to South Africa, 1 to Singapore. They were in it for such a long time, the Singaporean side, but unable to get the win. Furey 17, Schwartz 16. Wonderful batting performance in the end. We'll watch some replays very shortly while that comes up. Do encourage you to stay tuned. Plenty more cricket coming up. Next up, we have UAE versus South Africa.
A ripper of a game in that men's comp, isn't it? They're going to need that.
Well, UAE almost rolled New Zealand the other night, which was pretty interesting.
Last ball wicket there, Karthik on a length, punched through and well caught.
Well, we certainly thank you very much for your company during this game. Again, the score doesn't quite reflect exactly what happened. Final thoughts, Paul Bottrell, on this one is in a quick wrap-up of what you thought.
Yeah, mate, I just think congratulations to South Africa. As I say, they took the bull by the horns. They said, we're going to field. They bowled aggressively. They got some wickets early and they put themselves on top in what's been quite a tight contest. And that decision's paid dividends for them. Singaporeans, slow start with the bat, but fought their way back in really nicely and perhaps just needed a couple more wickets around that 10th, 11th over mark to to really fight the way into the game properly.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, do stay tuned because the next game is going to be an absolute belter. I would encourage you to hang around for that. United Arab Emirates versus South Africa in the open men's side of the draw here at the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup. My name is Gary Lowe with my colleague Paul Bottrell and the entire broadcast team. Thank you very much for your company in this game. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you very soon. fielding.
Got him! Niobioti. One for the leg spinner.
Leg stump finds a gap. Can he hit the stumps? Oh, I reckon he was out. Level
That is an absolutely sensational piece of fielding from Claire Koski at the back.
Left indoor cricket, here he is.
And there it is! He's entered the stats straight away!
Fraser McGurk cuts and he's away with a boundary. Nice start to his domestic 50-over career.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, wherever you're watching this broadcast right around the world, very warm welcome here to KC Stadium here in beautiful Melbourne. We're coming to you live for the Indoor Cricket World Cup for 2022. My name is Gary Lowe, joined here with my colleague Paul Bottrell. Paul, welcome to the broadcast.
Cheers, Gary. Thank you very much, mate. Good afternoon here in Melbourne. Lots going on, right? Decent event happening in front of us. Some good games. And another cracker installed here, I think.
Yeah, it surely is. It is South Africa taking on the United Arab Emirates in the Open men's draw, I should say. Paul, if you'd like to take us through both teams.
Yeah, mate. That would be my pleasure. We'll do the South Africans first. They're going to play today. Captain is Manders Venter. They're going to play Jason Oliveira, Kaidi Greeling, Egbert Luba, Xander Erasmus, Gareth Ryle, Adrian van der Linden, and the veteran Willie Brink.
And for UAE?
UAE haven't named a captain for us today, but they were going to go through, they're going to play Akib, Nashwan, Shetty, Jay Joshi, Kumar, Dilashar, Harry Haram, and Vaseem.
Excellent. I have it, although not on that team list, I have on good authority that Akib will be the captain for the UAE for this matchup.
South Africa to bat. Do we know who won the toss?
Yes, we do know. UAE won the toss and they are fielding.
Second game in a row where a team's won the toss and chose to field.
So getting us underway is Dilsara for the UAE. Here we go, it's game on and it's a leg side anti-climax. I tried to forward sell it as much as I could, ladies and gentlemen at home, but unfortunately not going to script.
Becoming the forward selling expert in this event, Gary Lowe.
And that's better.
Look, surely South Africa, both teams actually just desperate for a win right now, right? There's a real need here for these sides to get some points in this points table and move up.
Now I'm just looking through some of the previous games for UAE, and I can't see the number 28, Vasi Zahor, currently playing, so I can only assume this must be his first game.
Number 28 on debut for UAE.
Strong shot.
These teams 6th and 7th on the table going into the game. South Africa on 14 points, United Arab Emirates on 13 points. South Africa having played one more game, but also having had perhaps the toughest of the draws. Both teams desperately need points here to get themselves in that battle to get back into the championship division.
Yeah, sharp bit of fielding, almost looking for the additional run. Olafia, the number 9 for South Africa. He's been a prominent feature in this Open men's South African attack. Watch for him today in the front court in particular. Moves very well. Erasmus on strike. Down leg side, called good, just because it's on the legs of the batter doesn't necessarily mean it is a leg side in terms of 2 additional runs. There's a little white marker that you can see out there. And if it sneaks inside that, then the ball's called good. And on this occasion, Blair O'Brien from New Zealand calling that ball good. He's having a very good tournament thus far. You would have been seeing a fair bit of him?
Yeah, I've seen a fair bit of him through the tournaments in New Zealand, and he'll be pleased to be. He's been a veteran, he's been around for a little while, and having a really good tournament to date.
Akib, the captain, injecting himself into the game early.
Disappointing players for players when they call for front foot no ball into cricket. It's not a long run up, and really they would expect to get it right.
South Africa along to 13 in a bit of a hurry.
Look,
2 scored, coming in very quickly there to try and smother the ball. Singapore front court. It's Nashwan.
The UAE front court.
What did I just say?
Singapore.
Oh, Singapore. My apologies, everybody at home.
Either you said that or I'm dozing off, and it's been a couple of games in a row. One of us got it wrong. I'm sure it's okay.
Goodness gracious. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen.
Mate,
UAE.
South Africa have got themselves into strong positions in every single game they've played, and they're not quite managed to finish any but the win over Singapore off. Away to an explosive start here again against a game. We talked about this in the last game with Cam extensively against a very passive UAE field.
Leg side, good fielding there. 2 on the leg side, good bowling. Very tidy. UAE almost rolling New Zealand.
Last ball of that wasn't it?
Yeah, 82 to 87 was the final score.
Both of these sides got last ball against New Zealand, didn't they? Willie Brink getting out last ball for New Zealand on tied scores in the last to beat South Africa, and down to the last ball against the UAE as well.
Yeah, it was 85 all with 1 delivery to go. Willie Brink on strike, unable to get the ball away. And the run out came, and then that was the end of that. So New Zealand, they're on top of the table on 31 competition points. They have not lost.
Joe Jossie, the off spinner to bowl early today.
Here he is, Joshy. And that's a beautiful 7. It doesn't get much more glorious than that. Hit straight through the line of the ball.
Yeah, South Africa aren't looking like they want to muck around today. They look like they want to get on and get some runs. Buoyed by, the Singapore perhaps the bottom side of the competition, but buoyed by a last round victory over Singapore, 88-78, got 3 skins in that game, and really looking to build back into this competition now. A extremely proud indoor cricket nation. Shot from Erasmus.
Well, this really is a good opportunity here for South Africa because they've got a light run home. They've played all the big teams early. And
I thought that was a wide circle, a little while to see the call come up, but last ball he's hit the big 7, and now Joshy trying to get too close to him and slides it down the leg side.
Yeah, they're out here with some serious intent, some real serious intent. They want maximum runs here. Some early losses from South Africa may cost them in the back end of this competition. They went down to the New Zealand 22s, 46 to 84. They went down to the Australian 22s, 99 to 102. Squirted away for 2 runs. You know, if you're going to be competitive in an Open Men's World Cup, you need to be beating the 22s. And unfortunately for them, they've faltered at those critical moments, and it may cost them.
Mate, they'll be eyeing 50 here. It's a big ask. It's more than 2 a ball, but when you're 37 after 3, you're probably looking at trying to score more than 2 a ball. 50 in indoor cricket is a massive partnership. 40 is a really big partnership.
Well, it'll be Kamara.
Well, the same. I just came back now the end of the building, and several of the Sri Lankans are asleep in the massage area, asleep on their bags, and the UAE players again here also looking a bit fatigued, aren't they?
Yeah, it's a long week of cricket. Plenty of games. Kamara yet to take a wicket in his 4 games. Bowled 8 overs. Hasn't taken one yet. He's the only member of the UAE squad not to take a wicket, in fact.
Not too pleased with that, I wouldn't have thought.
Generally concedes around 8 to 9 runs per over, which is surprising because he's quite a tidy little bowler.
Yeah, made some adjustments to his action from 2017. Just taking a bit of pressure off that. He's a bit slingy, just taking a bit of pressure off that action from what I can see. Rasmus sneaks through. And right now this is a UAE side looking very demoralised. We're not seeing much here at all, really. Quiet on the field, not much movement. I see 23 at cover actually running in and jumping. It's the first movement we've seen from the UAE field in the tournament. Here he goes back again. Looks like he's going to run in and jump again. That's more like it. I wonder what the rest of his team think he's doing.
Well, they'd love to get to 50. Seems difficult, but they might.
He had a crack at it, didn't he? He had some thought. He wound it up, but then too full. Bangs it for 3, and they're going to have to be settled for 47, Gary Lowe. A 47 opening partnership. This is 6th versus 7th. These are 2 sides that are locked together on the ladder, but Jason Oliver in control.
Well, South Africa need to do everything right from here on in. In terms of the tournament.
They need every skin probably from here. To finish where they want to finish, they're going to have to beat some sides and get right into the contest.
You can see the intent early. You can see what they want to do. It's now Rawl and Venter. And maybe the long week starting to take its toll on a UAE squad. Harry Haran, the 99. He's taken 3 wickets in this World Cup campaign. Oh, the players come in to bowl the ball and pretty much at the exact same time as the umpire called play.
Interesting partnership, this one. Roll going at 10.25 a game with the batters played 4 and Venter at 9. So they'll be looking for some runs from this partnership.
On the legs, no runs scored. Shetty coming in quickly there.
For the good cricketers, you just get the feeling if you had a game of outdoor against this UAE side, that'd be really hard to beat. Just adjusting to the indoor cricket demands at this point. Okay, we've got an offside fielder coming in, running and jumping, which is something. It's a good thing. Not quite worked out his timing, having I think never done it before, but at least getting some motion up there, some movement, getting in the eye line of these South African players, giving them something to think about.
And wicketkeeper not in position there. He really needs to be holding his ground, staying in that wicketkeeper's box. A little bit of service given and no one there to collect.
You know, it's been a tremendous week for UAE indoor cricket. They picked up the junior nationals. They're going to have 20-odd teams there. I'd you'd be expecting to see the men's side fighting pretty hard in this tournament. They may not be where they expect to be on the table, but there's some really good cricketers out there and you want them to develop and get better. Only the 4 off the over with the wide to finish.
Yeah, they've been able to rein it back in slightly here of UAE. They'll be happy with that. Looks like our man Shetty might be the man to bowl, and he is. Rawl on strike. Flicked away.
Exceptionally low hands. Rawl. You see his hands there released down underneath his knees. It's very unusual to see that again. Low hands give you control of the face of the bat, but they take away a little bit of power.
Hit straight, hit strong, and hit through the field. Unable to get to that is Dilsara at the back. 5 to the total. Again, South Africa showing their intent, looking for big runs. Rawl happy to play his role nicely, just rotating the strike. He knows that Venter's got some big levers and isn't afraid to go big.
It's a good thing in cricket, isn't it, to have one guy who's prepared to just turn the ball over, turn the strike over every ball.
Caught on the legs, better delivery from Shetty. They look and they've stolen a run there, and I tell you what, UAE, they don't look themselves, they don't look like the side that pushed New Zealand. Just a bit flat here this afternoon. Off gloves, no run.
It's a pretty quick turnaround for UAE. They've just lost a really important game to India barely 4 hours ago, and they're back on the court. It's not a lot of time to go away and regroup and come back. They may have stayed here. It can be really hard to get yourself ready again in that kind of turnaround.
Would have been close. Rawl trying to look for a second run. Poor old Venter's on his belly.
Yeah. You can really see at the moment the difference in commitment, right? Venter is on his belly. He's a big man. Landing's going to hurt, but he's doing what he has to do for his side. The UAE side. Look, some hands in the middle there. A bit of a talk now, I think, about Hayley Scow a little bit better, but they've been a little bit quiet so far in this game.
Well, South Africa chances their fancy. Goodness gracious me. Fancy their chances. They think that they can make the top 4 here at the World Cup.
I've got the oil on this man. First game, isn't it? He's a bit of a mystery bowler. Bowls leggies and offies. Did that carry, Gary?
I think it did.
Opportunity for Shetty there, not taken.
Venter saying to Rawl, I've got no idea what he bowls because I hit it on the full. You'll have to find out for yourself.
A little bit of turn there.
Quicker delivery. Just getting that one through. Zohor, the 28. Run up not quite right. Venter goes back. He's ready. Now the bowler's not. Now they both are.
That is out.
And given out, yeah.
There we go, we get the out. Shetty, a direct hit from leg side line, Theodore, leg side guard.
Nice little bit of play.
Yeah, little underarm, not an underhand flick from Shetty, underarm flick type throw. Gets rid of the ball very quickly, doesn't he?
I know what you're trying to say, and it is hard to describe. It's not an underarm, it's a low throw near the knees.
Low release.
Low release.
Low release throw.
Happy with that. And then a solid response there. They could look for another one. No, they don't, but they consider it. Getting over there quickly, still Sara to make sure that no additional runs are hemorrhaged here for the UAE. Last delivery of the 7th over. You can see that was the leg spin delivery, and I tell you what, Venter, he's in the wars today. He's fallen over, he's got up, he's
run. Not looking all that comfortable either. No, he hasn't got up so quickly this time.
The officials called dead ball.
Do you know why it's dead?
Not necessarily, because it's over as soon as over's called.
Okay.
I mean, I assume it's for the treatment of the player, but there's no requirement to call dead ball if over's called, because over instantly means the ball is dead, and Venter's going to get a bit of treatment here. He was in all sorts of trouble. He played the shot, and he fell over, and he got to the other end, and then he had to run, had to dive.
Yeah.
Spends more time on the canvas than Picasso at the moment.
Yep.
Just making sure he's okay. That looks a bit tender.
Yeah, not the fingers in that back of that knee joint. I mean, that's no fun at the best of times. Never mind when you hurt. Not loving it. Physio, though, heading for the strapping tape, I have a feeling.
And a big thanks to all the support staff from every nation here today. It is a big job keeping people on court.
Mate, I think...
then I stop the clock.
Just listening to some of the chat from Blair Overton, the umpire.
Blair O'Brien's explaining to him that for a minor injury, they don't stop the clock until around 2 minutes. So minor injuries are considered to be included in the time for the innings. I don't love this rule, Gary. I don't know why UAE is losing time off their innings here while the South Africans being mended. But at the 2 minute mark, I think he will then stop the clock to make sure UAE aren't unfairly penalised, because really this could take 5 minutes and you can't rush this. We're taping a man's leg, you know, it's got to be done right. And I don't think people at home would understand how much stuff goes on behind the scene. Often these guys have got teams have got 12 players, one physio, and possibly on the physio table once they get back for 5 or 6 hours after games, as different players rotate through to have different niggles. Everyone's got a bruise. Everyone's got some skin off from diving on this carpet, and these support staff you're talking about, Gary, get a lot of work in a match.
They sure do. Just waiting for things to get underway. It's been quite a long wait.
Yeah, the UAE coach has just come over and placed his back six fielder. He'll now stand exactly where he is for a couple of minutes while we get ready. Oh, we took a step. Moves back to exactly where he was.
Play.
Well, we'll just see how Venter goes. He's still a bit proppy and a bit tender.
So Nashwin bowling at this over. Another spinner, so they are going to the spinners quite early. Oh, he goes past the bat too.
Venter really doesn't look good on that knee. He's only got 4 more deliveries to go, but I'm not sure how he's going to go out in the field and getting through his bowling action. So we'll have to just bookmark him.
Yeah, sometimes the coach says to him, can you get through? And that gives us 8 overs to get you back on the physio bench, get some ice on it, have another look at it and work out whether you can bowl and field or not. Because if he leaves the game, he can't come back. So 3 balls to go. He could go dot, dot and run 1 ball from here. Then he gets the chance to bowl and field if they can get him right. Oh, he doesn't have to worry about blocking it out with that one. Seeing a little more sign of life from the UAE side here. Certainly some better deliveries.
Tucked around the corner for 2. Last delivery. So Venter's going to be able to get through. His brain's saying, I want to go for a second, but his body's like, hold on a second, Chachi.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Roll. Hits it straight back down the ground. No runs. No requirement for that throw. He puts his hand up and apologises. Rawl smiles and says, all good, fella. And that shall be the end of the batting partnership. Venter 18, Rawl 5.
South Africa remain in control, 69 after 2 partnerships. So it's been a really solid start, 46-23. They'll be looking to push on here. They'll definitely want at this point well past 100. They were looking for at least 20 and 20 here to get to 110 and to really put some pressure back on this UAE batting lineup, who did a really good job of chasing over 100 against India, to be fair.
So it will be Van der Linde and Grayling. Van der Linde on strike. And Hari Haran, the new man in. Well, not the new man in, this is his second over, but he'll be commencing the bowling in this third batting partnership. 69 the total. Strong defence there from Van der Linde.
Looking forward to watching Grayling bowl a bit later on as well, Gary. That is worth the price of admission, isn't it? The man can do everything.
Pulled down, chance of Shetty hits, and he just misses. I think you fancy that he might have been gone if he did.
Yeah, looked a little bit short, didn't he?
Yeah, Grayling, he has been man of the tournament when it comes to ball in hand. Excitement machine. One scored there. 71 the total for South Africa. Needing to win well. Be looking to pick up all 4 skins. And again, a very watchable Van der Linde thrown back there. Sharp bit of play.
Yeah, UAE just starting to look a little bit better. A little bit of high fives across the court there from Guy for a little bit of skill. Just starting to come into the game a little bit.
And unfortunately, just a bit of a bobble there in the hands.
Puts Grayling back on strike. Oh, exclusion zone. Hands over the exclusion zone. Again, the UAE side eventually get some movement in the front court, and it cost them a no ball.
If you're just joining the broadcast, you're watching South Africa versus the UAE in the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup. Coming to you live from Melbourne, the undisputed major events capital of Australia. City's cultural and sporting calendars teeming with world-class events, and we're witnessing them right now. World-class stuff here. Hit back down the ground.
Van der Linde looking pretty aggressive, isn't he?
Well, I think...
what's going on with the scoreboard? Let's come back now. It just went scored to 130. I was like, oh, that's back to normal.
Must be some bonus runs we're unfamiliar with. 60 bonus runs for something, I'm not sure. I think the memo has gone out to all South African players here that we want to win convincingly, and we don't just want 4 points or 3 points for the victory. We want all of the batting partnerships to be won. Again, hitting it back down the ground, but right to the bowler.
Because one thing we're seeing from these new nations, the new nations whack that. A little bit of a punch from Grayling. That's not going to get through. Better to hold your hands and take one there than just punch it to back sticks. That's better.
This time, hitting it a bit firmer and coming through in the half volley. Unable to be cleaned up. 5 scored. Nice runs from a South African perspective.
Amazing what a win can do for a side, eh? South Africa, on that run of close losses at times, looked a little bit dispirited. Not dispirited, but frustrated and tentative, and now they just look full of confidence.
Unable to be kept off the net. Grayling lets the umpire know that it hit the net. Very kind of him to let Blair O'Brien know that. I think he was already across it.
Yeah, Blair will have that well in hand.
He looks like a pretty casual official up there, doesn't he? Just kind of...
Yeah,
no fuss.
Stance, no fuss. To be honest, it's not one of those games where you've got a feisty fielding side putting a lot of pressure on you, is it? It's a game that's just been played as a game of cricket. Joshy to come back in and bowl, the off spinner.
Very precise and specific with his run-up. Measures it out. Sometimes you see players in indoor cricket, they just take every square inch and centimetre of the court that they can and come in as fast as they can from the back net. Jay Joshy, measured run-up. Here he is, flicks it up. Grayling paddles it back, no run.
He really looks a bit of bowler to me when he just does that. A little bit slower through the air, just gets it to drop a little bit, turn a little bit. You'll see him in a minute, he'll bowl one a little bit flatter to Van der Linde. And I think he's a better player. He just takes the speed off and bowls quite slowly. Flatter there and just easy around the corner for Grayling.
UAE employing a two-gloved strategy when it comes to wicket keeping, which is quite unusual, particularly at this level. Van der Linde comes down and gets caught in a bit of a tangle. So you can see that one wicket-keeping glove there in the left hand, and the other one appears to be more like a batting type glove. Certainly legal. No dramas with that at all. Leg side called. In this format of cricket, indoor cricket, traditionally they like to keep the other hand free for fast throws back to the non-striker's end.
I was talking to Cam, but I was talking to you about this, Cam, about this earlier on, that it seems to me the established nation, those players that still played in the days where running plans were different and keeper throwing the ball back was really important, and a lot of keepers still have got big arms. But in the minor nations, the Indian keeper's arm is not big, and it's going to be hard to throw like that as well. You really could back up another yard here pretty comfortably, I reckon.
And that will be given out.
We'll have a HIA, won't we? Was that not head that bounced off? Did it come off his shoulder?
No, unless you've seen something that I haven't. Let's have a look at the replay.
Flicks off the cover.
All seems pretty good, doesn't it?
Oh, I thought it live, it deflected off cover for sure.
Well, no one seems to be too bothered about it out there.
No, everyone moving on. We'll move on as well, 18 off 3 overs for this partnership. So they'll look for another partnership in the mid-20s to see if they can make this skin as safe as they possibly can. Captain Malik bowling.
No, he's been good today. He's Grayling. Just gets on his skates towards the end there as he trotted on through. 91 the total, looking strong.
How do you think Van der Linde might finish this up? Is he going to look to be aggressive, or is he going to look to bank what they've got?
Oh, I think he's going to be a little bit aggressive here, Van der Linde. Oh, I think that's just got him in the middle part, in the box.
Oh, yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just a little protector there. One of the cheapest bits of cricket equipment you can purchase, but worth its weight in gold.
It certainly is.
Encourage everybody.
Just like every one of us has had a negative partnership, everyone who's played into cricket or cricket at some stage in their life is going to need one of those protectors.
Wonderful cricket shot. 2 runs, deserved 3, but it doesn't get any more pure than that. Very, very stylish. Last delivery here, 95 the total. And they've played with it themselves. That is an excellent display of batting from Van der Linde and Grayling.
Another partnership in the 20s, 28, so 46, 23, 28 takes us to 97. That South Africa try and set 4 tough skins so they can work their bowlers around and see if they can pick up 7 points from this game and push themselves back up their points table and give themselves the best possible chance of 4th place and a chance to play for the championship room. South Africa is one of those nations that winning the plate would not be something that they'll be very proud of when they go home. It is an achievement, but South Africa want more than that.
Well, they've played in finals before, haven't they, South Africa?
Yeah, they have. 2007 in the UK.
They know what it's like to climb the indoor cricket pyramid. They want to be there again. Willie Brink, he is an expert and he is a professional. Put that away well.
He's had a nice solid tournament, hasn't he, the big man?
Laba on strike. Interesting call. They got through well. Thumbs up from striker and non-striker. 100 the total.
I reckon they'll be looking for another 25, 26 here, see if they can end out again around 121, 125, 128.
Yeah, for sure.
They'll be thrilled.
And again, one of those specialist low trajectory throws from Shetty.
Yeah, we like Shetty. He came and did a good interview with us the other day. He's a good man, but he seems to be the man in the UA side that gets the most opportunities, and he doesn't seem to hit very often. A great out he has taken early, but he's had 3 or 4 more chances at the top and hasn't hit the poles yet, hit the stumps yet.
On the legs. Look for an extra. They get it. They just need to be a little bit careful, UAE. And sometimes when you're the receiver, you need to have the game awareness that if it's coming through on the half volley or something like that, you just let it go to the back net and then you come in and clean it up. You try and get it and it bounces away. Cost you runs. Leg side is the call.
Tight, probably was leg side, but boy, you just feel sometimes when things aren't going your way that the tight calls don't quite go your way. That was probably wide, but probably really close to the line.
Foolish delivery. Hit flat, 2 scored. Nice start there for South Africa. 10 coming from it. If they can replicate that for the next few overs, they'll be well on their way.
Yeah, they'll be really pleased with this. Both Brink and Luba are averaging between sort of 7 and 8 runs a game, and they're off to a really good start to lift that as they look for another partnership in the mid-20s and to stay in control of this game. The UAE just really, if I was coaching UAE right now, I'd be talking about making sure I had one easy skin. I'd want to bowl out really well here and give myself one skin, a 10 or 12 to chase later on.
Well, the UAE, they're also pressing for a top 4 spot. I know they're in 7th at the moment, but there's not much that separates 7 through to 4. Only 7 competition points. And England have been real rocks and diamonds.
Tell you what, mate, I just watched England beat Sri Lanka in that last game. Their last game, and I've got to say, mate, they turned up for that. It was a great game of cricket, and England pretty good in there.
Well, almost 7, then almost out caught and bowled, and in the end it's 1.
It's not all over for UA, is it? If they can get a couple of wins here, they also can push the way in. It does seem that the sides that get in the running to make that top 4 do spill a game along the way.
Well, New Zealand and Australia, they're certainly through. Sri Lanka, England, India, South Africa, UAE. Vying for the additional spot. And that's a very good play.
Look, I'm looking forward to seeing a replay of that. I thought he made it, but I thought it was pretty tight. Wouldn't mind having another look.
Yeah, I think
he gets rid of the ball pretty quickly here, doesn't he?
I think he was home quite comfortably. No, much closer than what I first thought, but still home.
Okay.
Oh, interesting delivery. Just getting on there slightly. Lube not happy with himself. And third ball opportunity.
For Ashwan.
That's good. Good last 2 balls.
So it gives the next bowler an opportunity to get in and get them a wicket and move them along.
So it will be Shetty. Third ball opportunity here. Oh, sharp fielding there. I like the enthusiasm from Jay Joshi in the front court today. And that's a very good indoor cricket strike there, looking for a second. They don't go for it. Back home in South Africa, everyone would just be getting up, having their breakfast, getting ready to go on their way to work.
They'll be checking in and seeing their side had beaten Singapore today for all that. And look to be having a far better day than the last couple of days.
Thank you very much for joining us wherever you are, right around the world. Coverage available. Oh, just falling short. Coverage available here in Australia on KO and other places around the globe on YouTube. The viewership for this World Cup has been phenomenal. We really thank you for joining us for each and every game. That's hit away for 2.
KO's got a bit of capacity, doesn't it? Obviously from New Zealand, but new to KO, but great to see the numbers pouring in.
And of course, as we get towards the pointy end of the week, more people will start coming into the sports stadium here at Casey in the southeast part of Melbourne.
It might be worth seeing if you can sneak Friday off work, wouldn't it? Come in and watch those semi-finals and the big finals day on Saturday. I'll be in early to make sure I get a seat myself.
Things moving in a positive direction here for South Africa. Williebrink 16. Luba 7. Had to take my shoes and socks off and get out an abacus to work out what 23 minus 16 was. I only just got there in the end.
The last over here, and look, you've got so much to play for, haven't they? If they get a wicket here, get the skin down to 17, 18, be pretty happy. And South Africa, they'll be seeing if they can sneak it up as close to 30 as possible. If they can get it above the 28, that's good. Gives them 23 as a minimum skin to try and defend for 7 points if they go really well here. Got a few bowlers too, the South Africans.
And Kumara getting that one wrong, coming into this game, conceding on average the most amount of runs per innings, 17.5 a game. That's better. Deserves better figures because he's a very good bowler. Just hasn't quite got the radar on so far. Straying onto the legs, Williebrink puts that away. Not at any great particular height, but he's got through the field nicely. 124 the total. Leg side called in the last over of the batting pair. All no balls and wides, maybe rebowled at the batter's request, and on this occasion South Africa requesting that.
That partnership to 29 now, 126 for the team. Well, in outdoor cricket you might have got one of your loves there, mate. That looked pretty close to LBW. In outdoor cricket, didn't I? Might have pitched outside leg.
Yeah, I do love a good LBW.
The Australian ladies wicketkeeper makes her way back into the building, and looks like tournament over for the Dorleen Carson.
Yeah, veteran.
Race on.
That's interesting. I'll be sure to get that gossip.
MCL is the word. MCL's not as bad as an ACL, but it's probably still 8 weeks recovery time, and doesn't look like she'll be playing very soon, which has been a fair bit of discomfort. But back to watch her team playing the New Zealand ladies over there.
Well, that is over. That is innings 130 on the board for South Africa, and all 4 skins very, very competitive.
A couple of times UAE looks to be coming into the match bowling a little bit better, seeing a bit of activity from the field, but South Africa relentless with the bat. Prepared to go to the back when it was full, hitting solid 2s when it was up. Really a bit of a batting class there by the South Africans.
Yeah, things are going to be very tricky here for UAE. South Africa have made their intentions known right from the very start. We saw Shetty do a couple of plays like that throughout the course of the innings, those very flicky underarm throws. Used it to very good effect. Joshy wasn't afraid to throw it up above that eye line that Paul Bottrell was talking about. Bit of a discussion going on court at the moment when we come back to live pitches between South Africa and the umpire. Not sure what that's all about. Just as I say that, he goes away and makes me sound like a bit of a liar, but he was there, folks. And I'm not going to lie to you about something as important as the arts precinct here in Victoria. I would never lie to you about that, ladies and gentlemen. And I would encourage and highly endorse for you all to get some drama in your life with the international artworks, soaring symphonies, classical ballet, conceptual art, and the emerging thespians that are stuffed inside Melbourne's art precinct. That's a word and a half, isn't it? Melbourne's Arts Precinct is in South Bank. It's home to Australia's highest concentration of art organisations. I'll say that again. Melbourne's Arts Precinct in South Bank is home to Australia's highest concentration of art organisations. I mean, who doesn't love art? I mean, name your top 3 favourite artists.
Yeah, you mean just drawing art, or are you going to include all kinds of musicians as artists?
No, I want drawings or painters.
Oh, Picasso.
I mean, Picasso. I mean, he's one of the greats, isn't he?
Yep. Monet.
Oh, Monet, yeah. I've got a few of him.
William Wiley.
Yeah.
William W. Wiley.
I mean, I'm a really big Vincent van Gogh guy.
Yeah, I thought you might be.
A bit of a Da Vinci. Picasso's always good. Claude Monet. Oh, mate, he revs my engine, that
It's one of those things you have sort of one of those, each room in your house has got one of them, right?
Yeah. I mean,
you don't want 2 of them, you don't want to get a bit showy.
Oh, no, well, I mean, obviously I'm doing pretty well in life. You know, I've got paintings in every room. I mean, I buy avocados and don't even check the price anymore, mate. That's how well I'm flying these days.
In today's world, you are doing pretty well.
Mate, the Arts Precinct here in Victoria, it's fantastic, and I'd encourage you all to get around it and get involved in the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup, mind you, as well. We've got Olivia versus South Africa, ball in hand, ready to go, ready to rip in and start taking some UAE wickets. Let's see how the young man goes. Oh, no.
UAE will be desperate here to get a decent start. You know, they've been out there, they've battled away, they haven't really managed to get it to work for them in the field. Now they're like, okay, well, let's get a start. They're not going to get the first skin of 46 most likely, but let's get 20-25 and stay in this game.
Slightly better, sharp chance. Oh, gosh, that'll be the things that need to be tidied up, South Africa. They won't be happy they've let that chance go through. Akib was stuck there, stranded at the striker's end. Raw unable to get hands on the Burleigh indoor cricket ball.
Some of the New Zealand men off to Hamilton today. You were talking about the arts. They're going down to see the show down in Melbourne this evening.
Oh, I mean, there's heaps of good things about Melbourne. There's the Arts Precinct, coffee and brunch left, right and centre all over the place, culinary, fine dining. The Dalesford and Macedon ranges are good. There's fashion and retail. I mean, it's a place to be. Get yourself here, do yourself a favour, for heaven's sake. Olivia. Shorter delivery, outside off. Willie Brink goes up high, gets it, throws it to the receiver's end. A lot of action for one run. 130 is the total here for South Africa. But what we'll really be looking at is the skin total as well. 46 is a gargantuan mountain to climb.
Look, it's really important for South Africa here that they've got a big score. They've had an opportunity which they've missed. If they don't pick something up, it's very easy to just go, we've scored enough runs, and just relax and go flat. Then you drop a couple of skins, and then instead of being in 4th place, you're in 6th place again.
Yeah.
You know, they need the 7 here to push themselves right up. 7 points here would put South Africa into 4th place alone. And there's the first wicket. Sprayed a couple around and then bowled an absolute ripper.
Well, it's almost as if the stumps were a magnet and there was a little bit of metal in the ball. It's gone wide-ish and then hooped right back in. And he got it right.
Here comes Xander Erasmus to bowl.
Yeah, Erasmus, he's been good. 3 wickets, no Venter or Grayling, but playing his part well.
Nicely played by Captain Mullock there again. Just turns it around the corner into the nice safe area. No fielders there. Jogs down the other end. Picks himself up a couple.
Straying onto leg side, getting through the field. Erasmus targeting the stumps, and that's come off the hand there of Grayling. Bounces into the 3 net. 1, 2, 3 South Africans come over and give him a high five to keep him jovial, keep him up and about. Defending a massive skin here of 46. You'd fancy their chances, South Africa, but they just don't want to give UAE a sniff. Charging down, chance here, good service. Official has a good hard look at it, called in.
Looked like a good decision from Blair O'Brien there.
Captain Venter at the back, receiver. Applauding the front work effort. Short, pulled. Raw comes in and has a nice little touch back to the wicket keeper. Now, we quite often see captains taking the position out at the receiving fielding spot. Is there any particular reason for that? Do you find that, or not always the case?
Look, it's not always the case, but it's a nice spot because captains pick the bowlers, and when you receive, you can put them the way you want them to do. So it coordinates the tactical stuff for you if you do happen to have a captain there. Otherwise, it's the communication can be a little bit more difficult from a captain about what he wants and why you're bowling. I'm pretty sure the answer to that from the captain every time he wants wickets, but how you're going to get them, there's often a bit of discussion about how you're going to do that. Van der Linde to bowl.
Beginning of the 3rd over of the 2nd innings. A lot of fizz, a lot of revs on that ball. You can hear it flick out of his hands. Beautiful stroke there. Gets it on the full. Didn't need to overhit it. Did the skipper Akib. Places it through for 4 runs.
Akib's got a really nice bat arc. He gets his hands right through on a straight line.
And another good shot there. Caught on the crease but plays it well. Starting to get a bit of a roll on here.
Really easy with 130 on the board to just relax a little bit, lose a bit of desperation. Just miss your areas when you bowl. I remember our keeper when we toured in 2017. We played UAE pre-tournament, and they were pretty good in that game. He actually might have beaten us pre-tournament. And he's just a nice guy. Had a chat afterwards. Good cricketer.
Pokes the bat at it. Gets away with 2 runs. Last delivery here in the third, Van der Linde. Two on the offside, 1 on the leg, traditional field. Tosses it up, sharp fielding at the top there by Raw. Good service, Venter has an appeal. The official says no, and over it shall be.
Wouldn't mind seeing that again, Gary. Dove with his bat upside down, which puts the last part of the bat in the ear. It was reasonably close. I should be able to see it from here. Waste a long time to go. See the bat upside down.
Oh, that is interesting.
You wouldn't want to do that with a side-on replay camera. The side-on replay camera would find you out.
Well, towards the back end of this week, can inform all our fantastic viewers that there will be third umpire reviews available to the umpire.
Gareth Wall to bowl.
There's a lot more manpower and logistics and things that need to go into play for that to happen, so it is only during the end stages of the World Cup. As Raw comes in, tucks that around the corner. But at the moment, some fantastic feedback about the broadcast. And our broadcast partners, Sportscast, they have been doing a fantastic job. Led by Brendan and the team.
Yeah, mate, very professional and get some great coverage out there. Mate, like the DJ as well, mate. I get here around 8:30 in the morning to start, and he's already here playing some music, and I leave around 9 o'clock at night. He's still here playing some music. He's doing some big old hours, isn't he, the DJ?
Yeah. Putting in overtime.
We could do with some pink.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, I saw you last night when the DJ was playing. You were dancing and doing your moves, and I came in this morning, you were still wearing the same clothes, still dancing. So I don't know if you're here overnight or what you were doing.
I slept in the car to keep my car parked.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, I don't want to lose my car. My VIP car park. I wasn't going to lose it, so I just slept in the car.
Rawl tosses that one up, and that's a beautiful shot. He had to wait on it. He picked it nicely. Akib is really playing some fantastic indoor cricket at the moment. 30 the total, 2 to come. Not going to win the skin, but doing well for the game.
Yeah, very much. This is exactly what UAE want and what South Africa don't want.
Ball to be rebowled. This is a really good start here by UAE. They've put their hat in the ring.
So easy for South Africa to get flat with a big score on the board. UAE here trying to make the most of these moments. Bold.
Let's have a look at the replay.
Doesn't look bold to me, but bold.
No, it's run out. I think he's home.
Can't have given that out, can he?
Well, it must be run out. I mean, it's the only thing that it can be.
It can't be run out because it's in by 1.5 feet. Okay, run out. UAE. I keep having a bit of a chat as he walks before he walks off. Having another look back at the umpire. I don't think he's super excited about the decision.
No, well, just as additional scrutiny comes on players, additional scrutiny on the umpires and officials as well. And we have the luxury here in the commentary box to be able to break things down play by play, frame by frame. The umpire does not. The umpiring standard's been very high. How good was that delivery there by Olivier?
That was a brilliant delivery, wasn't it? And after that delivery, they came back and they would have got 35.
Look at that. Wooshka, how's your mother? Bang.
Yeah.
Right in here. Shetty and Jossie now in for the UAE. And it will be one of South Africa's danger men. 6 wickets. A wicket a game he plays. He'll get one this over.
He'll know they've just been given a bit of a pickup when they're a little bit flat. 28 still for UAE, but they'd love a wicket early here, South Africa. They want to start and put this away. If they put this away, they'll get on a roll. It'll be very hard for UAE. If they let UAE accumulate, that's a great shot from Shetty.
Venter only conceding an average of 3 runs every over. Oh, he's been very good all tournament. Extra run on offer. They take it. Chance if he hits.
Good running by Joshy. Getting to the average already at the midpoint of the over.
Yeah, rare for Venter to have not taken a wicket yet, which is odd. He's only bowled 3. And that's a good shot. If they can get away with, 6 or 7 runs off of Venter over, that is a massive win. Again, he only leaks 3 runs and over when he bowls. He takes a wicket every game.
There's the match average gone for him. You can see why Venter gets a wicket every over, doesn't he? He bowls good areas, he gets a little bit of bounce, he's brisk. A little bit of wobble off the seam. People want to wicket this ball. Last ball, he'll feel like he needs one.
Olivier mentioned it before the game started that he's sharp in the front court, and he is. Well, he's gone for 8 runs, and for most people that's pretty good. In Venter's standard, he's been smashed. Yeah. That's a lot of runs for him.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed in that.
Mate, he's such a fantastic bowler. He will get one.
So they have to stay on the attack though. They've got Luba coming into bowl 6.
Now, this guy bowling now, Grayling, he is...
Luba.
Oh, my apologies. No, sorry, I got excited. They've got similar haircuts.
Yes, they do. Shetty looks for the wide, but I actually thought that was a good call from umpire Blair O'Brien. That was well inside.
Yeah, inside by quite some margin. Trying to defend the smallest skin here, South Africa. 23 it is. And that's why they're bowling these bowlers now. I would be shocked if Grayling doesn't come into bowl at some stage in the next 2.
Yeah, you'd expect that if you could. They don't like to bowl them early, but in this case there is a vulnerable skin. They do want the 7 to catapult themselves into the top 4. Oh. Gary, your facial expression says to me you're not convinced that was.
Yeah, tight call. Let's have a look at what that done. It might be difficult to get a replay in because we're in the middle of the over, but perhaps at the end we might be able to have a sneaky little look.
Boy, that been around. A few years ago, Egbert Luba had to be to swing it both ways at very good pace. He was really tough. I think David Nagel's calling.
It's good from South Africa, last delivery.
Got it arcing back in, hasn't he? Third ball. It's tough for UAE here, Gary. They're well on track, but they've got to win this skin. Not just because they need the point for the skin, but if they don't get 23, they're going to start and fall out of this game quite quickly. So,
no, I'm pretty happy with that call. upon reflection, looked all right. I mean, even looking at the replay, it's hard to tell. Oh, did you see Olivier come down a marker he thought it was?
Yeah.
I mean, it's another one of those where you'd have to do it, you know, frame by frame.
If he's the musician, you're the fortune teller.
Yeah, he was always due. It's good game awareness. He needs to be put in at this stage.
Maybe Vince is listening to you. It's not far away, can possibly hear you.
Well, he'd be the only person within this centre who'd be listening to me, because not many people do. Grayling.
Start with a leggy.
The master.
Quick through the air and it'll bounce and it'll turn. You try and land it on leg stump.
It's all right, he'll be patient. Very calm with the way he goes about his business. He'll take the ball and you'll see him make the batsman wait. Grayling doesn't go until he's ready. Deep breaths, centered, prepared. Here he goes.
Shitty. Grayling was disappointed in that. That's gone inside of his back six field. It really shouldn't be through. It's a great shot by Shetty, good and positive, and you really like that, but Grayling will want his back six fielder to stop that for him and keep it to 1. Now the skin's really in play. 4 needed, 10 balls to go.
Well,
can he make one fizz?
UAE have navigated so far successfully the 2 danger men for South Africa, Venter and Grayling. They're doing well at this stage.
That's better. Not to mention Egberg Luba.
Yeah, got through him too.
Yeah, they've done a really good job here. Shetty and Joshy just treating everything on merit, staying nice and calm, trying to keep their side in this game.
Appeal for a catch, not out.
What were your thoughts?
Nah, not out. You can see as the ball comes through. Now it's got top spin on it and it's coming down in trajectory. See that? See how it's dipping down?
Yeah.
Generally indicative that it's being hit and it's rolling forward as opposed to when it's up, it's scooped. Tends to go upward a little bit more.
Nice analysis, Gary Long. Let's see.
Well, he very, very often doesn't go an over without taking a wicket.
Just when UAE look in control of that skin, all of a sudden, Shetty backs up too far.
And a great throw by Willie Brink as well.
Needed to be, didn't it? Speak of Willie Brink, perhaps South Africa's 4th best bowler coming to bowl of this partnership as well. As I see if they can control the skin. UAE now are needing 7 for it.
Well, this is a very, very important part of the game here. Critical for South Africa's survival in this World Cup if they want to be top 4 finishers.
Play.
One is the score from that delivery. 18 total. They'd even be happy to tie it here, South Africa. It means they can have another set of 4 and they've got another 5 runs to play with because the next skin's 28.
Yep.
Good delivery. If that was outdoor cricket, he would be dead duck plumb. In indoor cricket, all you need to do is play a shot. Doesn't have to be a good shot, just has to be a shot.
Dead duck plumb. He'd be dead duck plumb.
Dead duck plumb. Salmon trout.
Nice shot.
Yeah, just used the pace of the ball nicely, didn't he?
Yeah, Joshy and Shetty have done a good job here. You know, perhaps one rough corner that hasn't really helped them. But now they've got 3 balls to score 4 runs to grab a skin for UAE. I'm sure they want it. I'm sure they want the game as well.
Interesting moment here.
What will Willie Brink bowl?
I know he won't do a man cad, but I'd love to see one.
Well, here we go. Talk about some drama. This event just provides drama after drama. Somehow there's some drama turns up in every game. 23 all, 1 game to go. You know what it reminds me of? 85 all, 1 ball to go.
No, sure does.
Can Willie Brink get a wicket here and do the shitty of Victor Davies did to him? In the air, Brink disappointed, but really it didn't really go close enough to hand for mine to be a legitimate catch there. Maybe looking for a chance for the run out, but UAE take the skin with 25. It's 1 skin each, but UAE still need 78 runs to win this game at basically 10 and over.
Yeah, South Africa, they won't be thrilled with it, but still coming away 6-1 would be good. When I say 6-1, often we'll talk about scores of 7, and that's the competition points that get attributed to a win should you win and take all 4 skins. So look, even if they can come away with 3, that's a good win. It would be not a disaster, but they would not be impressed if they leak either of the next 2. They would be backing themselves deluxe to be defending 28 and 33.
If they get there from here on 6, they'll get to 20 points and they'll be tied for 4th with England, but behind England purely by the amount of wins that the 2 sides have had. But they've got a lot of games left that are winnable, so probably okay for them. Captain bowling again. Oh.
Two pretty wild swings.
Wide. He's like, I couldn't reach that, Blair. Blair goes, that might be the case, but it was still inside the line, so it's not a wide.
Now, 3rd ball opportunity here for South Africa.
Venter trying to get them into this partnership early, lock away the next skin.
Gets away with that one.
Kamara, nice and solid. 2 off 3 balls. Then just his head off again.
Tucked around the corner, trying to get a hand on it there is Egbert Luba. Can't quite do so. Dilsara flashes down the other end. 57 the total, chasing 131 for victory. Venter, the captain of South Africa, with the ball. Giving himself plenty of room, isn't he?
He is. Look, they need a lot of runs. Maybe he's looking for the opportunity just to free his arms and head down the back. But, you know, Venter is, if you're UAE here, I think you've got to be patient and try and get 30 because you've got quite a lot of bowling coming at this partnership. I think you're going to see Venter again. You're going to see Lubar again. You're going to see at least those 2, maybe Grayling again, which means you've just got to be tough and get through.
Gee, that's unlucky. Good bit of fielding there. Lubar, again, moving well to his right. Those direct hits quite often are out. Not suggesting that this one is. Just saying it was a good bit of fielding. 1 stump to look at. That's tough. That's good fielding. Jason Oliveira, he's been in everything this week.
Yeah, full-hearted cricketer, isn't he? Comes in, tries to bowl quick, bats with plenty of intent. You look at him and you think South African into cricketer.
just inside that leg side line.
One of the things we've seen in this tournament, when batting teams stay in games, all of a sudden they give themselves a chance. UA desperate to try and stay in the game here.
Little bunt down the ground, cleaned up by Xander Erasmus there on the offside 3 line. Venter having a chat to him, giving some instructions. Erasmus, a specialist sweeper. It's off the leg. 1 scored. Keeping our eye focused on this batting partnership. 29 needed to collect the skin or the additional competition point. Just walking down the pitch there with no real particular regard is Kamara. Pretty loose, pretty comfortable. Does it again, a little shake and a shimmy. Leg side called. Olivier maybe saw him coming, thought he'd try something different.
Yeah, Olivier here just needs to be patient, get the ball batting on outside off stump. Plenty of space to bowl straight at the stumps.
1. Over.
Well, South Africa will be highly cognizant of the state of play at the moment. They will not want to drop this skin.
I don't think they'll even want it to get particularly close.
No.
17 off 2, they shouldn't get it, but you don't want to go for 10 off this over and open up the door. What we want to do here is go for 2 or 3 and just close the door on the spin and take the pressure off the guy bowling the re-bowl over.
Now, Raul usually goes for about 5.5 and over. He's claimed 3 wickets in 4 games.
They'll be happy with 5 and over. Not so sure about the half. Maybe 6, 5, 6 and over, no problems. Leaves them still 10 or 11 behind in the last over. That's not a bad spot. What they don't want to do is go for a few more. Raul pulling his offside line fielder back, getting his cover fielder into the middle. I think if he's going to do that, he needs to move that offside line fielder a little wider.
No ball. Front foot.
Well, gives him the thumbs up, but really he's bowling leg spin. Shouldn't be even near that line.
And it's not like he's coming in at any express pace either. Seen a lot of them this week, actually.
Yeah. Look, obviously the marks are a little different than other countries.
Slap back, 5 scored, goes through the stumps, and all of a sudden Skin in serious question now.
Yeah, that's just the exact thing South Africa. They've had that kind of few days, haven't they? Whatever South Africa would say, oh, I don't want this to happen, it happens next ball in the big moments, right? It just has not gone their way, and they were disappointed with that. It does open up the Skinner game. It may need a wicket to stop it from here for mine. 10 off 10 for UAE to grab another point here. Oh, no, but just there was the wicket. They've just thrown it away. Roll not very happy.
Well, that was a gift. That was a complete gift. And South Africa just not getting it right on that occasion, making their job inherently more complex.
One piece of bad luck followed by one piece of bad cricket. And UAE in the chase. All of a sudden, Kamara looks a little bit interested in batting.
Yeah, well, he's kind of batting on middle and off, and then coming across the leg and giving himself some space and walking down the pitch. Unpredictable, very volatile. Just needing to get a stronger palm onto that one, Olivier. Read it well off the top net. It's tricky to do.
Yeah, it is a bit tricky to get the top net stuff right here. The nets aren't particularly high, but there's a lot of space above them, so they're hard to see. And there's a few wires connected to them, holding them in some odd spots.
Could be out, and it's not. It hits the zip, and it just dies.
A no ball, a little bit of bad luck with the deflection. a poor miss, and all of a sudden UAE look well on track, for skin number 2 in this game. South Africa's still really in control of the game.
Don't go jumping into it.
51 off 5 overs.
Well, what's the maximum amount of runs you think the last batting partnership could chase or would want to? I mean, obviously the lower the score, the better for them, but what kind of score do you think you go, you know what, with a bit of luck and a bit of magic, they might get there? What do you reckon?
I reckon right now they're going, get 11 here, give us 40.
40. You reckon that's the mark?
I think any more than that's getting pretty tough. Depends a little bit on the bowling, and they are having to use up Luba here to try and save this skin. That's what the previous over did. It's forced them to pull one of their trump cards. What they wanted to do was get that skin without having to do this, so they had Luba tucked away for later Van Ederen.
Oh, this should be out, and it is out. Finally, the breakthrough. Now, if they can get one more of them, South Africa, this skin could be theirs.
UAE will need 4 off the last 4 balls to 6 off the last 4 balls to pick this skin up. And again, takes that game a little bit out of reach as well. Now 55.
It's a really important wicket.
Yeah.
And you can see
Cash wants the skin.
UAE want it bad. Okay. 3 deliveries remain, 6 runs needed. It's only 2 runs off every ball. And they hit a 4. And that's a real strong shot. UAE just refused to go quietly into the night.
This game just wants to serve up drama, doesn't it? These two teams both desperate for their skins. UAE need 2 off 2.
And he only needs 2 off. He only needs 2, but you watch him come down the pitch or try and belt the cover off it. Here he goes. Oh, that is so close. All he needs to do now is just play with himself. Just hit the side net, that's it. And if he did that one, then this next delivery is much more comfortable and they can just block it out and be fine. But you know what? That's just not the way that he's played this innings, so respect to him.
Coming back just on the off stump instead of outside off stump, Egret Luba trying to get past the bat once more. They need to beat the bat.
And they get the skin again. Just by a couple of runs. That's painful for South Africa. They lose the second skin 25-23. They lose the third skin 29-28.
I think Egret Luba had a little bit of discussion about the relative ability as he sees it of Kamara, but Kamara has the laugh because his skin is lit up in yellow, and when your skin is lit up in yellow, you've got the point. And UAE get 2 points to 1, they lead, but really they've got a long way to go. And this is one of the things. You let sides hang around in indoor cricket, strange things happen. Last partnership needs 49 for UAE. They've got 2 of the 3 skins. They need 49 to win it. Boy, that'll be something. If we watch that go, we're going to have a great finish to this, aren't we?
Well, look.
We saw South Africa did that against New Zealand, didn't we?
It is possible.
Didn't Brink and Luba need 45 in that game?
Yeah. Yeah, it was certainly around that mark at least, if it wasn't.
And they've pulled a little bit of bowling. They've still got the magician to deal with.
Now, I talked about how South Africa wouldn't want to drop a skin. They did. I said it'd be a slight little mini disaster if they dropped 2. They did. If they drop 3, that is a disaster.
Yeah, it's not a disaster if you're England.
And it's given out. Venter. That is a very, very good catch. He's had to move well to his left.
As you can see in catches, watch the zip. That zip is right in his eye line and it can make the ball bounce differently. So to scoot in and hope that the bounce was consistent from to take it. It's a very good catch.
Now, last time it hit the net, hit the zip and died, but this time the netting pushed it along a bit further. It's a great catch. I'll be honest, I didn't think he was going to get there, but he did. Well, that settles things a bit more. It turns a 33 skin into 38, which is pretty hard. Puts the game
53 to win it.
Within doubt.
Yeah. Really, should be able to get home from here. I reckon you and I should be able to bowl him over each from here and still get home, Gary.
Checks his shot. Good bowling.
But that's not how this tournament's gone, is it? This tournament keeps providing twists and turns, and teams fight really hard for every single point, as UAE have done for the last two. Boy, we are no intent here for the draw from UAE. They are swinging pretty hard.
Last ball in the Erasmus over. Tell you what, if he gets a hold of one, he might come into the back net and be so hot that he just burns a hole through it and keeps going.
Yep. We are seeing Harry Haran looking to hit pretty hard. Vaseem looking to hit pretty hard, and why wouldn't they? What have they got to lose now? They need 36 for the skin. They've got 18 balls to go, so they need 2 a ball. They could do that, couldn't they? They could just settle and try and go for the skin. But they're going to try and go for the win here, which is over 50 away off 18 balls. They're going to have to hit it pretty hard.
Yeah, I mean, 2 a ball sounds simple, but it's not easy, is it, as we all know?
2 a ball for 2 balls is quite simple. 2 a balls for 18 balls, is, that's asking a fair bit of somebody.
Van der Linde. Tossing it up. Oh, he's hit the non-striker, unfortunately. Hassim Zahour gets in the way. He couldn't help it, of course. It was hit like a rocket.
I feel like I'm starting to get an idea of what the batting game plan might be from here.
Yeah, I think I've got an inkling. This time a little bit more conservative. Next game up on this court, on this channel at least. Battle of the 22s. And that's out court. It was due. It was always going to come when you're playing cricket like that. You're either going to score 100 or get a few wickets. Next game up, Australia 22s versus New Zealand 22s. That'll be a very intriguing affair.
Really will.
And that one makes it to the back court for 5 runs. It's a lot of work in 2 deliveries to get to 0.
Yep.
One scored, although the ball going into the 5 net, there was control and the ball was thrown towards. Therefore, all good in the eyes of the umpire. Under 22s versus New Zealand 22s. Australia have lost previously to the New Zealand 22s, 82 to 112.
I was just correcting something.
That's Australia, New Zealand under 22 boys.
Have I misinterpreted that?
They played this morning. They can't be playing again this afternoon.
No, you're quite right.
I was just fixing the board up. That's all right. I was just fixing it up. It's all right.
Because I'm looking at the women's draw. It is 22s, but it's in the women, not the men. Yeah, the Australian 22s going down to the New Zealand 22s at 9 o'clock this morning, 82 to 112.
As those 2 cunning coaches get cat and mouse with each other in that game, I think.
I'll let you know about the women's draw once we see Grayling come in.
It's one of the things for a spinner in these conditions, right? He's likely here to either go for 15 or minus 10, right? They're just going to try and whack him. It can be quite hard for a spinner in that circumstance. Might get a couple of great wickets, might get tagged.
Grayling tosses it up into the 2 net. In the women's side, Australia under 22s, they played on night 1, and Australia beat New Zealand 86-74. So I knew it was close, and this is going to be the revenge match here. So stay tuned after this one.
Anytime Australia play New Zealand in indoor cricket in any grade, it's worth having a look, isn't it?
No, just generally whenever Australia play New Zealand in anything, there's usually a bit of niggle. We're very close brothers and sisters, but not afraid
like
to be
family.
competitors. We sure do.
Oh, are you ready to start talking about that rugby refereeing decision? So I'll leave that for another day.
And given out court.
This match starting to go into the last rights, Gary. No third skin for UAE here and no win. This is going to be South Africa 2 skins and a win by the look of this. We are getting to watch the magician at work as he's a hard man to hit.
Using the feet, that could be dangerous to Grayling if you try and charge him too strong. But he gets away with it, does Wasim Zahor. Grayling has taken many a victim in the exact same fashion.
One over to go here. South Africa 6 balls to go. They need 33 for the for UAE. Need 33 for the skin.
That was a great catch there by Olivier in the corner.
Yeah.
Grayling again, taking wickets. That's what he does best. Willie Brink now to finish things off. In terms of their points differential on for and against, South Africa -70, so they could really use a good win here against UAE. UAE with a positive 34 for and against. So that'll be good. India above South Africa as things sit at the moment. Have got a -6 differential. So South Africa got a lot of work to do in terms of for and against. And beautiful little dismissal there. A leg side third ball dismissal. You do see that from time to time.
Yep. Yep.
The batters still have the opportunity to re-bowl the delivery. And they want another one.
Paid my game feel every ball I can, thanks umpire.
Yeah, for sure. That's 3, and that could be out. No.
Tight. I thought he made it. Thought it was a good call from umpire Blair O'Brien.
Willie Brink with a pretty unenthusiastic appeal. I think he knows it was home, but still asking the question of the official.
Got offered him an invitation, according to my co-commentator earlier. Got to invite him in, the umpire.
Well, as we conclude this game here, Paul Bottrell, what are your thoughts and breakdown on where it was won and lost?
No, I think UAE is slow to start. You can't give a team 46 in the first partnership without being behind for the entire game, and that's what's happened. They've tried very hard to hang around. They've got a couple of skins, but really, if they could have kept that first partnership to 26 instead of 46, I think we've had a different match.
Yeah, for sure. Good point.
Willie Brink trying to make this game. He's obviously, Willie Brink clearly enjoying this win for South Africa, trying to make this game last as long as he possibly can.
Yeah, he just wants the airtime, doesn't he?
He wants to enjoy every moment he possibly can. Wonder what's going to happen here.
Well, look, in the end, quite a convincing win by South Africa. We might catch one or two of the highlights throughout this game, but quite right, when you put 46 on against your competitor, you're always going to go a long way into winning it, and that's exactly what happened today. UAE putting themselves behind the 8 ball right from the start, just unable to reel it in. So we see the teams here on court exchange pleasantries and shake hands. Looks like someone's doing a cheeky little shirt swap over here. Wonderful scenes here at the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup. Well, from all of us here, thanks very much for joining us. It's been a pleasure having your company. Again, the under-22 New Zealand and Australian women's sides will be taking place, so don't go anywhere. My name's Gary Lowe, my colleague and commentary partner Paul Bottrell. Thank you very much for joining us, and on behalf of all the commentary team, thank you for watching, and see you again real soon.
great piece of fielding.
Got him, Yobioti. One for the leg spinner.
Leg stump finds a gap. Can he hit the stumps? Oh, I reckon he was out. That'll do.
Oh, that is an absolutely sensational piece of fielding from Claire Koski at the back.
Left indoor cricket, here he is. And there it is! He's entered the stats straight away!
Fraser McGurk cuts and he's away with a boundary. Nice start to his domestic 50-over career.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome back to Casey Stadium for our live and continuing coverage of the 2022 Indoor Cricket World Cup. We're live on KO Sports and YouTube internationally. I'm Cameron Walter, with me Gary Lowe, and before us Australia and New Zealand, the top of the table clash in the under-22 women's division. An exciting way to close out day 4 here at the Indoor Cricket World Cup. Thank you so much for your company. I hope you get ready to settle in and enjoy a Tuesday night, at least here in Australia, of some brilliant indoor cricket action. And Gary Lowe, good evening to you, my friend.
Good evening, Cameron, and good evening to everyone as we just watch on court at the moment. A little bit of gift exchange happening here between New Zealand and Australia, which is a lovely thing to see. Some hard-fought cricket out on the court, but some good camaraderie between the players. As we go through the team list, now might be a lovely opportune time. We'll start with Australia, led by Katrina Dixon, and then we have Wood, Voss, Rockcliffe, Gregory, Crawford, Beasley, and then Gregory 2.0. So there's Taylor that you can see there, number 15, and then there's Alana Gregory, number 41, coached by Cindy Cross. And as we make our way over to the New Zealand squad, captained by Zara Jetley, then we have Top, O'Connell, Appley, Hamilton, James, Kells, Hucker, coached by Robin James.
Two excellent sides there. They've met once already, the opening game of the tournament for the 22s. On that occasion, the Australian side had the edge, 86-74. And, well, that bodes well for this clash, Gary. We can expect another excellent, tight contest here between two wonderful young sides.
Yeah, there's not much separating these two, that's for sure, and that's what's going to make it interesting. They're both in a consistent battle throughout the course of the week to try and finish in that top spot, and this is going to be a very, very close encounter, we feel.
You mentioned the New Zealand captain, Zara Jetley. What a jet she is, sitting atop the statistical table, 126 runs to her name, so looking forward to that. To seeing her bat, certainly, and plenty of other competitors in the team, on both teams. We're just about ready here. You can see on your screens the Australians are batting first. Stephanie Beasley and Alana Gregory will open the batting for Australia. The umpire appointed to stand in this match is Ben Ridgway from Australia.
So that's closed. That's closed. And that one?
Just attending to the zips around the court. Need to get everything closed so the ball doesn't go anywhere. Hannah Kells is going to get us underway. And we're just waiting for another zip. It's just one of those things on an indoor cricket court, particularly one that can be lifted like this one. But we're ready to go now. Indoor cricket action, the final game for day 4 here at the World Cup. Here we go. Straight back to the 3-line fielder. It'll be a dot ball to start. Outside off and beaten is Beasley, and straight away the Australians on third ball. It's a nervous start here for them, and a big opportunity for New Zealand to crack the game open early. A little misfield into the net there for 2. It was a good effort there from both the front court and the 3-line fielder, but 2 runs to Australia. Third ball safely seen off. Pushes that one down the leg side, does Kells. And they steal a run.
Well, that's very cheeky, but it's fantastic game awareness.
It is. It's a little bit of carelessness there on the part of New Zealand. 2 balls remain. Played straight to the 3-line fielder there. A gain by Beasley. 1 to come in the over. Edged backward of point. Scampered through for a single to close out the over. Wasn't a bad one from a New Zealand point of view. Fairly tight, just the one leg side and that little piece of carelessness. So fairly even contest already. 6 balls in. The game is young. The night is young. Settle in, folks. 32 overs of World Cup action coming your way.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better start, could you? 2 dot balls for the commencement. That's the way to go. Starting with one of their stronger bowlers. Kells didn't play in the first round match between these two. They've popped her in here for the revenge match as we see Holly top.
Thank you, ladies. Players ready, please. Play, please. No ball. Off the pitch.
Struggling for control early. Top starts with the no ball.
Yeah, concedes usually 5 or 6 runs and over. Has taken 5 wickets in 4 games though. Oh, I like that touch in the front court.
Good to get them away early, isn't it, Gary?
Yeah, that's good. Izzy O'Connell.
Feel like you're in the game. More importantly, the batters feel like you are. Yeah, you can see there Gregory in playing the shot backed away to do it and then practiced moving towards it. The top certainly throws it way up above the eye line. Can be difficult to play. It's just got to be on line though. Leg side, 2 balls to come. Right on the money that time, and Gregory up to the challenge. Punches it into the net for 2. 1 ball remains. Well weighted from Beasley. Didn't quite make the contact she would have hoped for. But again, another 2 runs in the book and a positive over there for Australia. 10 runs from it. They're away, Gary.
Yeah, they are away. Some good things happening out on court, but some particularly good things happening in the grandstand as well. Some very passionate Kiwi supporters. They've done up the homemade banners and they're all dressed up and they're dancing and jiving. Well done to the Kiwi supporters out there in the grandstand. Aniela Apoli, 4 wickets from her 4 games. Right on the money, and that's a good shot.
Yeah, didn't really try to overhit that. That was just a little punch.
Yeah.
Just in the gap. Well placed for 3.
Beasley with some exquisite timing there.
Driven backward of point in the end. 2 runs. Oh, there's an opportunity there. I thought that was a lot safer than it was, but great movement from the 3-line fielder there and just needed to throw a direct hit or right over the sticks. It would have been interesting. Down up on the onside there. Gregory keeps the score ticking over. Yeah, Hucker it is on the 3-line. On the onside. And it's been a couple of those just outside of off stump that Beasley struggled to put away. Just back of a length. Reasonable pace here from Apoli. Good angle, bowling around the wicket. That one, no trouble, a little fuller and driven by Beasley for a single. Another good one for the Australians, 9 runs from it. 25 on the board for this partnership. looking in control early, the Australians, in a key moment here in the game, always. When the opening pair's getting away from you, the final over to the pair can be make or break for the fielding side.
Yeah, it certainly can be. 25 is a nice start for Australia, and interesting how much the teams have changed since their round one encounter. Ella Harvey, Chelsea Gann, Eliza Bennett, Alyssa Humphreys, all sitting on the pine for this match, and they were included in that first match against New Zealand. So big change in the Aussie squad.
Haka, the bowler, single to start. And look, I don't mind that. A big change to the squad.
No.
That's an opportunity for the coach, the Hall of Famer, Cindy Cross, to get a look at how her entire squad, or at least the majority of it, will perform against the New Zealand side.
Yeah, 100%, because this is highly likely going to be the team that they're going to be seeing in the grand final for the World Cup.
That's right.
So that makes complete sense, and a good strategic move, I should say, from Cindy Cross. That one had a bit of extra zip and pepper on it, didn't it? Haka really bending her back.
Pushes that one behind the legs. Being the last over to the batting pair, the batters can have that again, and of course they do. They still get to keep the runs as well. Driven straight back, no interest in a run. 2 to come now. The Australians have moved to 30. The perfect start here against New Zealand. Oh, just a little spill into the net there. Aka trying to do the fielding off her own bowling, probably just mistimed the jump. Handy runs for the Aussies. Final ball. Chance at the top. The flick was a gentle one, and that gave Gregory enough time to make her ground and finish with a 2 and 35 for the opening partnership for Australia here. The final game of day 4 at the World Cup. Australia and New Zealand in the under-22s. Obviously not on the right side of the court for the throw there, but would have liked to have seen a quicker flick.
Yeah, I mean, the first half of the skill was done in good time, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing wrong with the gather. Disposal just gave Australia enough time. So Katrina Dixon, the captain, joined by Taylor Gregory now, batting second for Australia. And how easy is it, Gary, to cruise out onto the court when your first pair's knocked up 35?
Yeah, it's not too bad at all. These two batted together in the first game as well, except it was in the third batting partnership, so they obviously know each other's game quite well. They went on in the first game that these two teams played to score a juicy total of 38. So if they can replicate that again, New Zealand will be really down the barrel as we see the New Zealand cheer squad go up. Obviously fans of
O'Connell.
Izzy O'Connell.
We might see, might get a couple of shots of them in the crowd at some point. Here's O'Connell. Well weighted from Dixon. The shot's flat. A little opportunity, as flat shots tend to provide, but New Zealand can't capitalise. Dixon home to open her account with a deposit of 2 runs. There's a no there, and what I like about that is the no was right off contact, but Taylor Gregory still took a couple of steps out of the crease just in case there was a misfield or something. So there they are in the crowd, the New Zealand cheer squad. Headbands aplenty.
Sporting a photo, an image of O'Connell. Laminated.
Yeah, good to see all of our international fans who've made the trip to the World Cup. Oh, a little misfield there from Jetley. The call was aggressive. What do you think, Gary? That would have been out.
Would have been out for all money, and it was just too tempting for Jetley to have a little glance up, see what was happening, and she was probably wondering what she was going to do with the ball once it was in her hands.
That one's driven wide on the V and through to the back court for 4. And 1 ball remains. Just an illustration of how if you get an opportunity against a partnership like this, you've got to cash in. That's a wonderful indoor cricket shot. She's a quality bat, the Australian captain. 2 runs to finish and a great start, 11 runs from the over, and we should say a very good evening, in particular to everyone across the Tasman watching in New Zealand. It must be getting late over there. What, about 10 o'clock? I think it might be. We appreciate you tuning in. And hope, I imagine you're doing the same thing at home as these guys are.
About 9-11-ish, if you're in Auckland.
Brooke James will bowl the 6th over. A single start. One time zone in New Zealand, there'd have to be, wouldn't there?
Yeah. Do they do daylight savings?
New Zealand daylight time?
Well, they do.
Yeah.
Just Queensland here in Australia that refuse to play ball.
Backwards part of the world, isn't it? Oh, that's a great drive. A good bit of fielding as well from Jetley. She can't stop it from hitting the side net, but she does stop it from hitting the back net. So that's a run saved. And every little piece of fielding like that, valuable at the end of the day.
Wow, that is such a good indoor cricket shot.
I think we're going to have to take turns describing Katrina Dixon's batting, because we'll run out of things superlatives to describe it, Gary.
It is ridiculously good. I mean, let's wait for this delivery to come down.
Driven again. Oh, 2 at one end, and again New Zealand failed to capitalise. A little collision there between batter and keeper. Let's take a look at this on the replay. The shot straight to the fielder. Gregory had set off. Dixon, I think, had made the right call, but again, just not the right disposal. Batter and keeper are fine, just need to fix the hair.
It's getting back to that stroke that Dixon played earlier. You know, it's not even short or anything. It's a pretty good delivery, but she somehow manages to get the angle on it, the bat speed through the ball, and gets it high into the springs. I mean, it's extraordinary the way this lady can play.
And it takes sometimes an extraordinary ball to beat her. Well bowled from James.
Yeah, a little bit of movement through the air for her. Last delivery of the 6th over here, 53 the total.
Pushes that one down the leg side. Another good over for Australia, 7 runs from it. And you mentioned these two put 38 on against New Zealand in that first match. Looking good to go 2 better at the moment. Halfway stage. They're on 20 runs. It was 9, in fact, from that over. And Hamilton will bowl over number 7. Oh, a little deflection straight in the hand. Tidy from New Zealand. Interesting action, this. It almost looks like Hamilton's shaping up as one of those bowlers that's going to bowl sort of from behind her or above her head.
Yeah.
But then corrects sort of midway through the action. Little deceptive. It'd be tough to see this coming out of their hand. The arc of the arm is a little unusual. And I'll tell you what else is interesting, not using the full length runner. A lot of bowlers you'll see will always come to the net, some even in the corner. It's a good, metre from the back of the net here? Driven. Clean hands from Jetley. A dot ball. And no ball over waist height. Put away for runs as well. 4 runs off the delivery.
Yeah, it was tight, but the right call made there. Just above the waist.
Nice tight line to finish. But again, a great over there. Oh, I thought he had called over.
Wow.
He had not. And a greedy call, I think it was. Gee, it sounded like he'd started to say it.
Well, he said, thanks, ladies, and he usually says, thanks, ladies, that's over. But he didn't call over. He just said, thanks, ladies, and then they took off.
Yeah, well, look, I'm not at all suggesting that saying that gave the batters the impression that it was over. No, so Dixon saw the ball spill into the back.
44.
And Kayla Gregory certainly looked at her. It was just a quick response from New Zealand.
Yep, for sure. Yep.
And they get a much-needed wicket, the first one for the innings, and as a consequence, 3 runs from the over. We're going to see Hannah Kells to bowl her second over, the 8th over of the innings. Behind square for a single. One of the tallest players out on the court is Kells. Oh, beaten. Trying to play across the line there, Taylor Gregory. And I'm not sure if that was just shaping away or a bit of movement off the deck. And we'll have a look. A little bit of both. And just Taylor Gregory's just tucked a nice down up to over square leg. Just shorter delivery at the body, that one. Beaten again. Dixon playing for the wrong length.
Yeah, it's tricky. Little bit of bowling here from Kells. It's kind of getting it to move in a little bit, and then it's hitting, and then it's going away again. It's kind of 2 bits you have to watch. Through the air, then what it does afterwards.
Yeah, found the edge.
And quite often you only see one or the other. You know, a lot of swing or a lot of movement. Got a good skill set here. Last delivery, 8th over.
It's good placement. Down and up over the 3-line fielder and 3 runs to finish the partnership. And it means they've scored 30 runs from it. Another 30 or 30-plus partnership for the Australians. Sitting on 65 after 2 pairs. Well, when you consider that their first encounter was 84 to 70 something, 86 to 74, these are massive runs.
Yeah, they're just going to have to be a little careful here, New Zealand, because Kiara Wood and Charlotte Voss are coming out next, and they can hit big. And they're not afraid to go the long bomb. So if this batting partnership comes out and puts on another 30 or 35, then the alarm bells will start ringing here for New Zealand early, and they don't want to be batted out of the game before they get a chance to chase themselves.
No, quite right. And a long discussion. What's interesting to me here is captain and coach had a separate conversation away from the team first for a good 30 seconds to a minute, and now that they've both gone back to the team. So a little bit of collaboration there between captain and coach to decide what the message to the team's going to be, what the strategy is going to be going forward, sensing the fact that the game is in danger of getting away from them. And they've handed the ball to Isabel O'Connell.
Yep, the cheer squad's gone up.
Kiara Wood on strike. Beaten outside off. It was full. It was wide. Playing for the down up. You know, sometimes, especially those, you just want to see the batter throw their arms through the ball and drive it flat and hard. And better length to be playing the down up shot too. Single.
Just need a couple of wickets here, New Zealand. Hasn't been a big feature of their bowling innings yet.
An opportunity now. Need the direct hit. Gee, I'd like to see this New Zealand side maybe do some work on these flicks. There's a lot of them that are quite soft, and certainly none of them that are inaccurate. That are accurate. It's a real skill to be able to flick. Action continues. And beaten outside off. It's a skill to be able to do it accurately and certainly with pace.
Yeah, as I said, the first part of the skill seems to be pretty good. You know, they're moving very quickly, getting their hands to the ball, but Coming back a little slow, and by that stage, batter's in.
Oh, a little juggle. That's a good call and a good response from Kiara Wood there too. A little bit cheeky to get away with a run like that. Oh, see an opportunity there. Nice and tight, brings the over to an end. 4 runs from it. A good little contest in this pair. The New Zealand side take an E there in the middle. Really, you said it before, Gary, they need a couple of wickets here, so it's time for their strike bowlers. It's time for someone in the field to stand up and do something spectacular, maybe a specky catch down there, backward a point, or a clean run out from the 3 line. Holly top the bowler.
And look, it's not a bad start, 4 off that first over. That's pretty good without taking a wicket.
Yeah, definitely.
And one of these two might take top on.
Oh, chance. Gee, that's worth a shout. A direct hit, and I think Kiara Wood would have been short. Tell you what, this is an impressive shot for no runs. Waiting and hitting that quite well for something floated up so much. Yeah, getting a few runs through that region, the Australians. That's a great shot from Wood. Use of her feet. And a down and up 3. You love hitting those in indoor cricket. Oh, that'll be out. Voss has played top so well, and that one
Yeah, it was a bit of
popped it up to the 3-line fielder.
Bit of a nothing kind of a shot, wasn't it? She wasn't sure exactly what to do with it.
Yeah, it looked like she turned the bat, indecisive about whether to play on the honour or the offside, and just popped it up for one of the easiest catches you will see. They needed that wicket. 1 ball remaining. And another couple of runs through cover point to close out the over. 3 runs from it with that wicket. New Zealand needed that. They'll need a few more to try and peg back this Australian scoring. Wonder if it's worth a little bit of a tweak to the field, particularly to the slower bowlers. We'll just see this delivery again. Yeah, it's a little turn just as she played the shot. It's going to be Jetley, the New Zealand captain, bowling over number 11. 2 fielders on the leg side. Through the gap, there's a chance at the keeper's end, but just untidiness from New Zealand.
Yeah, a little sloppy there. It would have been a very simple dismissal if they could just get their mitts on the ball. Australia survive. Lucky to do so.
I'd like to see this 2-fielder front court leg side set up here, both to come a little straighter. Certainly square leg. I think that's a waste of a fielder at that position. Just watch the delivery. I think that Jetley's bowling quick enough and flat enough. We're not really going to see stuff go backward of square or 2 square. It's going to come forward of square. And if she errs on a line too much, sure, it's going to go down there, but you're flirting too much with the leg side. They want this in at the hip. I don't see square leg coming into the game. I do see those drives on the onside going through that gap. It's good bowling. A little bit of foxing too, you know. 2 fielders on the leg side, putting it outside off.
Yeah, for sure. 11 this batting partnership so far. A wicket would be damaging.
Oh, that's out, surely it is. I thought it was almost going to go back on the stumps, and I'm not sure Kiara Wood knew where it was. She's gone for the run, searching for the ball, and the keeper managed to clean it up. It's one of those times where that visual contact with your partner can undo you. So Kiara's done the right thing and looked straight at the non-striker, who was still in the process of backing up.
Yeah.
So she saw her moving and thought, right, there's a run on here. She wasn't moving because there was a run on. She was moving because she was still taking the step from backing up. Final over the pair. Hucker it is. Oh, that's dangerous. The Gary Lowe special.
Yeah, I know. I do love him. Oh, no, you... I mean, that's missing by a mile.
Oh, just a tad. Just a edge through backward point there. Didn't quite catch.
This is a wonderful effort here from New Zealand. A good response after 2 very good batting partnerships.
Through for 2.
Looking for an extra. Australia slightly greedy. They don't go for it. Probably good in the end.
Excuse me, that did catch the back net, so a single rather than 2 runs. The keeper's net. Oh, French cut, was it?
And no runs scored. It'd be a wonderful effort to keep this Australian batting partnership under double digits.
Well, they're going to have an opportunity to do that here. It'll be 3rd ball to finish the partnership. Hucker bowling well. And Voss manages to get a single to finish it. 10 runs for the partnership, a much, much better one for our friends from the Trans-Tasman. Still, though, Australia well placed here. 75, looking good to get something on the order of 95, possibly even 3 figures, which will be well above the total they scored in the previous encounter, as we see Stacey Rockcliffe and Tanae Crawford take the court for Australia. But we've seen some fight there from New Zealand, Gary.
Yeah, look, Australia are no doubt 15, 20 runs ahead of where they probably generally want to be as a par total, so doing well in that regard. If Australia come out and hit 30, 35, then things are looking pretty grim for New Zealand, but they've fought back well, and it's a good response because it's very easy to drop your head and go, oh, you know what, there's already been 65 put against us. We haven't taken many wickets. Maybe tonight's not our night. But they, you know, got bitter about it and got better about it and came up good. I mean, that's a fantastic response. If they can do that now again, or even keep this partnership to say even 15, they'll back themselves to chase a score like that.
Daniela Apley has the job of getting the Kiwis going again.
So they'll want 2, possibly 3 wickets here, New Zealand. That'll be their aim.
I assume you mean in the partnership?
In the partnership. Yeah, not this over.
Like, yeah, that's,
I mean, this over would
a
be
lofty
nice
goal.
too. That's ambitious, isn't it?
Yeah. Nothing wrong with ambition.
Here's the ball. Go take 3 wickets. Crikey.
Great shot from Crawford to get her first runs on the board for the match.
Averaging very similar runs, these two. Crawford 16.25, Rockcliffe 16.5, so almost identical.
And collectively, 30-plus partnership. Yeah, just really want to see New Zealand attacking the ball in the field a little more. That's another example of, waiting for that second bounce. Flack, there's an opportunity. Yeah. Got to get into that front court. Pick the right option. With some of these flicks, maybe it's worth taking the extra beat to turn and throw. Short. Oh, chance here. Crawford called early and was on the way, and you see the signal from the Kiwi skipper. She's saying top end, top end. 8 runs from the over. Here's that delivery. Rockcliffe had to have a look before she went. Obviously well and truly in, and I suspect that Jetley was correct. There was an opportunity at the top. Also wouldn't mind seeing Jetley bowl earlier here. I mean, it looks as if she'll bowl one of the last 2 overs. Here's Hamilton. I almost would have bowled her first.
What's your school of thought on that one?
Well, I think she's a much more attacking bowler. She's a very intelligent cricketer for mine. Sets a field and bowls to it. Hamilton to continue with a leg side. So I'd be backing her to get me that wicket. Even put the last partnership on third ball once or twice in that first over. Instead they've got 8, they're away. They're both in the game. And put down. They're tough to judge off that top net, but New Zealand just brewing a couple of opportunities here.
Yeah, she had a good look at it. Just couldn't glove it.
Here's a chance. Oh, yes. There it is. That's the spark for the Kiwis. The right position, a nice little accurate fast flick. That's what we want to see. So much so we want to see it again. Here it is on the replay. Good adjustment. She's high. She has to get down low. And perfect position. Perfect flick. Affects the wicket. And a much-needed wicket for the Kiwis.
You can see the grab and the flick was almost in the one action. Just bang, 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 bang. Not 2 things slowing things down. What we've seen a lot of is ball in hand, then kind of stop and prop, and then kind of flick. That one was just all one motion. Knew, as a lot of indoor cricketers do, have an innate ability to know where the stumps were.
What a response from Stacey Rockcliffe. Bangs a 3, makes it a positive over still for the Australians. 3 runs off it. They've moved the partnership to 11. And gee, how important are these last 2 overs? Kiwis can't let the Aussies get away from them here. And who's going to be Jetley now? Penultimate over of the innings. Australia on 86.
Nice sharp bit of fielding there in the front court. Nice and tall. Holly Tupp all over it. Off the legs, chased into the corner there by Brooke James. Third ball opportunity, Cam Walter.
Yeah, that's exactly what I expect from Jetley. 2 on the off. Good movement from Rockcliffe. Saw the use of the feet there to create an opportunity for her to hit it where she wanted to hit it. It's good attacking batting, not letting the bowler dictate terms. Oh, it's a wonderful drive, and unfortunately for the Kiwis, Hucker followed the ball into the side net, and it came off that net and back past her for 4 runs. Huge runs for Australia late in the innings. Oh, driven straight into the non-striker, was it? Or another fielder? I didn't quite see.
It was a fantastic bit of fielding by the non-striker.
Excellent. They're really attacking Jetley here. And follows it up with a bit of finesse. An 8-run, 15th over. And Australia looking good to pass 3 figures here with 1 over remaining. I tell you what, I think half the under-22 women's, the under-22 women seem to spend half their time grooving to the music, as we see here.
How do you have the energy to be doing that after all these games of cricket? Gee, they're athletes, aren't they?
And DJ Andrew loving every bit of it. Here's James to finish the innings. Good bit of movement, can't get ball in hand. And that's just another example of just a nothing little flick. Inside the line. Crawford has a look at the umpire, but fair delivery that is. Yeah, bowling a really good line here. There's an opportunity at the top, but can't get it fast enough. Crawford thinks about a second, but drops her bat in the process.
Thinks about a second when she's down to the non-striker's stumps, let alone the 3-line, and without a bat. Now, that is a brave effort.
You never know what you can get away with.
Well, sometimes you do, I reckon. I reckon that's one of the times.
No, I think more accurately that's one of the times when you know what you can't get away with.
Yes. Bang on target. Moving some troops across to the leg side. 99 the total here. Australia looking to go triple digits.
An opportunity here. Just again. And even from that position, she's right-handed. Yeah, slap or throw it. We get this little flick with the wrong hand. 2 balls remain. All things that'll come with experience, Gary. Oh, that was there to be driven.
And the ball's actually going towards the stumps. It's come off the net. And the motion of the ball's going that way. Much easier to help it on its way more so than absorb the motion of the ball when it's coming towards you and hit it back. So.
And 2 runs to finish for Crawford and the Australians. They're going to finish on 103. An impressive batting performance from them. Par for the course for the Australians. And I think New Zealand might be left to rue a few of the opportunities that they had there in the field here in this final clash at the Indoor Cricket World Cup. It's day 4. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that partnership. And I tell you what, indeed from the entire innings. What do you make of it, Gary?
Yeah, like I said, it was a very good fielding performance from New Zealand. A couple of little skill areas that they'll be able to tighten up. A cheeky little extra run there. That was towards the end of the over. That came unstuck for Australia. And Top's a difficult customer to be able to navigate through because of the height that she gets. Unable to read sometimes, and we saw Charlotte Voss just misjudge that. So 103 looks a few more runs than what Australia scored in the first game of 86. Can New Zealand run it down? They can, but it's going to take their very, very best efforts.
It will indeed. And, I mean, there is at least one skin here on the offing. There's that great bit of fielding and great vision as well. Well and truly out.
Now, Cam, tell me a little bit about Victoria. I want to know something. Share some insight with me.
Well, are you a coffee drinker, mate?
Mate, I love it.
Okay.
What do you got?
Well, Melbourne, it's the undisputed coffee capital of Australia. And it's internationally known for its cafe culture. Follow the aroma of espresso down cobblestone laneways or through inner city neighbourhoods, Gary, to find professional baristas who will happily talk beans and machines while carefully tending to your brew. It's a great charm of Melbourne's cafe culture. It's the innovative and imaginative use of spaces from architect design to industrial. You can enjoy a long, lazy brunch. It's a quintessential Melbourne experience and the perfect way to experience the city's famed cafe scene. And here's a stat for you, Gary. You love the stats.
I love a stat.
You love the stats. Man. This one's not on indoorcricketworldcup.com, but I can tell you that Melbourne boasts more cafes and restaurants per capita than anywhere in the world, and more than 3 million coffees are consumed from 30 tonnes of coffee beans on a daily basis.
That's a lot of people in one city not sleeping.
They love their coffee here in Melbourne, and rightly so. There's plenty of good coffee here and a great part of the world to visit. We've said it before, we'll say it again. The state of Victoria, the city of Melbourne. Do come on down and visit, whether you're in Australia or overseas. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for your company throughout this match, and of course throughout the whole day. We're live on KO Sports and YouTube internationally. I'm Cameron Walter, with me Gary Lowe, and coming up now the run chase. 103 on the board for the Australian under-22s. New Zealand, well, it's more runs that they had to try and chase in the first game. They didn't get there then. What can they come up with tonight? Appley and Hamilton will open the batting. Wood has the ball for the Australians. 16 overs left in day 4 of the Cricket World Cup. Umpire Ridgway gets us back underway. Here's Wood. Starts with the leg side.
Kiara Wood comes back to her mark and says it's swinging a bit. It's swinging a bit more than I thought. Exact words, verbatim. See if she can control this one.
Oh, that's perfect. If she's judged the swing from the first delivery, that second delivery was right on the money. Just in behind the legs there of the batter. And she keeps bowling that line. It'll be very tough to get her away. Oh, another one inside the line. That's perfect bowling. Perfect in-swing bowling in indoor cricket.
Well, she learned a lot from that first one, and then she's taken that knowledge on, and now she's created a third ball opportunity, and the Aussies in the front court are up. Charlotte Voss, Katrina Dixon, very loud, very vocal. Hungry for a wicket here are the Aussies.
Puts that one wide, and no ball off the pitch. Rockcliffe can't glove it. It was that wide. And they get through for the single as well.
And see, the official has to wait for the batter to play the shot to be able to call that wide. You know, it was right on the line. They called it no ball, did he?
Yeah, yeah. You're right, though, had it been a wide. There's another one. No ball off the pitch.
We sure that other one was a no ball?
Yes. No, I thought it was, but I could swear he said no ball. But it's in the scorebook as a wide.
Yeah, I thought he said wide.
You've got much better hearing than I, Gary. Two runs to finish. A good start in the end for New Zealand, courtesy of a couple of extras. 9 runs from it. They're underway.
Well, at this rate, they're going to score about 148 runs. Easy, isn't it, indoor cricket?
And certainly from where we're sitting.
Oh, very easy. Honestly, this is the easiest job in indoor cricket. You don't have to make any decisions as an umpire. You're not managing anybody. You're not coaching anyone. You don't have to do anything on the court.
About the hardest thing I'm going to have to do all week is get some throat lozenges. Voice getting a bit tired, Gary.
Yeah. You're doing a fantastic job, Cam, as is Gregory out here of the Alana variety.
Gee. Oh, that's tight. It's a rough one, I think. For mine, that's inside the line.
Yeah, generally, when you're calling anything tight or rough, generally means you're
not a fan.
Not in agreement. Great delivery that from Gregory there. Beautiful amount of swing.
Let's take a look. Well inside. Fair delivery. Back live, just driven straight back down the pitch for another dot. Third ball now. She runs at it and beaten. Gregory saw her coming. She set her up perfectly for that one. And Australia pounced and claimed their first wicket of the innings. A lot to like about this. She took off. Rockcliffe does the work. A great third ball wicket.
Yeah, it certainly was. I just love the reaction from Rockcliffe too when she takes the ball. She says, it's just another day at the office.
Tucked around behind square.
Good chase there by Wood into the corner.
Yeah, and if you're going to compare fielding efforts, just attacking that ball, absolute desperation, and ended up flinging herself into the net after the disposal because of all the momentum she put into attacking the ball. Last delivery. That one well and truly wide. No runs off the over with the inclusion of that wicket. It's going to be a tight contest here. I think it's just up to New Zealand to stay in touch as long as they can. Give themselves an opportunity to win it in the last 2 or 3 overs.
And look, they might, if they go in to win this game, there's a very real possibility they'll win it and only pick up the one skin as well. Because, you know, if they go 25, 25, 25, and maybe it's the third batting partnership that they really, you know,
29 or
make
something.
hay while the sun's shining. So they could win this and it still end up very close to splitting all the points.
Stephanie Beasley has the job of bowling over number 3. Well, that one doesn't come out of the hand well. It's chased and punished for 7, and rightly so. That's smart batting there from Hamilton.
Interesting call by the umpire, because he originally called it no ball, but it's, I'm sure he hasn't. He's just given it 7 because it was on the pitch. So that's okay. And the second ball, so we just watch this come down.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. It's in the book as a 7.
Yeah.
And tell us why.
Because he originally put up the no ball, and then he's obviously corrected himself there. The ball's bounced on the pitch, so it's on the pitch. It's not a no ball off the pitch. The second bounce can actually be off the pitch.
Yeah, it's only the first bounce.
Correct.
That matters.
Correct.
Well, I wonder if Hamilton knows that. Oh, it falls safe.
Well, maybe probably didn't, and he's just gone, I was going to belt this because it's a free hit.
Well, that's exactly right. I think that she ran at it and thought, well, I'm going to swat this to the back, thinking that she couldn't be caught.
Yeah.
It's an interesting one. Yeah, and until you said it, I'd forgotten that rule myself. So, good catch.
Should that be a rule that be looked at? A second bounce, no ball off the pitch.
Well, yeah, look, to be fair, if a ball's doing that, honestly, I think anything that bounces twice should be a no ball anyway.
Yep.
2 to come. Punched. It's 2 runs. What do you think? Any bounce off the pitch should be a no ball?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think so. And also just from a player safety perspective as well, because we saw how close it actually came to the second guard there at the front. And it's still very legal for the player to go and hit that ball.
Yeah.
If it's off the pitch that far, then obviously it could be getting close to players, and maybe that's a safety concern. So, yeah,
well, I mean, making it a no ball doesn't really solve that problem, though, does it?
No, it means they'll still want to they'll chase it even
That's
harder.
right, yeah. 1 over to come now. They're in play for this skin, courtesy of that back net shot, and sensing the occasion. The Australian captain will be bowling this last over herself. Here she is to Appley. Oh, almost gets through. Third ball, big opportunity now for the Australians to take pole position here in this match. It's a good effort there in the front court, but New Zealand through for a single and avoid the third ball out. Good tight bowling. It's hard to see New Zealand getting this skin at this point with 3 balls remaining. They'll get through for a single here. And again, just another good chase from Wood down there in the front court. In the end, not really anything on, but what that does is it lets the batters, and indeed the next batting pair, know that you're not going to get easy runs if you go backward square. Oh, that'll be out. Charlotte Voss does the job. That's the perfect front court fielding, get in the way of the ball, and then that second effort just has to be clean. It has to be accurate. And was it nothing just? Here it is, bang, Second effort, straight over the bales. Rockcliffe does the rest. And Australia get their noses in front.
Yeah, you need to have a big presence there in the front court. Voss has done that perfectly. Last delivery here for Dixon.
And Hamilton advances and sends it in the backcourt for 3. Might have needed a little bit more of that in the end. Oh, managed to get the back net there. 4 runs. 22 for the partnership. Doesn't get the skin, but New Zealand's still in the game.
Yeah, Beasley being a good sport there and letting the umpire know that she thought that it hit the back net. Because that would have been impossible for the poor old official to have able to see from that corner.
Impossible for me to see from
and
this
you're
corner.
about
I called it
4
3.
metres away.
Yeah.
At the correct angle to be viewing that kind of gear too.
Yeah.
So Holly Top and Amy Hucker now for New Zealand. And Lord playing over the DJ speakers here. A New Zealand export. And we'll see what they can do. At the moment, Australia with their noses in front, but New Zealand certainly not out of the chase, not by a long shot.
Yeah, well, I tend to say, almost like a broken record, that the job of in a run chase is to ensure you have an opportunity for the last pair to win. It's as simple as that. And, I mean, let's game that out. What realistically you think the last pair can get? Something like 35 at the top end. So really, somewhere around the 70 run mark or close to it, New Zealand are still in the game. So that's what? That's another 48 runs across 2 batting pairs. So two solid little 20-plus batting pairs here. And it's game on. Voss, her job to counteract that. Here she is to bowl over number 5 with Top and Hucker at the crease for New Zealand. And we're back in action. Oh, that's a great shot.
Yeah, catches a piece of the half-line tape, goes for 3.
Oh, just what a chilled-out way to score your first runs in the match. Bangs a 3, turns around, she just shrugged at her partner. Hucker leaves it alone. All wide. Gee, I'm not sure I'm a fan of that call either. Late movement. Australia don't look too fussed, so must be happy. Beaten outside off. Yeah, just not sure on the movement here. Is a signal from Hucker. And adjust well. First runs off the bat for her with a single. 2 balls to come in this 5th over. It's an edge, sent back. It'll be a dot ball. Your point earlier about, sort of 4 20-ish skins mean they might win this game and only one skin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting dynamics in indoor cricket. The last ball here. Oh, another great shot. Holly Top. 8 runs off the over. A good start for New Zealand.
Yeah, the 2 Kiwis come together mid-court there, have a bit of a chat about how they found things. Holly Top does seem to be pretty casual about most things, doesn't she?
You get players like that sometimes are just... Their way of being in the zone is just being completely chill.
Yeah.
I remember Jason Floros telling me when he used to play for the Sydney Thunder with Chris Gale, they used to have to wake Chris Gale up in the dugout when it was his turn to bat. He'd just be sitting there having a snooze. Go out and bang 60 off 20 and then come back and go back to sleep.
Well, when you're the world boss, you can do that, I guess.
Universe boss, isn't it?
Oh, is it? Universe boss, even bigger.
Here's Taylor Gregory.
Apologies to Chris Gale if he's watching for the downgrade.
Well, you might be right. It could be world boss. I don't know. They've 2 fielders on the leg side here in the front court for the ball turning back into the batter. And this did rip a little.
Yeah, Kiara Wood just gesturing to the coaching staff that it got a lot of bounce, which it did.
That. Yeah. Back live. tucked through that square leg region, despite the presence of the extra fielder. 2 runs.
Tucked around the corner, catching a piece of
keeper's net.
The well, it's 2. According to the umpire.
Yep. Got the corner. I'm unsighted. You've had a better vision of that than I.
Yeah, it's got a bit of the black zip. Last ball.
Straight to hand. Get through for the run. Still 7 runs off the over. There's nothing really wrong with that bowling. Quite challenging. They get away with it well, and 7 off the over, 15 for the partnership. Well on track here, the New Zealanders.
Yeah, and this pair can keep where they're headed to at the moment and get up towards that high 20s, then that'll kind of get in check. The first batting partnership that was 22, and then things will kind of be on course again as we see some of Team Australia up there in the stands. Tanae Crawford, the number 19 for Australia. Upish lands safe. Calls bouncer indoor sports home. Does Crawford played for New South Wales in the recent Australian National Championships.
Uh-oh. Thought for a second that Voss had done something to an ankle. She was protecting it as she got up, but yeah, it's a little bit of a limp, is it?
Well, she's been in the wars because last game she copped a ball in the beak, and this one she's rolled an ankle.
Interesting to see how well she's going to move. She looks okay.
And that's a big part of a World Cup tournament as well, just surviving to get to the end.
Yeah.
It's a lot of cricket. Trina Dixon unable to get hands to that. Came at a great rate of knots. 2 scored. The score continues to build here, and they're looking at something like a 30. And let's not forget about the skin as well.
Yeah,
that is in play.
It's definitely in play.
Good cricket. Smart cricket here from New Zealand. Very, very intelligent.
Yeah, 2 balls remain, 6 runs. Sorry, 1 ball remains, 6 runs from the overs so far. Liking what we're seeing here, an enthralling contest. Oh, another great shot to finish the over. 8 runs from it. Well and truly in the game here, New Zealand. And skin in the game. Be interesting to see who Australia throw the ball to here. Because not only is the skin on the line, but if New Zealand win that skin and get, or even come close to it, almost have them as favourites.
Yeah, well, let's play a bit of devil's advocate here and say they get to 31. That's another 8 more runs. That means they get to 53. 53 to 103 means they're ahead.
Yeah.
Thank you, ladies. Go, please.
Stacey Rockcliffe, the bowler. Driven. It'll be a dot to start.
And that's a good thing when you analyse indoor cricket. You become a pretty good mathematician too. Good for your maths and your numbers, your skill, your ability, your hand-eye coordination, teamwork. Play indoor cricket. It's great for you.
Oh, just off the field there, deflected into the net for 2.
Tonight, just fix that rail, please. Thank you.
Oh, beaten outside off.
Chance for an extra run here, but
yeah, she's too busy practicing the shot.
Yeah, top. Got beaten. All ends up here by Rockcliffe as we watch the replay. Yeah. Good bit of bowling. Back live.
Finds the edge. Oh, I think they needed a run there, didn't they? You're going to be on third ball now. This is great bowling from Rockcliffe. Probably put them in the box seat for this partnership here, and what's more is creating an opportunity for the Aussies. It's third ball, the score has to change. Oh, good response from New Zealand. It was short of a length. Little pull and 2 runs.
Big delivery here, Cam.
Yeah, do they go for the skin?
Yep.
Huckers on strike. Final ball. Beaten. Australia will bank the skin. New Zealand will finish a little bit below par after that partnership. So a wonderful over from Rockcliffe. An exciting conclusion to day 4 unfolding before your eyes, ladies and gentlemen, live on KO Sports here in Australia and on YouTube internationally. And while we take in some highlights of that partnership, we'll tell you about what's coming up tomorrow, day 5, here at the Indoor Cricket World Cup from 9 a.m. Australian Daylight Time. We kick off the day with Australia up against Singapore in the women's division. Then we'll see New Zealand, the under-22 men, up against the Sri Lankan men. The third game of the day from 1 p.m. Australian Daylight Time, New Zealand up against England in the men. And then the women's clash between Australia and South Africa in the under-22, and 2 men's games to close out the day. Australia up against Sri Lanka and Singapore up against England. All live on KO and on YouTube. Day 5 of the Indoor Cricket World Cup. Hope you can stay with us for the finish to this game, and of course join us tomorrow as the World Cup continues. It's going to be an exciting finish here. Isabel O'Connell and Hannah Kells at the crease. For New Zealand, Kiara Wood to bowl for Australia. Bowled a good first over, but a couple of extras in there. Let the pressure off. She can be on the money this time. It'll be tough for the New Zealand to get away. This is the smallest skin. In play straight away. Here's Wood. Oh, starts well. Swinging into the body and off the legs and through to the stumps. Wasn't much of a shot here, just trying to prod it away. And Wood is too good. She's played all round it, Gary.
Yeah, well, the difference with this ball, with the first over that she did, first one she got it a bit wrong, so the batters knew, okay, well, this thing's swooping around a fair bit. Whereas this batting partnership only got to see her once, and it was the one that she got right on the money, straight through. They'll learn from that, though, the New Zealanders.
No feet there, playing, expecting that to swing in again. Woods just bowled a straighter one. Say they only got to have one look at her. They were watching her first over. They do have 2 batters that faced her. You do need your team to be seeding that information
for
forward.
For sure.
The leg side from Wood. So yeah, Appley and Hamilton, who faced that first over, as soon as they saw that Wood had the ball, should have been saying, hey, look, watch for that in-swing.
This is going to come in a mile.
She's got the straight one clip that she bowls wide. There it is again, but inside the line. Well, an opportunity at the top, but enough time for them to get there, the Kiwis. Some much needed runs after that wicket. Right, what a great start to this third pair that is for Australia. The 1 wicket and -1 off the over. I said before, I think that 70-ish is about at a minimum where these guys need to be. If they get there, they're going to win the skin. But that's now 22 runs away with 3 overs to go. So they need 3 positive and consistent overs here, the Kiwis.
Yeah, I mean, make no mistake as well that Wood's a very handy bowler. She's one of the best in the squad. So you'd expect her to do particularly well. Taylor Gregory now. Sporting the green and gold ribbon in the hair.
Oh, they've gone up and must have got some glove or something on the way through there. Let's take a look at the replay.
Yeah, all the Australians went up. They all heard something, no doubt. Yeah, possibly a glove, maybe. No complaints from New Zealand. And the score for the batting partnership moves back down to -4. Australia will think they're a chance to hold on to this skin of 10.
Yeah, they'll be keen to do that, won't they? Just look out at this Australian side and think about just how many leaders they have out there. They've obviously got their captain, Katrina Dixon. Let's see Gregory bowl this. Oh, another harsh one from the umpire there. Taylor Gregory played in the South Australian Open Ladies, coached the under-18s. Alana Gregory played in the Open Ladies, captained the under-18s. Stacey Rockcliffe captained the Queensland under-22s. Yeah, just plenty of leaders out there in the squad. Makes life easier when you've got that.
Yeah, it's an extraordinary team.
One ball remains. A deflection into the side net for 2. They're back in the positives, but work to do for these two. They want 10 and over from here. Give the last pair a chance to win. You've got to remember, still to bat, Zara Jetley, averaging something like 21.
Not something like, exactly like.
Exactly like. 126 runs to a name. So, look, maybe even less than 70, it's still game on if Zara Jetley tees off. An exciting finish building here. Can Australia stay in control? There's 2 overs left in this partnership. 9 runs between them for the skin. Here's Beasley. Yeah, see, he's called this one a no ball. That first bounce was on the pitch, wasn't it?
Yep.
And if that was a no ball for the second bounce, then why wasn't the 7?
I am 99.999% sure the second bounce doesn't matter for a no ball off the pitch.
Well, no doubt we've got a bunch of armchair umpires watching the broadcast that have a view, but Gary is looking at the rule. I think you found it right there, mate. It's right there, XI. That initially lands off the pitch. It's pretty clear, isn't it? Driven. Handy runs for New Zealand, 3 of them in fact. Well, there you go. Any delivery that bounces more than twice. Did that one bounce 3 times?
No, definitely twice.
Oh, good catch. Well judged. And the Australians, they know how important that was. The scores were level for the skin. That's got them back in front.
So, yeah, that's definitely... And it's interesting that... Because obviously it happened the first time, wasn't a no ball. Happened the second time, it was a no ball.
Yeah, I'd be interested to talk to Ben Ridgway after the game and understand the reasoning for that. Maybe he's seen something we haven't. 2 to come. We'll see. So that's no ball off the pitch. Oh, that'll be out, surely. Oh, they've thrown that away. It's pretty clear he's called that off the second bounce. So again, I have to ask, if that's the case, then why wasn't the earlier one a no ball?
Because he did raise his arm for a no ball the first time too, but didn't call it.
1 ball remains. Skin on the line. Oh, no. Straight into the non-striker. He saved some runs. I think for a second it was almost a catching chance as well. Let's have a look on the replay here. Oh no, there's the catch. A great bit of fielding. Really well judged. Here's this straight into the non-striker. And yeah, a little opportunity for a catch. The positive over here is all New Zealand need to stay in the hunt. They're going to have to contend with the Australian captain, Katrina Dixon. Australia desperate for this skin. It's good contact. They get through for a single. I tell you what, Hannah Kells would want to be careful. She was just jogging down that end and the throw went down there. Got to bust a gut to get home every time. And Dixon content to bowl full and straight here. Kells doesn't look that wild about hitting through the ball. Maybe she'll surprise us and send one to the back court. Finds the edge. Catches that keeper's net, so it's a single. The score's a level for the skin. Australia will be desperate to grab a wicket here. Try and win this game with all points on offer. An opportunity the keepers then can't take it cleanly. So New Zealand, they've got their noses in front, but really important they keep the scoreboard ticking over off these last two deliveries. The game's still in the balance. Oh, leg side, surely. It's called fair.
Ladies, last ball.
It's a rough one, Gary. One ball remains. Oh, and they block it out. Look, fair enough, I suppose. They bank the skin. Oh, it's probably a good call from Ben Ridgway.
Was that the one? Must have been.
Yeah, must have been. Yeah, it was.
I'll
give him that.
Pretty well inside the line.
Yeah, I'll give him that. By a mile. Zara Jetley and Brooke James have got a big task ahead of them now. 44 runs required to win the game for New Zealand. And if they're not going to get there, then perhaps at the very least they can try and win this last skin here as well. Be exciting finish either way, Gary.
Yeah, and look, in an ideal world, they would have been loving to have known if we just win the skin, we also win the game at the same time. But now they've got to not only win the skin, but push past a little bit more. Now, 43 for a tie. It is achievable, and these two can achieve it, but it's just going to take their very best efforts. On their day, they can do it.
Well, certainly Zara Jetley averaging 21.
Yeah.
Voss has the ball.
Wide.
Starts with a wide. Brooke James, no slouch either, 12.8, so certainly can do it, but, you know, put those together, it's 30-something.
Yeah.
It's not the 40-odd they need. Driven well. Don't think you want to over-pitch to these two. I get the feeling they're looking to send one on a journey.
Yeah, well, they've got that intent in their mind, don't they?
Yeah.
And all they need is one really big over here in New Zealand.
Yeah. Oh, that's great contact. A good effort there from Taylor Gregory it is on the 3 line to get a hand to it. But it still goes for 3.
And look, we're off to 8 after 3 deliveries.
Yeah. Oh, and again, driven with some authority there from James. Again, you can't be fooled to these two, clearly. They'll drive you all day.
No, they will. 2 to come. Big first over here for New Zealand.
Oh, Voss pushes it wide. It's a no ball. Final ball now of the 13th over. A great start so far for New Zealand. And another leg side. Well, another wide. 15 runs from the over. New Zealand, do they dare to dream, Gary?
Well, yes, they should, and they will be. They need less than 10 and over. That's achievable. Certainly achievable. And Australia have burnt some of their better bowlers as well, trying to defend that skin of 10.
Unsuccessfully.
Yeah. And the strategy and thought process is bang on from Australia. They should have done that, of course.
Definitely.
But it's just New Zealand is starting to bat the house down here, putting the pressure back on Australia.
Here's Alana Gregory. Again, full and driven. There's runs there all day.
They should go for a second. They
Think about
don't.
it. Yeah. James backed up a little too far. Fair enough.
It's raining runs out here. It is absolutely raining runs. Lots of shots in the back part of the court.
No ball off the pitch. I must get the feel. Yeah, Australia are going to need to take a wicket or two to win this.
Yeah.
New Zealand are on the charge, folks. Thrilling indoor cricket action at the World Cup. Oh, there it is. Alana Gregory comes up with it good. Gently playing across the line. Here it is on the replay. Just a little bit short of a length there, and at the top of middle.
And you can see that when she played that shot, she took the hand off the bat. She didn't have that balance there like she's had with all the other ones. Just did her all ends up. That helps Australia big time.
And another extra. Gee, they're bowling a few of these. That's 10 runs worth of extras so far in this batting pair alone.
Cindy Cross will be picking up on that for sure when they go through their post-game debrief.
They're a little too wide, easy to get away for two, but that length is much more difficult to get away, certainly by way of the drives that these two have been playing. Two runs to finish the over, so despite the loss of the wicket, still quite a positive over for New Zealand. 6 runs from it, 22 runs will tie the game. It's game on here, folks. 12 balls remaining. I like it, Gary. I'm loving what I'm seeing. It's good cricket.
Yeah, well, you just can't rest with New Zealand. That's the lesson. You can never, ever rest. So they're always going to come at you. They're too proud as a cricketing nation. They refuse to yield. 2 overs remain.
Here's Tanae Crawford. Take 2.
And now, at this stage of the game, that is acceptable because they've done a little bit of heavy lifting. They can get here by 2s now.
Yeah.
They'll make
Tell
it
you
tight.
what, 12 runs off this over would be pretty handy. Full, it's going to go. It does. 5 runs. Huge from the Kiwi captain, Zara Jetley. This is a contest, folks.
And I tell you what, it hit right on the bottom of that zip down here. It
no.
would have been an absolute travesty if it rolled through.
Back live. Good piece of fielding there in the front court from Wood. She liked it too, didn't she?
Look, if the ball's there to hit, obviously go for it. But for now, order of the day, just hit the 2 net. That's all you need.
Tucked away, an opportunity at the top. It doesn't go to hand. 2 runs and 2 balls remain.
And we've totally forgotten about the skin in other news. They've won that at this stage.
True.
They're not here for the skin, are they? They're here for the big W.
Correct. Oh, it's up. It falls safe. Unbelievable. riding some luck. The Kiwi captain, but it's 2 in the book.
What
Final ball.
What an impressive run chase, sorry, Cam. Brilliant to see.
It's driven again to the fielder this time. Sent back. And that'll be the end of the over. 11 runs from it, and what a finish we have for you now. 12 runs required from the final over of the match for New Zealand to, well, it must be said, to upset Australia with 103 on the board, having won the previous game. It's fair to say that Australia were favourites, certainly after the third pair was done and dusted. And this will be an upset. Kiwis are in a contest here. Stacey Rockcliffe bowled a brilliant first over, only 4 runs coming from that, 4-dot ball, so it's going to take some effort. 12 seems easy. It's a lot harder in the final over of a World Cup game, and a lot harder when Stacey Rockcliffe has the ball in hand.
Oh, for sure. The pressure's on, there's no doubt about it. But the skipper out here for New Zealand leading the way on strike.
It's driven, it'll be 3. The Kiwi captain getting the job done at the moment. They move to 95. 9 runs required to win. 5 balls remaining. Oh, they keep it off the net. It's a single.
And that's all that needs to be done, is for James just to rotate that strike. Just get off strike. That's it.
2 a ball from here. 4 balls remain. Who's going to soak up the pressure? The World Cup round victory on the line here. Another 2 to the total by way of the bat of Jet Li.
New Zealand just never give up. They refuse to give up. This could be a fantastic World Cup victory here. 3 to come.
6 runs required. Here's Rockcliffe. Full. It's a chance for Gregory. The throw is over the bails. Too high. And James gets through for 2. 2 balls remaining. 3 runs separate the two sides. Exhilarating indoor cricket. It's through to the net for 2. Wow, 1 run will tie it. And it'll be a genuine tie too. 2 skins each. 2 runs to win the game. After 32 overs. Incredible and exciting cricket. It all comes down to this. The last ball. Oh, it's off the net. A great touch. And after all that, it'll be a tie. What a game. A brilliant exhibition of indoor cricket. I know that both sides will feel deflated, neither coming away with the victory, but they'll share the points, and probably deservedly so. Both teams put in a wonderful performance. New Zealand never said die, and that was Charlotte Voss that did the job there. An unbelievable finish, a tie, 2 skins each. That's indoor cricket sometimes. Gary Lowe.
Yes, well, although it's a tie, New Zealand win. Because if you look at the body language of the two here, Australia are the ones that feel a bit dudded. They feel like they've let the fish off the hook here, and they should have had this one in the bag. Whereas New Zealand are the ones that have actually really put in the star performance towards the back end, had no right whatsoever to even get to this stage.
No.
So for them, it's advantage to New Zealand in terms of momentum and who won, quote unquote, this match, but probably deserved that they split the points.
And let's take a look at some of the highlights from what was a magnificent game here to finish day 4 here at the World Cup. You just see one of the rare wickets given up by Australia there. They gifted that one to the Kiwis. And that one as well. It's not quite knowing what to do with that delivery. Not sure that Hamilton will want to see this highlight. He dropped a little bit of a sitter there. It did come down quickly off the top of the net. But the Kiwis, they just kept fighting. Here's a nice little flick in the front court. Bang, direct hit. A little bit of momentum, and here's some of the highlights of this last batting pair. 43 runs. Not off that one. That was a great delivery, and how critical did that end up proving to be? But that last batting partnership, as I said, 43 runs to tie the game. An impressive match from both these young sides. And hope you have enjoyed it, folks. We certainly have. Don't forget, Day 5 of the Indoor Cricket World Cup coming up tomorrow from 9 a.m. Australian Daylight Time. We'll kick it off with a match between Australia and Singapore in the women's division. I hope you can join us then. And again, that you've enjoyed all of today's coverage, and not just today. But until then, for Gary Lowe, for Paul Botterill and the rest of the broadcast team, I'm Cameron Walter. Thanks for watching.